I'm shocked. Lindsay's the killer? She's not going to kill herself.
Sincerely, your murderer.
Welcome everyone to this episode of the Cheap Seat Critics Podcast, where today we're covering the hit ABC channel TV show Whodunnit from 2013. With me today, we have...
Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, Tsukiki Ryder.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. Now, Crimson, was it really a hit, or is this you using your adverbs again?
It had good ratings,
Some people did get hit.
but it cost a lot of money.
Ooh, that kind of hit. Got it. Gotcha. Hey, if you want to hit a like button, you can do that on like all our socials. That was such a lame segue, I know. But hey, we got Facebook, Twitter, X, whatever the hell it's called, Blueski, Instagram. We got a LetterBoxd where you can find our like average out numbers and graphs of everything we've done and covered throughout all the seasons. And then we have YouTube and Rumble for visual side of things. We got audio platforms out there if you prefer just the audio to tune into. I think that's it.
Wonderful. As stated, we were covering Whodunnit, a show that only went on for one season. Didn't get a second, unfortunately, at least to me. Let's start with our histories, and I'll start with the most comprehensive one being probably either of you. Let's just start with Sprinks.
Sweet. Never heard of the show. Didn't know anything about the show. Didn't recognize anyone in the show. What I did recognize was ABC. I've seen that logo before. And that's about it.
I thought you would have noticed Giles from something, because he is like a TV actor. But it's more in my domain, I suppose.
You're
He also
the
voiced
TV guy.
He also voiced Alfred in Arkham Knight.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, did not do. That's cool.
So a double butler.
He got typecast as the British butler.
It happens.
All right, let's go with Ryder next.
My long illustrious history can be summed up in I've never heard or seen this before, or at least so I thought. I have actually seen a clip of this show out of context before, and I didn't realize it until the last episode of the show where Cam is shooting a slingshot. I've seen that particular clip before. I don't know why, but I did, and I have.
It's so random.
I know. But that is my long illustrious history before this show. I have seen a clip of it out of context, and now I'm wondering if I have seen the show before and I just blocked it out.
I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if you've seen it. All right. We'll jump into my history of it. So I did watch this when this was airing, week by week, as people used to do back in the day before streaming took over the world. I mean, it was there, but it wasn't.
Hey, some streaming shows do still release week by week.
Yeah, but this was different where you had to jump in on a time. You couldn't just like, oh, I can just look up the show and it's there. You have to kind of show
you either had to
up
catch
or
it on
put
time or
on
record it
demand.
on your DVR.
Yeah. So different time. Also commercials. Anyways, so I did see it when it came out, and I enjoyed it. I have not seen it in its entirety since it aired, but I have seen the first 3 or 4 episodes a couple times since it aired. But I distinctly remembered what the final episode was because it was so impactful for me way back in 2013. And I guess that's it from a history. Not too much. Right. Let's jump into some facts if you guys are ready to jump on board with that.
Ready as I can be.
Hit me.
Wonderful. All right. So I tried looking for a budget, and all I could find was an approximate $750,000 spent per film day. And what I could find was every episode took 3 days to film. So I kind of did the math, and it's roughly $20 million, assuming they stuck with that throughout all 9 episodes. That's the best I could get for a budget, $20 million. There was 250 people involved in the show's making, which is a lot more than I was expecting, actually.
Well,
Considering such a
I
small
mean, they would
location.
have to have like pyrotechnics. They'd have to have stunt coordinators, unlike most other reality slash game shows.
Yeah.
So that kind of checks out for me, I think.
Yeah, cool. And I guess one other thing regarding just money is it cost them $5,000 an hour to rent that mountain lion.
Wow.
I mean, that
Yeah.
explains why it was only real for a few shots of the episode.
You
Well,
mean the one they examined at the table
the
wasn't real?
examining one, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not real.
Oh, darn it. I got bamboozled.
Yeah, that's a
I wonder if anyone
whole
really did. That was a little
paperwork liability.
They woke up. Apparently, it was actually not listening to the orders of the tamer or whatever. They had to pepper spray it on set.
Poor Dom.
Yeah,
Almost actually
yeah.
got mauled.
It kept eating the Dom dummy, even though they were
Oh,
telling it to stop.
hey, don't be hinting at the mauling.
Yeah. Spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen this show.
We're gonna spoil
People
it for
die.
you, probably.
Yeah.
No, what we should do is actually indicate you. I don't know if this is going to be able to work on audio platforms. It's not my department, but I think on visual aids, I think we can leave a link down below if you want to go watch episode by episode because it's available on YouTube, and then like watch an episode, come back and listen to their coverage of an episode at a time and follow along. That could be fun and interactive.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, YouTube has those like chapter select things, right, or whatever that is. I don't know how to use those, but
Oh yes, 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 yes.
so maybe that if someone knows how to do that. I don't know. All right, into some interesting facts that aren't just budget related. There will be one fact I will save for episode 9 because I don't want to set any expectations for what it
Oh, who the
is.
killer is? Got it. Smart.
I mean, it is related to that, but it answers questions I'm sure will be posed, and I don't want to deliver it too early. So let's go with this. There was a lot of connections to CSI New York, the show. The every murder and crime scene was written by CSI creator Anthony Zerker. Sorry, I forgot the last name wrong, and his team of CSI writers.
Interesting.
So that was an interesting connection. They also got uh, the guy who was like the killer in the hoodie throughout the show wasn't actually who the killer was, but it was someone named Walker Haynes, and apparently he does that for CSI episodes as well, where he's just like this hooded figure. I haven't seen any of
Interesting.
CSI stuff, but
So it's the same person?
He got typecast as a hood. That's funny.
You joke, Springs, but I did see a thread talking about it.
Yeah.
Why can't the cops catch this guy? He's hopping into other shows. And the other connection was the set dressings for the morgue was donated from the CSI set for this.
Awesome. Do you think he was the driver of the limo?
Could have been.
Could have been.
We never see his face. Unless, I mean, Giles drives later, but
Oh, well, no, you can see that.
Giles is getting busy tied up at the time.
And then untied up.
we'll get there when we get
The
there.
killer's very good at their job.
Let's see what else we got. Only 3 members of the production staff knew who the killer was before the final episode.
Oh.
No one else knew it.
Like an Alan Rickman Snape situation.
Yeah, not even the show creator knew. He created the show, but he wanted the writers to keep the actual killer secret to him.
That's fun.
Yeah. So tight lips. No one knew until it happened on screen, pretty much.
Loose lips stink starships and all that.
But yeah, there you go. All the food that was supplied in the episodes, like the outside camping and in the dining room, they didn't eat that food. They just ate pizza off screen. That was all pretty much for show.
Yeah, you
Ye-
started picking that up when no one's eating.
Yeah, I could tell.
They were drinking every now and again, but
Yes. Yep. Okay. Well, you maybe, two more. All right. The Sherry, spoilers. The first victim was not a real contestant. She was fill-in like actress for it. Um, so if that was
Yes.
a question to be had, there's an answer for it. She didn't just get screwed out of winning
It's
a
I
bunch of money.
was curious about something that I asked Crimson, not like directly, but just saying I have a question about something related to the show that audience every single episode.
Very well could be once you pose this question.
yeah, I
Would you like
did
me?
I did learn that because
Or-
I actually I looked a couple things up about the show.
Oh, writer doing
Maybe
research.
you'll have an additional fact once I'm done.
No,
What
actually,
else?
I had very hyper specific questions about whether certain kills were feasible. That was
Oh,
whether her first
the breakdown.
death was. I kind of figured she was just an actress, and one of the sites that I happened to be on when I was researching some of the more scientific aspects for one of the kills later on in the show, I was yeah, I was informed she was just an actress.
All right. I guess the last fact I'll go with, and I'm sure I'll have more to sprinkle throughout the coverage when it's more relevant. Each of the contestants were asked prior to the start of recording if they would like to play the killer, and the guest that ultimately was chosen to receive or to be the killer would receive a guaranteed stipend. They get
Stipend.
paid for their
Yeah,
role. Stipend? I've heard it as stipend.
it's stipend.
Stipend, whatever.
Potatoes, potatoes.
They got paid for being a killer, essentially. So there you go.
Ah, well then, the two of those facts did answer my question.
All right. Well, I guess just ask the question now.
My question being, there are not 13 contestants that are being said in the intro to each episode that 13 contestants are there if one Sherry never had an attempt to play and someone's a killer. So there's only 11 contestants.
Yeah, that is just for the audience to as a part of the opening hook or whatever.
Yeah, I suppose.
I suppose so, but
Don't worry, the
They'll kinda
saying
go
the
into
killer
that.
is within the group states that they won't win.
It will kind of go into the saved fact that I was talking
Okay.
about for the final episode. It'll kind of touch on that a little bit. All right. I'll like I said, that'll be it for mine. Ryder, you said didn't really have anything
Yeah,
to bring up right now. All right.
nothing right now.
Sparks, I imagine you don't have anything, or do you?
No.
All right. I'll jump straight into it. So we're going to cover each episode in isolation, in order. We're not jumping around the episodes. We're not starting on episode 3 and then going to 1. I'm we're aiming for about 25 minutes an episode, but if I feel it's too long for how much we're talking about it, I'll lower it to 20 or so. You popcorn within the episode. We don't have to go in order within the episode. Yeah, I guess that's it.
I
Episode.
do have a bit of a PSA for this one because I like communicating to the audience about, I guess, where my scale is typically going to be at.
Public service.
Yeah, there are objective things writing wise that I can talk about with regard to the show, but since this is a reality game show, I'm not fully convinced that whether it's going to be worth it for me to use my objective scale on this show. And there's a few factors that go into that. Predominantly, the main one being is I don't have experience with reality. I don't have much experience with reality and game shows. In fact, I tend to try and forget those experiences.
Now you have me curious. What is your history with reality shows then?
uh,
Just like
whatever
Survivor or
was on
something?
in the room that I happened to be walking by.
So never an active participant.
I refused to be an active participant. I
Ooh.
detest reality shows, and the close second to that is I detest game shows too. So this is uh, gonna be an interesting one for me. So I have objective things to talk about, but I don't have any basis really for comparison to decide, I guess, the worth of my scale.
It's just the character
Your
of Lindsay
your
consistent.
5 points for character is going to be real skewed.
What I'm saying is I'm not going to be doing an objective scale probably. I might be convinced into doing it and seeing how I might weigh it differently by the end, but as of right now, I'm not doing an objective scale for this one.
Challenge accepted, Ryder.
That's
See how it goes.
fascinating.
Yeah, like I said, just putting it out there in the front so the audience knows what to expect from me on this one.
Let's start with Sprinks in episode 1.
Oh boy. Um, let's just go with like going over the cast of the characters, which I jotted down all with their lower third blurbs of just what they are. So starting with Cam of Homeland Security Attorney.
Mhm.
I don't know how in depth these go, or do you want me to just read them all?
Yeah,
I mean, it
Or
was your point,
go
so
ahead, read them out.
if you want to break them down further or just
uh,
list off the cast, I mean,
well,
how you want to
it's a
approach
little
it.
difficult for me to break them down now, seeing all 9 episodes, because I don't want to spoil anything of a character. So I think that might be a little tough for me to just retain them to episode 1 of what they did. So then we got I'll just go down the cast. We got Adrena, who's a TV crime reporter. Dawn, a secret ex-homicide detective, staging as a football coach.
Yeah, no, he's just a simple football coach.
Very
Yeah.
believable.
Gino, a bar trivia host. Lindsay, an engineer. Ulysses, an attorney. Chris, an ex-beauty queen of Nevada. Sasha, a journalist. Melina, a flight attendant. Dante, an insurance investigator. Sherry, an ex-NFL cheerleader for the Rams. Ronnie, a bounty hunter. And lastly, Dana as a cardiac nurse.
Quite a wide variety of individuals.
Yes.
None of them fast food employees. You know,
I
They all
mean,
have
No, but
they got to step their
passion.
game up, I guess, for this one.
they all have a skill, which I think is really neat. All like different forms of detective work and observance.
Yeah, very different. I mean, you got trivia guy with Gino, bar trivia host.
Yeah. You
I
might
think
know a
he's
little bit of knowledge about a lot of things.
potentially, and I guess we can discuss whether or not that's true within himself, how he displays himself.
He didn't really relay that. I'll say.
Yeah, didn't relay that
Ronnie
like the
kept the fact that
knowledge
he was
behind
a bounty hunter a secret much better than Dom did. Being an
Ronnie's lower third took a long time to pop up.
Yes,
yeah,
it did. Oh yeah, and Dana's was a little late too. Not as late as Ronnie's, but
Yeah.
the second one, the last one. Yeah, quite the cast of characters in quotations. Let's go with writer.
yeah. I'll jump right into the murder, I guess, for the first episode. Well, actually, I'll jump into Giles. Giles will be one of the characters I can talk about objectively because he's obviously a character for the duration of the show. Um, I I guess I quite like his introduction. He's just very off-putting in the kind of gentlemanly way, to put people on their toes, to know that that quote unquote they don't know what they're in for, supposedly, but they are. He's just a good. I guess he's just a good way to introduce the concept of the show through him at the very beginning, and then reintroduce him when we've met the rest of our cast.
Yeah, I think the actor did a really good job with Giles' energy.
Oh yeah, when
Really,
he walks out with the aloha like party with the flowers around his neck, that was hilarious.
Giles is definitely the comedic relief of a morbid situation.
yes, Mr. Puns, nonstop.
Well, is that him or is that the killer?
Oh, it's the
I
killer.
mean, a lot of the time, I mean, if he's reading off something, yes, but there's a lot of times where he's not reading off of anything, and it's just him saying stuff.
It's
That's true. Which could be played into that last question of the final episode that he asks, but
Am I the killer?
okay, well, that was refrain, but okay.
I mean, we can spoil it. I don't see any reason why we should avoid talking about future episodes, at least with regards to who the killer is and stuff like that. We don't necessarily need to go in depth about it, though.
If Sprinks wants the audience to maybe see this and kind
If
of
the audience was
also
playing
understand
along with our coverage, but if we're escaping that, then it breaks down.
I guess we can try to adhere to that. But if it breaks, I'm not going to be too irritated by it. If the natural flow of conversation somehow pulls something, I'm fine with that. Okay, let's go with another Sprinks point.
It's revealed in, I believe they're called talking head segments of shows or documentaries or anything, of like the member sitting in a chair, still shot, talking. It's revealed that Dante is a writer, and that just pricked my ears, and I went, "Oh, I'm curious how Ryder's gonna feel about this guy."
I'm happy
You
he
fan of
died
Dante,
early.
Ryder?
Okay.
Sorry, was I supposed
All right.
to say more to that, or?
No, I was just curious, being like, "Oh, he's claiming to be a writer. I'm curious how that's gonna come across."
I didn't see him
Well,
write anything,
an
so.
asterisk.
No, Ronnie and Don had more of a writing that's not really shown.
Exactly. Well, Ronnie did get his writing. His writing was shown, at least, but
I know who the kid.
Was that staged?
Uh,
My big question is, how much is real and how much is staged?
some I'll have answers potentially, some I won't. But yeah, there is a certain level of this being like directed, but not. There's a lot of reality to it. All right. A lot of the
Yes.
cast do have their own will and
I
direction.
mean, you can't go
for it,
within the last episode at the beginning, with Giles' narration stating that none of these are actors.
except for Sherry.
No, except for Sherry, yeah. With a very staged shot of her dropping that glass.
Oh, I'm so. Oh,
Did she even drop it? I can't even tell if the actress actually dropped one.
so clumsy. Maybe they
doesn't
didn't
show it.
for like safety or something.
Maybe they just cut to that like slow-mo cool shot fall.
yeah, totally not
That's-
staged.
That's something I like about this, like that Sinister brought up for Knives Out, is I really like the atmosphere that's built for this show. I like the like establishing shots and the B-roll footage of items around the house and around the manor, and the focus and everything. I think they did a good job with that. Good vibes.
I'll agree, and I think it's just from the format I was watching this on, but the fade out of like cut to commercial blacks of the first kind of establishing shot of wherever it was always seemed to be the blurriest. I don't know if I'll just blame that on necessarily the viewing condition versus what it was actually aired.
Yeah. I will bring up a, I guess, continuity error, which I would say going into this, I was expecting this to not be very well made in the aspects of like there'd be a lot of continuity or clear like reshoots of scenes and stuff, and at least I didn't find as many as I was expecting. Don't know about you guys, but I guess we'll see going through it. But there was a reshot at 2150 of Gino turning away to walk away in one shot, and then the next shot it's him doing the same thing again.
Ah,
That's a little funny.
Yeah.
I did catch some errors, but not necessarily continuity ones, I think.
So that was kind of a surprise for me. That was smooth. Until you
Yeah.
guys bring up loads, and I'm like, oh man, how did I miss all that?
Well, never know.
Let's go with Ryder.
Sure. We have Cam, who kind of organizes his team very early on with Ulysses. Those two kind of form a very strong partnership going forward. And it's funny that I guess because he has this sort of bitter rivalry with Gino for most of the show, that he initially wanted Gino in his group until he just found the information like to be lacking, even though it was true.
That B
It's not trust.
drama plot of the Gino and Cam at each other's throats the entire time.
Yeah, the alphas butting heads.
They are
Years.
the groundwork for that is here. It starts here.
Yeah.
There is a lot of behind the scenes politicking in the show. Politicking is just how I'm going to coin it. Between the cast.
Yes. What is the player on player viewpoint and what is the player on audience, TV audience viewpoint?
Yeah. I will say, in terms of, I guess, behind the scenes stuff, they were all kept in their own rooms when not recording, so they couldn't collude with each other or anything.
It's probably smart.
So pretty much their only interactions were on camera
That's good.
to keep it as authentic as possible. And I think that definitely helps.
Yes, I think so. It saves secrets or whatnot hidden off screen that wouldn't come across in like a talking thread would bring it up, but it couldn't be shown.
Yeah, or like when one scene two people are hating each other, and then the next they're all buddy because off screen they talk to each other.
They
And
made
it's
up, yeah.
all chill now. Saves all that. And I think there's some people here that really did hate each other by the end.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think Cam and Sasha would have killed each other.
Yeah. I think so. At least Sasha would have tried killing Cam without diving much more into it.
Black and yellow, you're a dead fellow. Come on.
Yeah. I never heard of that until this. But
Oh.
I'll retain it now. Let's go Sprinks.
It's usually I call these things movie moments, but this is a show, so I'm going to call them TV moments of Giles' introduction coming down the stairs and Melina's pointing like, dude, creepy guy coming down the stairs. It's playing it off in a crowded room that Melina is the most observant to find it, but I think the counter to that is she's just being the most vocal, which does seem pretty true with her.
I mean, yeah, she's, I would say, the most emotive. There's several times in the show where she just like yells when not necessarily required.
Giles just comes around a corner and she like screams.
Yeah. So she's certainly very emotive, and I do think she's consistent with that. Setting that up here, I think fits. And I guess in terms of how much reality there is here, just for some tone of it, none of the actors were really directed into doing anything. Uh, they were just kind of encouraged if they wanted to exaggerate, feel free to. So I would imagine she's
Oh
one of
yeah,
those
when
that
like when they come across the fake
exaggerated.
dead bodies, the reactions I assume are
Yeah. I mean, some of them are actual genuine reactions, though. Like uh, Dante and him running out on fire. They didn't know that. That was the first take. They didn't know what was going to happen.
Awesome.
Yeah.
They did catch on pretty quickly of like when they're all gathering for breakfast and the two people with the scared cards aren't there.
yeah.
Yeah, and they kind of play with that further going into it.
They
Yeah.
do.
Once they
Episode 4 start was pretty. It really got me on my seat.
yeah, once they were all alive at the start of episode 4, you're like, "Oh, okay. That's stuff they're changing up the formula a little bit."
Making sure it's not stale. I'll talk about, I guess, just the framework or structure of an episode being you got the murder, and then you got the splitting up into 3, in quotations, locations to investigate, to split up people so we can put out disinformation and actually make it a game and not just a solve a murder. You're also playing a game with people, which adds a layer to it. You're not
It's a
just
little
playing
like
a team
Clue.
game. Kind of.
Got to get the information in the other person's hand.
But with Clue, you kind of have to reveal stuff, unless of course you have multiple items. But that's kind of a certain scenario. This you can make up whatever you want. Adds a
Yeah.
lot more layers to it. And
Well,
I
as
think they
long
really
as you can get
encourage
everyone
those.
in your location to agree with you, you can make up whatever you want.
Yes. Uh, so I think that was a cool element. I think it's a good way to structure it. Giving them a talk time afterwards, and then doing the whole riddle segments or whatever you'd want to call them, and then giving them a final sit down with each other. I think it's very wise.
Yeah. It's a good formula for as far as like a pacing episode structure. It lulls the audience into sort of a I guess an expectation for each episode, and that way when they start subverting things later on, at least a little bit, like in this case of Dom being alive in episode 4, spoilers that he survives to that one, in is like it's a good formula for pacing.
Yeah, it gives them enough to change things up a bit, like providing more areas or less areas or new locations stuff.
Yeah.
Good building blocks. Let's go with a writer point.
Sure. I still don't understand how this first kill was committed. Um, he fired the ball through the library window
Hold
to
on.
hit.
They fired a ball.
That's what I said.
We don't know. We don't know it's a guy.
No, you said he. Yeah, so they lured Sherry to the fish tank and were set up outside the window with the slingshot.
Outside the
And
window of that living space, the living room.
Yes. Where the
Yeah.
glass pane was removed.
But that wasn't in the living room, right? Where the glass pane was removed?
I don't really know what that room would be called.
There was the grand hall, which is where the aquarium was.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And
the foyer,
door,
the entrance room, whatever you want to
across the
call it.
way.
Yeah.
yeah. It was either the library or the parlor. That was off to the left of where being shot.
Yeah, well, it would
I
like I
think
said,
was the parlor.
it would have to be that quote unquote entrance room for the kill to make sense. But I don't remember that's where the open if that was where the open window is found.
Yeah, it was by the Bible, which was,
Library.
Okay, then yeah, I do have an objective issue with the kill.
Alright.
Granted, even as they jokingly say in their detective sum ups, granted it was a great shot. That thing would have to curve really hard to hit the cheerleader in the back of the head.
Unless shot at an angle. Yeah. The direct line of sight was to the parlor, not the library.
Yeah. But the killer quote says he shot him through the library, or them through the
Yeah,
shot Sherry through the library.
because that's where the missing plane is.
Yeah. So we have an impossible kill here. I think that it can work. Like okay, let me get this close. I think a slingshot with a ball bearing to the back of your neck, pretty much where your spine meets your the rest of your neck and your torso and things like that. That would actually kill you. If it was well aimed and it was fired at full power, I think it's totally possible. I don't think they were able to convey to the audience well enough to how the kill was committed.
I mean, I feel like
If the
it's
missing
kinda
window
spelled
was
it
in the
out.
parlor, it would work.
Well, if it was in the parlor, he would be shooting her in the side of her neck. The killer would be shooting her in the side of her neck.
What's the room directly behind the aquarium?
That's
I
what
thought
I'm
that was the
thinking.
parlor.
Okay, so if I recall the geography correctly, if she's facing the aquarium, to her left is the dining hall. To her right is
Yeah.
the front door or the parlor. Behind her is the library.
Oh. See, I thought behind her was the parlor. If behind her is the library, then it lines up fine because that's where the missing pane is.
No, it's still a problem because, like I said, it still needs to curve. Because the way that the room is structured, you have a long wall that prevents the windows from getting any view to where she was standing by the aquarium. It might
The window
be the parlor
directly in
though.
front?
I'm trying to think about the geography because the parlor has like the bar set up,
Yeah,
right?
I thought there was episodes where they go to the bar setup or the billiard room kind of thing, and they just walk through the. It's not a door; it's a doorway with the drapes, and that just goes into the front entry.
Yeah, okay, it might be the parlor then.
Yeah, I know there's a window directly in front of the fish tank, and that's the one that's used to shoot. I just don't recall exactly which room that is. So I guess kind of question mark. I think it's fine, personally.
It's not, but like I said, I don't really with as far as the kill is concerned. Like I think the kill, like the ball bearing would work, but my issue is more of the, I guess the logistics that
Trajectory.
the killer, mind you, there isn't. I don't have enough for a character to grasp on for the killer to state whether this is them just being theatrical and telling the truth of how they kill. But I think we are supposed to take that everything they state as far as how they commit the murder is true.
Yes, there's a
Um,
means of kill and then a potential cover up.
Later on, I don't think there was a cover up in the first one anyway. But
This one is the live wire.
yeah, oh yeah, right.
Oh, you mean the
So
misdirect? Yeah.
yeah, there is a misdirect with each one. You're right. But yeah, I don't think the kill is feasible with this one. Just by the way the logistics were described.
I think I'm in agreement. Yeah. If the window in the library was in the far back of the room, opposed to where they're reading from the book to see the numbers, I think there's a more believability in that because later on in the last episode, we see that the desk where that book was that they read off of, the right side has a door that does not lead to the entryway, unless that was supposedly just covered up to be like a side room.
I don't know. That side of the building is just a little confusing to me because in my mind, I picture it as the library, the parlor, and the dining room. I view them all in that like
Yeah.
area. And I know they did a video with Giles giving a tour of the manor, but I don't
That would have been
remember
helpful.
Yeah.
remember the layout. But yeah, there was a two-part video of them doing that. Alright.
Well, I'm sure there's probably I'm guessing there's a detail that we're missing, so it's not questioned by the contestants of how it's feasible because then no one could have guessed it correctly.
Oh, the fact that there was suddenly an open window panel that nobody could see. It's a bit of an issue, but I am
Well,
just going to
just
chalk
behind
it
the
up to
curtain.
reality television.
The open window was behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Ronnie had to move the curtain over to see it. Yeah, it was Ronnie, I think.
You know what? Could have been a trained monkey.
It could have been.
Yeah, well, I'll get to that one. Jesus Christ. At that point, I mean, I guess was at that point, I'm like, all right, Ronnie's just committing suicide. Okay, that's pretty much what I accepted.
that
that
was
was
baffling.
wild.
I was as baffled as Dana in this episode when Dante said she drowned.
Poor Dante, man.
I was like, what?
I don't know where
That
he got
evidence,
it.
and you think she drowned?
They didn't coordinate their lies. That's on them.
I mean, I
Well,
feel
not
like
just
the
like
electrocution's
posing as
more
a lie.
believable.
In his accusation, he said she drowned. He went with that as a belief. Which then gave me the idea of what this game is, and the worst detective amongst them is the one to get killed off.
Yeah.
Not
Which-
necessarily who's getting closer to the killer.
And funny enough, I think that's why Lindsay survived the entire show, because she just happened to pitch upon who the killer was.
She's shooting around with her eyes closed and just hoping to land somewhere.
Yeah.
She's got that detective gut feeling. All right.
Oh, that's what emits her laugh?
Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
Okay, let's not make fun of her laugh. It's not that bad. I've heard far
No,
worse.
it's not.
But it's funny within the context of the show when she's laughing really awkwardly and the situation has no call for it whatsoever.
No, they use it as a ploy. She's laughing like a crazy person.
Did you guys read the Twitter pop-ups? Because I found that kind of interesting because
I did.
I read
it's kind of worded like the killer is posting it.
It is.
I didn't read them at first, so I missed like the first 4 episodes or so of them, and mostly that was because I treated it as this is just a recording of a live television show. So those were just advertisements that popped up like that randomly pop up sometimes during shows. And then obviously I noticed like Whodunnit Killer like on the 3rd or 4th episode. I'm like, oh, these are like show related stuff. And it led me.
Were those live released?
What do you mean?
Like in time when the show's being aired, and that part would pop up probably in post done, because that episode would have been finished to be aired on ABC. When they appear before a commercial break or right after, and those blurbs pop up, were they then publicly posted on an account for people to actually respond to while the episode was going? Because up to a point where it's just like they thought it was this, this, and this, or who do you think I am? If those were all like at the end, then you'd have like an account with 4 posts all together at the end of an episode versus in like 10-minute increments.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I would
I
believe it if that were true. I've
When did you
famously
think
some
it's
of the Sherlock BBC stuff, they posted stuff live with their show.
I'd believe it, but I didn't find anything.
Yeah, I don't have any proof of that, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was true.
Yeah, I didn't want to do any research in case I spoiled myself on anything, so I did not look into past Twitter accounts to see if those were real.
Yeah,
I think this is like the second most research I've done on the podcast for something. First being the Pixar tier list where I had to watch movies because I considered that research. This, I spent like 2 hours researching stuff. I think I absorbed most content I could.
The last episode does help with kind of how their outreach went.
Thousands of people.
I might have laughed as like some of you actually believe we were killing people.
Yeah, that was
I'm like, you know what?
Totally believable.
Totally believable.
I remember that being a thing. Yeah, when this came out.
I'm just like, man, that's the human race for you.
Hey, some of the people that worked on The Walking Dead's makeup worked on this. All right, so it's pretty believable.
Nice.
Cool.
Some people finish watching Hunger Games and go, Wow, all those kids.
Yeah,
That's
it's
true.
gone. How are they showing up at the red carpet? I don't know.
They have clones or something, man.
Uh, so we're pretty much in the 25-minute mark. So is there a point one of you feels strongly about to throw out
Um, well, do you have? Are you going to ask a question at the end of each episode now?
there? Yeah. I mean, that'll
Okay,
be my format.
then I'll save that point for that question. Um, skimming.
I'll do mine real quick while you're skimming. I think I'll touch on it. Crimson. I think they did a good job setting up the atmosphere of the show. Um, just the vibe of all of them being stuck in a mansion together with a killer. It's a very fun concept to play with. And I quite enjoyed uh, the I guess how the cast interacted with each other, the people on the show.
Mm.
For now,
Good add-in. Lesson I have is I really like the fixed camera shot angle of the retelling of Sherry's death of when she's coming down the stairs and the camera's like I'm going to guess attached at her mid waist,
oh, kind of like
so it's
GoProing
fixed on
ish,
her.
sort of. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good shot.
Yeah. Decent slow mo when she dies as well, when like her face is cracked against the fish tank and she falls backwards instead
Oh,
of slumping
glad you
forwards.
like
So,
it because they'll show you 50 times.
oh yeah.
Well, a lot of the deaths in this get reiterated. Uh, yeah, I guess my final piece on it is just, and it's kind of an overarching thing, is just I think the kills are very well crafted with pot- potentials. Like, not just that this had like the electricity involved, but also it was next to a staircase, so she could have been chucked off or pushed off, kind of like what Adriana was saying. And there was the glass in the forehead, so there was a lot of potentials. Like, oh, did someone shove her face into it? There's the bullet or the pellet. So I think they did a good job with options. And it's not just super easy to deduce.
Uh, yeah, half agree. I'll half agree with that. uh, for you reminded me. She doesn't have the glasses in her forehead when she's falling, when she would have theoretically after hitting the glass.
Well, as the
Oh
tank
yeah,
fell on her
yeah.
and impaled her on the ground.
Oh, is that what happened?
Could be with how the makeup's played on it, but it would have hit like her lower half of her
Yeah,
body.
it would hit her legs.
So
The water
yeah.
could have propelled some of it to her
Okay,
face.
all right.
I don't know if it would have been hard enough to stick
There,
it in
there,
her
Crimson.
face.
It's all right.
I forget who says it, but I do like the little like line add in of when she's being electrocuted on the ground. It's like the cheerleader still cheering on in her death.
Oh yeah,
Or something.
I think that was
Giles is
Ronnie.
fantastic.
I think Ronnie said that one actually. Maybe it was Giles. I don't know. But yeah,
That sounds
that
like a
was a good
Giles thing
line.
to say.
And then Don's like, live wire, Mr. Coach. Yeah.
Yeah, Coach.
All
He's
right.
got that football.
End of episode 1, and I'll ask the question. So, I posed to both of you to kind of give me a guess on who the killer is by the end of each episode. Ryder was already ahead of me before I asked. So,
By the time
Ryder,
you
did you
asked, he was 3 episodes in.
3 episodes in? Ryder, did you go through with it past that, or did you
I
not
did.
go?
I went through with it past episode. I can maybe guess at my thought. I think my first thought was Adriana. In episode 1, and I think it's just because she was inventing stories, like based off
She
of
was
like
also a nosy priss.
yeah, but like she was just inventing the story like without necessarily having the evidence to invent the story. I'm like, all right, that's a bit much. But I didn't really have much to go on because I'll talk about that I guess a little bit later on. But I think the show got better as it went along. I think I had a lot of issues with the first few episodes.
Is the murder weapon?
Yeah.
All right, Springs.
Well, I didn't fully understand the game of the show fully, and I thought, especially going through a whole season of murder mysteries, that you'd need a motive as to why someone's being killed. And that's where my mind went. So I'm like, who has the most motive to kill Sherry? And my mind went to Chris. Being Chris, the beauty queen, had to take out the cheerleader, and for the sake of her being the seek of attention. So all eyes are on her, of her beauty. And they play off a line talking with Dawn that Chris's dad was a cop. So I feel like she has background intelligence of some sort in that aid. Also, uh, Giles's little verb of talking to everyone about uh, uh, Sherry's death, saying, "Do you really think a cheerleader was going to become a worthy adversary?" Seemed to be talking down to a cheerleader. I figured the beauty queen would go with that. And also, queens are trained, groomed, and prepared to give false statements onto a crowd of believability for them to be rooted and win. And I figured that would be just in the blood of training for Chris then to be played with. So my eyes were solely on her. The one I think the person I thought was the safest out of the group was Ulysses, because I thought he was kind of going with that TV main lead, the male lead kind of look of like rooting for him, and then the female main lead. I think in episode 1 I thought it was Melina. Um, yes, so I thought they were pretty safe, and then I like Dawn as the character the most, so I wanted him stayed alive.
Let's see how far it goes. All right. Obviously, I'd seen it before, so I couldn't really play along with this little bit. I don't remember. It was only like 12 years ago. All right, on to episode 2. I believe I started with Sprinks on episode 1, so we'll go with a writer.
It's Firestarter.
Episode wasn't called Dante's Inferno. 0 out of 10. They total missed opportunity. Hated it. I do. All right. I speaking to the person Dom. I like that he's kind of the group unifier. Like he's the
People
team.
seem to trust him.
Yeah. So like what I'm saying, like the team lines are still muddy. For pretty much until Dom passes away, because I think Dom had an ability to kind of keep the group somewhat unified.
Yeah, the beginning of episode 4 really shows off how the rest of the contestants feel about Dom.
Yeah, but they still, he still helped to keep the group somewhat unified. Because then after he's gone, they just really start going their they really like stick to their teams.
Yeah.
That being said, I guess I just appreciate, because he got quote unquote the scare card the previous night. I like that he's the one that's kind of leading the charge at the start of the episode. It seems right for the person that who he is.
Well, yeah, he's actually a cop.
Yeah,
Ex-cop, and he's very disappointed in how poorly he performed. So he wanted to better himself. And yeah, I agree with everything you said about him. Let's go with a Springs point.
A bit of the puzzle I didn't quite understand, and maybe it was in the retelling, but I missed the detail. Why was the lock on the exterior door to the pool removed?
There was nothing stated on it.
Okay.
There was no connection with the murder, so it might have just been like a faulty building thing, or could be a misdirect, but they didn't really address it other than just Adriana seeing it.
Okay. All I could think of was so like the doors would have been easily opened in case they were shut, and he didn't like burn inside. But I just feel like they would have staged so the doors were open anyhow during the fire alarm.
So, yeah, it's not a reference back. It's just something that Adriana observed. So.
Okay.
And what was Sasha was kind of getting annoyed by her by observing things that aren't relevant. In that case, that one wasn't relevant, but it is kind of an oddball thing to be there.
Yeah, I think Adriana's fault was not making friends.
I don't even know if it's really her fault. I feel like everyone just shunned her right out the gate. Kind of feel
I think
bad
she was
for
being
her.
too nosy.
Well, that was because they already formed their groups.
Yeah, and then Chris weasels herself into Cam's group later.
I mean, well, he kind of pulled her in though, because
Cam is responsible for pulling Chris into his group. That's on him.
she didn't approach him. Nor Lindsay. He approached Lindsay. Let's go with Ryder.
Sure. I think, as far as the kill for this episode, I actually had no issues with this one. The only potential issue I had was the socks generating static, but I can write that off as like the killer just lying through his teeth, because we see what can cause the electric shock by the riddles being solved. It was
They
enough.
also said special socks.
Yeah.
So they could be very kinetic.
Yeah, that's true, but unless the socks are made of fucking aluminum or something to that effect, I'm not going to buy into that very easily. Because yes, socks
Steel
can.
wool.
Yeah, because yes, socks can generate electricity, but not enough to cause that.
That's why they're special.
Well, maybe it was also just a special door handle.
Well, I mean, like I said, it's rigged with electricity, according to like the riddle that they solve. It shows that electricity can be rigged to the door handle and cause the fire. I was totally fine with that as
What
the
they should have
explanation.
done with how the burn marks were on the handle and not just on the clothes, because the clothes igniting wouldn't cause such an explosion. The benzene fluid should have also been on the door handle.
Well, no, benzene is very flammable.
Would have been on his hands.
Yeah, the benzene is very flammable. I guess, okay, I see now that I'm thinking about it, there are
It
issues
is, but
with
for the burn marks on the wall,
Yeah, no, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's fair. That's I guess one of the issues I do have with it now is that benzene smells.
They did state that it was odorless.
then it's not benzene.
Then it's
I don't
not
know. I haven't
benzene.
smelled benzene lately, but
in this universe, it is, I guess. I mean,
Oh, so this is
this universe of a reality show.
we covered in Sherlock that they stated it was odorless, it was fine. So I don't see why it's not applicable here.
Okay, so the difference between Sherlock and this is Sherlock is a fantasy show about a made-up character. This is a reality show masquerading as a game show. So theoretically,
believability.
I mean, it could be an altered chemical. Who knows?
That could be.
Then you know what? The easy way to fix this is just have the killer explain that he had an altered form of benzene. They absolutely could have fixed that as a problem, but they didn't. So it's still a problem.
Perhaps. Springs.
This will probably just be a highlight that I have for every episode. The makeup department is phenomenal. They look really good. Of all the kill marks.
Yeah, I will second that, and I also want to give props to the stunt department for this one, because it takes a lot to be on fire for longer than a 5-second stretch. I think the record was done by in House of the Dragon, where people were on fire for like close to 10 seconds or 15 seconds. But I don't imagine it was all in one take, going down the stairs and then running through the mansion and stuff like that.
No.
But I do appreciate the length of time that they were on fire for, from 4 seconds
Their
to 5
bedroom
seconds.
all the way down
Yeah,
to the pool.
he
Yeah.
was not on fire for that entire time. The stunt people were not. But I mean, like when they filmed those stunt bits, they definitely worked out. I can guess the order that which they filmed it too would be the like him running around the corner to surprise everybody to get everyone's genuine reaction, and they went back and refilmed like him running down the stairs and him tripping between the two curtains.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell, and I found it in my research. That was the stunt woman playing Dante because they didn't have a stunt man that was as scrawny and small as he was.
It's small. Yeah.
Good for her. Good
So
job.
she shaved her head just for that role right there.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's some
Dedication.
Listen,
Yeah.
I always appreciate the commitment that people in the stunt field make. They don't get enough appreciation. It's really hard to do like just the dead drop body, like just falling to the ground and like committing to it. It's really nice. They appreciated it.
Yeah. A lot of those morgue scenes have to commit to being dead.
I think they do a pretty decent job. I mean, there's a couple parts where you see someone like grinning.
I got a couple timestamps, but yeah.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
for the most part, because I mean they're enjoying themselves. They're dead and they get to play dead. But yeah, so I can agree with that. There's a couple parts where it's obvious that it's just the person that's
Yeah,
there.
I forget what episode it was. I think it was episode like 7 or whatever, the party crasher one, where I think it was Melina and Chris, I think, were in the morgue, and there was a really like a kind of like innuendo shot of the morgue of what they were doing.
Peeking under the
Yeah.
Looking at my episode 2 notes here real quick. I literally wrote down, it is in this episode I noticed the tweets at the bottom are from the killer.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
So good job, past me. You saved me from being a bigger idiot than I thought.
Congratulations.
Yeah, looking at mine, I forgot I wrote down. Adrena feels like the character who contacts the bad guy in a scene of aid onto them to spare herself.
Adriana. Yes.
I'm just gonna shrug and say,
I
all
got
right.
them for you. Can I be spared?
Yeah. Like I said, I kind of felt bad for her because she felt like she was dealt a bad hand right out the gate.
Difference between you and I.
I mean, I agree she was annoying, but that's because she was already shunned right out the gate.
You know what? I liked the ending of this episode. Hell, I loved it.
Yeah. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, she got blown up
In a spectacular fashion.
Adrena went sky high, and I went good riddance. I was finding her very annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing. She's probably the most annoying character. Second would be at moments, Cam. My gosh.
Yeah, I can see that.
That
He's
moment.
so.
Full of
Yeah, I guess
arrogant.
that's a good way to put it.
So arrogant.
Airhead.
No, he's not
Oh,
airheaded. He's arrogant.
Oh,
Airheaded
that's
kind
not the
of
word I'm looking
yeah.
for.
Airheaded
The-
kind of implies a kind of stupidity. I think
Hothead
he's
is what you're
yeah.
going.
Hot-headed. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I meant like a
Hot-headed,
big head.
arrogant. Yeah, full of himself. All of that definitely applicable to him.
Especially the part where Chris is trying to answer and he keeps cutting into her. I think in episode 5.
Chris.
Yeah, Chris and Cam are sitting on a bench, and I forget, someone comes over asking for like help,
Oh,
and Chris is about to speak, and Cam like just starts ranting, and then he stops, and then Chris tries to go again, and he keeps going, and it just keeps interrupting Chris.
yeah, because he doesn't want her to reveal anything. Yeah. Well, yeah, he tries to take the leader role. I think he succeeds in that.
How do you guys feel about Gino in this episode confusing Saint Agatha to himself?
He lied too bad. He lied too hard. That's
Yeah,
how I would
he
take
lied
it.
so much he couldn't remember his own memory.
He fooled himself more than anyone else, really. Did anyone give his false title in their confession? I think they all eventually
I
got Agatha.
can't recall.
I think they
Maybe
all got
Adrena did.
it. Why do you say her name like
Oh, Adrena. Adriana. I don't know why
Yeah.
I'm saying it.
that? Yeah, maybe. I don't remember what she said. But yeah, and kind of like what I said in the first one, the locations I think were good because the swimming pool, there's only so much you can do, and I do like the detail of the fabric in the pool. It's not just the socks and the necklace, but there's the little bits of burned up clothing that is actually relevant information of being different pajamas.
Mm-hmm.
Because if
So
there weren't people
Cam is
polluting with
rewarded
each other,
for doing something "quote unquote" disgusting and diving into a pool where there was a body only hours beforehand.
Yeah.
yes,
Was it revealed somewhere that I missed that someone stated Dante didn't know how to swim?
someone did say that, and was it?
Because it's brought up in this episode, but I don't
I think it
remember
was
it being brought up
Adriana.
previously.
I
Because Adriana or gosh,
I
why
th-
am I blanking on it?
the only time where Dante would have said it is probably either around the pool or when everybody was introducing themselves and intermingling for that first time. I don't remember
Yeah.
it, but I
Or bringing up Sherry drowned and he goes, "Well, I would have drowned. I can't swim," or something like that. But I don't remember that.
I mean, it could have been like a cutting room floor thing. I'm sure there's a
Oh, could have
lot
been.
of unused footage. I would imagine.
Could have been.
But yeah, I don't think that is actually stated in the episode of him saying that. It's just someone said that about him.
Also, another TV moment of the before the cut to black for a commercial break, just zooming in on Dana's face, just being like, "I will kill him if he doesn't tell me."
I forgot about that.
I'm like, all right.
Whatever you say, Dana.
Was that this
Yeah,
one with Ulysses not telling?
yeah. Ulysses
Yeah,
outside.
yeah, she was furious.
That is in this one because the only reason I remember that is because there were 4 people sitting at the table because Chris and Cam pretty much found the riddle solving part, and they
Yeah, and then
included
Sasha, Adriana, Dana, and Melina are all trying to break him up to get info.
Yep.
Let's go with writer.
Sure. I liked the dramatics for the riddle on this one, where he just comes out and just spreads it. Giles just spreads like a big flag with with the riddle on it and just reads it out loud. One thing I did get annoyed with going, not necessarily with this riddle one, but in the future ones where players start reading their riddles out loud when they're
Yeah, there's a couple instances that they shouldn't be doing that, but it's just so the audience can hear.
no, yeah, it's just for
But
the
I
audience.
I wish they would have like had one person do it, and then so the audience can play like, what's it say? What are they doing? And then give it to someone else who then arrives to read.
Which is really weird because the show's format already has a way to demonstrate this, because in a future episode Cam literally holds up the map that he used to solve it to show the audience. They could have done that for parts where they needed to read like
Well,
next steps of the riddle out sometimes.
Yes, okay. I was gonna say I think they also need audio of it being stated and not just visual of what's written
Yeah. No, like I
onto the
said,
lines. But I feel like maybe there's a ruling to it that whoever gets there first has to read, because it kind of plays off that way in the show.
maybe. Not a big issue. Just blurring the
Well,
lines between reality and
yeah,
game.
I have
So.
a bit of a nitpick with it later on.
Oh yeah,
when
it's an
someone
issue.
does it,
It's
but
an issue later on when someone does it because it's such a small group at that point.
Well,
yeah,
they might have like an honor roll thing.
with what Cam does later on, I don't think so.
Man, they needed to state that in the show.
Well, I guess remember that Springsteen. I don't know exactly which thing you're
Okay.
referring to.
I think what they have is you can't touch someone else's riddle stuff, but you can definitely look at it.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can act on it without yourself getting to it. That's kind of what I'm going at. Because yeah, there are people that peek and cheat for early info, but I don't know if they're allowed to act on it without solving their own thing first.
I don't know. Because there's a lot of times where everyone's running around the house and they don't go to get the next clue. They just turn around and go with the person leading one direction.
Yeah, when
Like
usually
Melina follows around Dom and Ronnie. Like that's
Yeah.
yeah, Sasha follows Lindsay at one point.
I forget who goes up to the attic, but they don't like go to where that person was. They just follow the person to the attic.
Yeah, that's true.
So if that's allowed, then I feel like it's allowed.
Probably. I didn't find anything on that. Let's go with Sprinks. Probably your final point for the act.
Ooh, man,
Or
my
episode.
final point. Yeah, my final point to still keep my little thing about the last question you're gonna ask. I think it's interesting for us watching a reality show and what we do here on the podcast of breaking things down that Dana calls Ulysses a bad actor. I went, how
Yeah.
fascinating.
that
That-
might have made.
How am I going to break this down?
That made me laugh. I do like that Ulysses looks guilty, but he feels a little bit bad for screwing Dana over. But
Yeah, but he's doing it for the team.
yeah,
Oh, he's doing it
exactly.
for himself.
Yeah.
He's doing it for
I
his
also
team.
like that he's on morgue crew. Like he's the morgue guy and Cam is the crime scene guy.
Yeah.
My last quick point is just of Giles bringing out the pig head and lighting it on fire. Such a quirky butler.
Oh, everything's a joke for the event going on, whatever the theme is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like Giles with that. Whether or not, like we said, it's him or the killer giving him stuff to say, it's still a fun thing to keep going through each episode. I think this is the first episode where Melina gets like super emotional during the like table.
Yeah, she's
meetings.
crying over the retelling of Dante's death.
She's bawling. She's losing it, and it's not the first time she will either.
No, this really sold me though that Melina is that character that the audience roots for. Like she has the
Yeah, she-
emotional tie-in thing.
She could have been a fan favorite. I don't really know, but I could see her being set up that way. Yeah, and I guess I'll bring it up that the revealing of the cards. I think they do a good job spacing them out because obviously either the last person or the second to last person's probably going to have the scared
Scared card.
But I think in general they do a good job picking the order of the people to reveal.
I
For
agree.
the maximum amount of intrigue for whatever's
And
happening
tension.
in that episode.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think with your cut content, you brought up Crimson of like how much wasn't shown. I think they had a talking head segment for each of those people because before the like cut to commercial break part, it would give a talking head of that person and like their feelings before revealing the card.
Yeah, but potentially because the way because I mentioned how they filmed it in three days each episode. Day one was typically pretty much finding the body, doing the games, and all that stuff. Day two is the talking head segments, and day three is kind of the recoup, the day for the production people to set up for the next episode and to film the murdered person's death in the manor while everybody else isn't at the manor. They don't actually sleep at the manor unless they are the two scared people. Then they stay the night. Everyone else goes off site to a hotel for the night.
Interesting.
Well, it explains how the killer can get around with making a shit ton of noise and nobody notices.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much the production schedule they laid out. All right. I guess that's it for episode 2. Let's jump to the theories. Ryder went first last time, so might as well do it again.
All right. This is. I actually don't remember what I had for this one. I would guess probably. It
The
might.
last episode, you said you thought it was Adriana, but now she dies at the end of this one.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, that was, again, I didn't write it down. I think I was suspicious of Adriana, but I didn't like really think that she was the killer, quote unquote. I had a bit of a distinction, I guess, I needed to make with that. I don't really remember who I pitched upon in this episode, who I found to be particularly suspicious. It might have been Ulysses for betraying, or quote unquote betraying Dana, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna be a kind of a mystery box, I guess, until we get to parts where I wrote it down.
That's fine. You didn't have the mindset going into it. Sprix, yeah.
All right, a bit crazy. Still think it's Chris, because this episode plays with Chris not sharing a lot of information. She's very observant in groups. With Cam's group at the table, she's just listening in, and then in the parlor on the couch, I think it's Ronnie and Melina, maybe, or maybe I'm thinking of something else. But she's just sitting like listening in on things, and the camera is not showing her face. It's lined up where like strands of her hair on the side profile is covering her facial features, so you can't see the reaction of how she's reacting to what's being said. And I thought that was very suspicious to like mask how she looks.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how you make that connection because they didn't know she was the killer, the production crew. So I guess that might actually just be coincidence, but it does go in
Possibly.
line with your theory.
Yes. Well, this isn't 1 week at a time. This was all filmed before airing, I presume. So they took all their B-roll footage that they had probably at the end to then edit together a structure of episode.
Yeah.
So by the time episode 1 came out, everything was already filmed and they knew who the killer was. So I feel like that could have been in the editing process.
Yeah, could have been. And
Oh,
I'm
well,
just
that's
thinking,
good.
well, it's in like a floss spot. Like you can't even see it. It's in that
Oh, okay.
area.
Now recording.
Greg!
Okay. Audio checks. Crimson, go.
Check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Not reaching the yellows anymore, but okay. Let's see how you sound in stream.
3, 1, 2.
I have a
You
slight
are,
suspicion that Crimson's currently eating.
yeah. Unshockingly, you are
And
quiet
what?
as fuck somehow. Fiddle with
That
your
you're
mic.
eating. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. That's why I keep muting. But now that we're recording, I'm just going to do my slider thing where I get quieter.
Okay, well, we're waiting on that.
Well, he did a slider
No,
thing,
no.
so now he's... Yeah, now you can't hear anything.
Yeah, no.
All right, audio check 1, 2, 3. Audio check 1, 2, 3.
Sounds good to me.
Hear anything?
Yep, coming through fine for stream as well.
Splendid. I have not moved since last, so...
Geeky Rider, 1, 2, 3. Pop, pop, pop. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I am also super fucking quiet, so I'm gonna unplug and replug my mic.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm currently eating Ryder's favorite pizza.
Oh, gross.
Geeky Rider, 1, 2, 3. Pop, pop, pop. 1, 2, 3. Geeky Rider. Oh,
So we didn't hear it.
infinitely better.
That is...
Okay.
Yeah, much clearer.
Yeah, infinitely better on
Definitely.
stream too. Crimson, go again.
Mic check 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Crimson.
Mic check. 1, 2.
Better, not great, but I think we can work with that. All right.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, a second
Same.
mic check is making me think you did something.
I unplugged everything. 1, 2, 3. So I guess I didn't change anything if that's your reaction.
No,
I'm not looking at
nothing on
the
my
decimal
end
level.
anyway.
Yeah.
Oh well. All right. You guys are ready for episode 3?
Oh, as ready as I can be, I think.
I'm curious
Trying
how
to-
much I've forgotten in these.
Gonna
few
try to
hours.
retain information. Because I did a little bit of fact checking while you were gone.
Fact checking.
Kind of.
With what I've said or stuff you've.
There's one thing you said where you were half correct.
And what would that be?
Giles did not voice Alfred in Gotham Knight or Arkham Knight. He voiced it in Gotham Knights.
Gotham Knights. Okay. All right. And if you're all set, then I'll cue us into the next.
Yes, I'm good.
You're not gonna hear that, right? Are you good?
You heard that.
I'm like,
You're
you're already
fine.
quiet. You're whispering.
I'm more worried about the stream not picking up his audio, not me. I can hear you clear
Uh-oh.
enough to have a conversation. The stream audio is not picking you up.
All right. Well, then are we good then or not good?
You're quieter, but I can't really do anything about it on my end because it's not a my end thing.
All right, then we'll just go. On to episode 3. And I know I started with the writer last, so let's go with Springs.
Kaboom! That's the name of the episode. Let's see here. Yeah, I was questioning who's taking the bodies to the morgue. They just wind up there.
Oh, the maids, obviously.
Probably the maids. Yeah.
The maids, Beatrice and
Sophie and Beatrice, yeah.
Okay.
They're doctors in their
Because-
off time, I guess. I don't know.
Is it episode? It's one of the episodes coming up, but there's one where it is a continuity error with the bodies.
When they're like, let's go to the morgue to find the bodies, and the bodies aren't in the morgue yet.
Yes, and the bodies beat them to the morgue. So that was just a over question I had. But just kind of more of a statement that I noticed, which isn't a continuity break, but of the last night where everyone was gifted matching pajamas, which kind of aided into Dante being picked that something was up. Giles also said like, "Oh, you also get another pair of pajamas," and I'm guessing that's more of a said joke on his line because in the morning no one's wearing matching pajamas.
Classic Giles joke. Yeah, that's how I would have taken it.
Okay.
All right, writer, you can go.
All right, episode 3. Did they? Because the body was so close to the explosion or whatever, did they literally quarantine like one section off from the other? Because it looks like they did. Like they put up a fence between where the broken golf cart was to like where her body was
yes.
hanging from the tree.
Yes, the crime scene and the quote unquote
Put up the team.
morgue area of this one are separate locations.
Okay. It was a little weird, but sure.
You know, lucky that she was in one piece. You know, very
That's
nice of them not to chop her
true.
up.
Yeah. I mean, stunt coordinator had to shave her head. You think this one's? You think
Want to
she's
lose a few
gonna
fingers?
lose a leg?
That's some dedication. But yeah, I mean, this goes on with what we were talking about, like the makeup. It's been pretty consistently solid, I would say. The like burn marks on the hands are a little like but other than that, pretty solid.
Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
sorry, I do have a bit
oh,
of a point. I forgot to mention, Giles has an ankle bracelet that does not let him leave the property. This will become relevant
yes.
later.
You don't say.
I think I might be picking up what you're putting down.
Thinks you were going to bring up something?
Yeah, just a weird thing I noticed during the there's a crime scene location with Ronnie, and he goes to the camera to see like it was recorded. When he pulls down the camera, his left hand's covered in blood, and I don't know why.
I saw that too. I don't really know unless there was blood on some of the stuff he was touching on the cart. But we're not explicitly shown him doing that, but that's what I would assume.
Maybe they didn't expect him to just like rip down a wooden pole, and he didn't. Him doing that cut his hand because
Cut himself?
yeah. I have no idea.
Maybe.
I mean, it looked like fake blood. I think it's just from the car, the go-kart.
Oh yeah, she was blasted into bits. Don't you see?
Yeah.
Up and away whip.
Sure.
Oh, she went up and away. Writer.
Giles. I guess I enjoy him being a bit on the dramatic side, but him running up to everybody sitting upstairs with the bomb, the fake bomb, was amusing, but I'm left wondering as to like the level of Giles's commitment to this as a character in this scenario.
He must be getting paid handsomely.
Yeah. I wish the bomb didn't have such a visible line
Splitting
seam
it.
on it. Yeah. To really
Like
show
a
that it's like
in it.
plastic.
Yeah. Oh well. Maybe next time they can afford a metal one that actually works.
Maybe.
Kind of cool. Season 2 coming 2020 30.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Get a bomb designed by the guy who made the puzzle box in Glass Onion.
Yeah. Sure, Ryder would love that.
Oh, I think the design was fine. I just hate the writer.
Yeah. Never would have taken that away from.
There we go. Snuck it in. Well, RJ in here.
Springs.
Sasha points out after the bomb goes off and they get their golf balls, and it's kind of split into two groups. Sasha says she thinks Ronnie is the smartest person in like amongst everyone. Just curious if you guys thought he was playing it smart.
In this moment or in a general sense?
Like in a general sense, like Sasha just seems to like make a blatant statement that Ronnie's the smartest member.
Ronnie has very good instincts, but I would have said he's one of the smartest players up until the whole monkey see monkey do bit. That like if his intelligence was like a 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 comparatively, that dropped him down to a solid 5 by itself.
I can see why someone would take that away. I think Cam is, but I could see why someone would think Ronnie.
Yeah, I think Ronnie has really good instincts. I wouldn't say he's the smartest person here. It's hard to dispute Cam, even if you don't like him. He is clearly very good at what he does.
I agree.
Who do you think was the least intelligent?
Can I say Sherry?
No.
Okay.
Dante.
Oh yeah, does Dante work? She drowned.
I mean, yeah, that would have been my answer because we don't get a lot of him really to bolster his intelligence after that.
I don't get much out of Dana. I don't know if I can really judge Dana's
Just a sign, I
lack of
think.
intelligence. I think it's very middle of the road then.
Yeah, I'd say she's middle of the pack. Dana.
Maybe Lindsay. Lindsay seems very much like gets information from other people than coming up with it on herself.
That's
luck-based.
but that's a skill in of itself as far as intelligence goes. So I can't really fault Lindsay for being able to do that. But that's for me is a step above Dante and a step above probably Dana.
Ulysses has always been a weird one for me because
Ulysses might be there with Dana.
he never stood out to me as anything particularly smart, but he is part of the elite team.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's good at putting things together when he has all the information. I'm just not sure about his sleuthing skills. Like, I don't remember him
really
finding something specific. Outside of when Ronnie found, like, the chest in the first episode, and the Ulysses happened to be there, so he relayed the information to Cam.
Yeah, he's kind of just a puppet.
He's a solid puppet. He's a good henchman, but
Yeah, he's gonna have a good sacrifice if needed.
Well,
If needed.
arguably that's what happens.
Springs.
there was a bit of bad ADR work on Giles relaying how the bomb's going to go off.
Yeah, it wasn't as polished as everything else has been.
I didn't. I think it was interesting with having Ronnie, Gino, and Cam all investigating the bomb site together, because arguably those are probably the three most. I don't know if intelligence is the right word, but they're clearly like the most adept at this.
Headstrong.
Yeah. But it's interesting to see them like actually work together. Like when they're actually digging up evidence and stuff, at least for right now, they're actually working as a team. Like willingly showing each other stuff, and obviously, Ronnie pulling down the camera would invite the others to look at it as well. Like I said, the competition in a more vitriolic sense hasn't set in yet.
This is true, and it certainly will at some point. Yeah, I do like how this one takes us outside the manor. Get a different location. Obviously, the morgue is not in the morgue, and this one is in a tree. The clues revolving the morgue on this one is kind of on I think the weaker side of all the morgues, because she just has the clicker, and then what's that?
Where the deepest burn mark is.
Burn, I guess, but to me, it didn't even look like that obvious. The burn thing. I didn't know if that was a real hint or not. But, I don't know. It kind of seemed like one of the weakest ones
for the morgue, probably.
Yeah.
That being said, I actually
Yeah.
don't think I have many complaints about this kill. Everything makes a sort of logical sense. I could probably argue that's not where the body would end up, but that's just semantics.
Yeah, I did write how the killer knows she was going to get into the golf cart, and then we see the message pop up to go there, and then the doors are locked to direct her in that direction. So I think they did a good job explaining why she would do that kind of action, because it kind of just stands out as why would you do that?
Yeah.
Good job covering their bases on that. Let's go with the Springs again.
Let's see. I was rooting for Don because I don't know, I just thought he was like my favorite of the contestants, and when everyone's running around outside and he's lost inside the house, I was feeling a bit upset for the guy.
Yeah, me too.
In the riddle.
Well, especially since they told him to follow them.
Yeah.
Like, not something he probably wanted to do, just someone had to do it, and they sent the old guy to do it.
Yeah. Also, being that Ronnie got the clue of this was the attic one. I've seen the videotape.
Yes.
I feel like it's lost on Ronnie for being in the crime scene because I feel like it's information he already pretty much knows.
Well, he didn't know. He knew the clicker existed, but he didn't know if that detonated the bomb. Now he knows that the clicker that she had was not the triggering device. It was the one up in the attic. Because yeah, he did know there was surveillance. He did know there was a clicker, but he didn't know there was another clicker that was the actual detonator.
Kind of.
Yeah.
And that's a clue that a couple people missed out on because money didn't divulge it. And that's something I like that they introduced here was only one person getting a clue definitively.
I do
And
like that he.
totally up to them on how it's dispersed.
Yeah, this is the one where he and Gino are outside first, and they draw it all on the ground and figure it out, and then they invite the rest of the team out. Right?
Yes.
That
Yes.
sounds
Yes.
right.
Where they're trying to read the lips and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
people were trying to peek out the windows.
And this was the episode. I guess I'll say that for the end because I guess that's an end question.
End of the pod or the end of the episode?
End of the episode.
I mean, this is episode 3, so
Is it going towards like your theory thing, right? Or
No, no. It's just it's an end of the episode related question, pretty much to what you guys ask, what you ask each time, Crimson.
oh, okay.
Okay.
So obviously with a lot of the deaths, it's kind of like exaggerated in what some of the characters do to get into the scenarios they're in. Like Don's the one person who would go up and cook his steak, right?
What, Donna wouldn't?
I guess not, because she didn't do it.
She's like, "Oh, Ulysses is gonna share his with me." Is what she said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a little on the convenient side. Obviously, it's tailored that way because we need Don to be the one to do it. But they could have had all the other steaks normal, and his is the one that's all bloodied, and that would be more of a reason to cook it, and no one else potentially wanted to do it. In a realistic sense, like I said, obviously there's some sort of tailoring going on, but that's a change I probably would have implemented personally.
Yes. I think it was this one where I realized the problem, or quote unquote the problem, is the Don giving an interview like about wanting to go cook his steak, like, which would lead into directly, essentially, to him dying. So he
Mhm.
wouldn't have had the time to give an interview.
Well, I mean, that happens in a lot of stuff.
It was in this episode that it was apparent to me when Don had an interview before he died, quote unquote. When in obviously, if this were real life, he would not have been able to give that interview. It was just it's obviously there for the audience. I don't have any like objective issue with it. It was amusing to me, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, I can agree with that. It was a little on the amusing side because it's obviously getting built up, and you as the audience I was like, "Oh man, he's not gonna make it," but he's so
It's
cheerful and
true.
happy about the steak and how he survived the night.
He was
He
so
can
happy
set,
to see Giles.
yeah,
Yeah.
he was like a little boy again.
That's a little interesting. The ploy that both survived the night of the scared cards and they're all sitting around a breakfast table, my first note I wrote down was, oh, it's going to be poison.
Hmm.
Well, you're not wrong.
Well, and a
I'm not
sword
wrong, but not the way I
wasn't on
thought
the
it was going
fish.
to go.
Yeah, wasn't in the food.
Yes, thinking it was going to be like taking a drink and choking to death on a poison, to be, no, a mountain lion out of a secret dumbwaiter. Very different.
Yes, very elaborate, and I would say creative. Oh,
Sure.
I talked about it earlier. I like the kills in this. I think the most lackluster one would be well, we're trying to contain it within the episodes. Something to
I
do
do,
with a horse.
Yeah, I do think it's cool how they get a little more elaborate and harder to solve as the episodes go on.
Yeah, they do get more elaborate. Because episode 1, that's child's play now. Got a mountain lion, hidden cyanide. Well,
The cyanide was
Trained
the thing.
monkeys.
Like they
Yeah.
all have a they all have like a cover up to it, but a lot of people, well, I guess it goes into the next episode, just thought it was the mountain lion.
oh, yeah, because they didn't uncover that piece.
Yeah, see, that's something that talking
Yeah,
about the next episode.
we'll get to it. Yeah. But yeah, good subversion, having them survive the night, and it was kind of obvious that it was going to be done once he got up. I mean, Ronnie's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! Why does he have to do that?" or something like that. And I was like, "No, I got it."
It's it's funny in this one how it's this is the one I was thinking of where I brought it up of Dana comes into breakfast and everyone's like, "Oh, Dana, you're fine, you're alive." And then when Dawn walks in, people are getting up and hugging him and being like, "Donnie!" Like they
Yeah,
really care about him far more than Dana.
Because he's the happy old man. He kept the group together. Like I said, the teams don't really have divided lines until he's gone. And I think, funny enough, that would play into a narrative if someone argued to me there was a narrative going on.
He's Papa Don.
Papa
Yeah,
Don.
he's
Yeah.
the Papa Don.
Yeah.
Ryder, there is a narrative going
and
on.
not
There's a
the
murder.
Indian. Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you
I mean, I will say
There's no
that
meat on these bones, but there's bones.
I will say that the murders were planned out from the beginning. They just didn't know who was gonna die from them.
Who's gonna get
Yeah,
what?
I know that. Like as I've said, the pretty much the things that I can objectively measure are the murders, Giles, and maybe the murderer ?
Good question. Yeah. Let's go with Ryder.
Sure. I think it was in this one. Did the golf balls say anything on this one, or was that later one?
That was a later one,
Okay.
I think.
I think it was this one, right? Because it matched the
Well,
golf
thinking the
I
paintball
know.
balls. Yeah,
Maybe.
golf balls. This one.
Yeah, this one has the golf balls in it because it's related to the golf cart.
Yeah, it says 13 steps on the golf balls.
I do like the
That's
way that
right.
leaning into the what I do like about the setup for this murder. It's a little bit cheesy that they don't notice the trash can with the tapes in it. In the same way that no one noticed the open paneled window, in the same way that no one noticed the chest. It's a little bit cheesy, but I do appreciate the way this murder fit together with the riddle. Even if the morgue was the weakest one, I think there's a lot of logical sense as to how this one played out for people to put the pieces together. And I do think the riddle about the tape specifically, about needing to like break it open to check inside, I think that
That's
was
later.
cool. That's in this
That's
one.
later.
That's in this
No,
episode.
no. The
That's in this one.
tapes.
Yeah. When they break the tapes open, try again, run out, get another one. They have to break it open so Ronnie can go upstairs. That's in this one.
Oh, I must be way off. My mistake then.
Yeah, that's this one. And I liked it. It's like, yeah, it's in the tape is like the hint, and
Yeah.
obviously you think the tape would be the visual on the monitor, but it's literally inside of it. Good play on words for it.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. Well, I mean, this is the one where Dana just refuses to walk or run around the house and is just like planted herself at the computers trying to figure something out.
That's
Yeah,
true. Cuts
that was
herself
easy.
off.
Yeah. Accepting her death.
Well, she got scorned by Ulysses, and now she doesn't trust anybody.
Oops. Gotta make friends. Make alliances.
You make it sound so easy.
You gotta make alliances. You gotta
We have
start off with
so
trust.
many like hard-headed people in this that are so like defiant and sticking to their own guns.
Yeah, so
Really hard
show
to work with.
alliances. People should be observant enough to see that people are splitting up, not wanting to talk to one another. Don't set yourself with a group or find one.
That's what Andrea was her name? Uh, Adriana did, and you're like, she's so annoying. Why'd she approach these groups?
Yeah, because she was just trying to be an informant. She wasn't trying to be nice.
Trying to make friends, get information, which is
I
what you
don't
just
think
said
she
you
was
should
trying to
do.
make friends. She
I
was
don't
just
think she
trying
was
to.
trying to get into an alliance or anything.
No, she was just trying to get clues.
I don't think so.
I mean, the line from Ronnie in this one was like talking about how he wants a big predator thing, like take out the strongest ones and then keep the weak ones alive and protect them.
Yeah,
Seemed to
that's
be like
the
his
way you want to
ploy.
approach it. Yeah. So work out for him.
Kind of keeps Melina around.
I suppose. Let's see. How's the time going? Let's go with Spranks.
Lindsay is the one who is publicly spared, which is interesting. Again, I still do not fully get the idea of the game, of how the game was going about like the worst detective gets out and the best stays. So when it said like congratulations to Lindsay, I went, oh, all right, all right. Lindsay's getting spared, but she said Chris did it, kind of thing. So getting closer.
Yeah, well, I think that's one of the reasons that Lindsay went so far is because she named Chris as the
Constantly
killer every
accused
single time.
Chris.
Yeah.
Which made for a nice edit at the end.
It's true. Though some of those edits totally lie to the audience.
Interesting.
Writers. What would be your last one for this episode?
Let's see. Last one for this episode. It's with this one I was getting kind of frustrated with the whole detective sum ups. The detective sum ups were terrible for the first half of the season. And I think it's just a product of them having too many people. Because I could not pick out like what people saw differently or what their version or story or events was.
Oh, the
And
confessions bit.
yeah, where they're like the edit, like when they're all like telling the murderer
Accusations.
how they did it, yeah, how they accomplished a murder. There's the first two episodes were really terrible, and I bring this up now because I do think they improve as the story goes, and it's just a product of there being too many people. Like I can't track how far off each person is.
They're not giving them equal amount of screen time. Well, they're giving them equal amount of screen time, but in the time of the accusations, the time remains the same relatively.
Yeah,
So it's like
it's
if it's
split up
5
between all
minutes
of
to talk
them.
about it, yeah, the more people, you're only going to get 2 sentences out of someone. As later on, when there's 4, it's like you get a 2-minute spiel on someone's thoughts.
Exactly. So it's something that definitely improved as the show went along. But I bring it up here because it was a very apparent to me on this one because we had already lost 2 people, so we were getting more time with them, but it was still not being like it was still not
Fleshed
giving
out.
the audience enough for us flushed. It wasn't flushing out their version of events.
The only thing important they'll show is a detail about someone, how someone could be so far off. And that's the only thing highlighted on them. Reason for getting a scared card.
Yeah.
That way it doesn't play off. I don't think any of the scared cards were played off to an audience in a way that's like, oh, I can't, they got that? Oh, no. I think they all play off like there is a reasoning shown for them to get that.
Yeah, like trained
Yeah.
monkeys.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or drowning. Or another one I haven't said yet.
Yeah, there's plenty of theories to be had in these 9 episodes. All right. And Sprinks, we'll go with your last one as well.
Yeah, Don stated that he has a journal that he's been jotting down details every day in. And I went, ooh, that's going to be a vital piece of evidence later.
I wish.
Yeah. And then they're like, well, that's the next
Coulda,
episode.
woulda, shoulda.
We've seen his detective skills in this competition. I don't know how relevant any of it would have been anyways.
It would have shown him pointing fingers who he thinks other people are right or wrong. I think it would have really sparked people's thoughts on each other from being who they trust of Dawn.
Yeah, but I feel like because it's not really Don writing it, that seems like a story thing to me. Um,
Oh, that goes into
like,
the Ronnie letter.
oh yeah, I feel like that's not Ronnie writing that. But okay,
It
yeah,
is the
we'll get to the Ronnie
character
letter
Ronnie writing that.
Ooh, what is that? 5%?
Eh, probably less.
I'm on camera. Hi, mom. Like that. That thing.
Oh, speaking of that, Spring, so you brought up how you didn't watch any of the post like coming up next things at
Yes,
the end of
I,
each episode.
I guess yeah. I can every time the episode would start the credits and like executive producer and show the outside the manor, I would pause and then go to my notes because I didn't want the like coming up next and showing things for the next episode. So I never watched any of those except the last one.
Okay.
I also never watched any of them. But I did skip them to see like the post-credit interview that the victims gave.
That's what I was about to bring up. Yeah.
Oh, I missed all
Uh,
those.
I mean, they're like 10-second little blurbs of like, "Man, I'm glad I went out with a boom," or stuff like that. It's not
Oh,
like
jokey things.
it's nothing comprehensive.
Yeah, they're
But
they're
they're like,
they're
they
Easter
enjoyed
eggs,
their time
kind of.
here. Yeah,
Yeah, it does raise a few questions as to why people thought actually were dying on the show, but
that's also true. They didn't stick around to the end.
yeah, I have some questions for the ABC audience.
Yeah. So, Springs, I
This
guess
is
if you,
post MCU. They should know better.
yeah, they also put out, I forgot what they called them, but it was like post-mortem interview or something like that. And it's like a minute to 2 minutes of talking to the person that died in the episode. You can find that on YouTube. Um, but a lot of these were snippets from those minute to 2 minute little things.
Well, that's neat.
All right, then that is it for episode 3. I'll jump to the questions. First one officially of Ryder jotting down theory, right?
Nope,
Or is
my
that the
first
first
official
one?
one was episode 4.
Never mind. Then
But don't worry,
did you have?
I actually did remember my suspicions for this one. Because this is where it became kind of apparent to me, to a degree. Chris jumped to the top of my list for this one after this episode.
How was that?
Oh, just because it was this one where I was noticing how she was always just right behind the person like discovering the riddle. She'd done it with Cam in the last episode. She did it with Sasha in this one, like followed her down the steps of the golf cart. And then she was, I think, on the staircase chasing Ronnie as well. She was always just like right behind. I'm like, okay. And then I also noticed how well she was politically maneuvering, quote unquote, through the groups and how she's, affirmed her side and things like that. So it kind of a lot came coalesce together for this one.
Yeah, I don't remember what my episode to episode guess was, but I do remember what my guess was through the whole season on my first watch through, and I'll say that for the last episode. But I do at least remember what my original theory was. And Sprinks.
Like a Cam to a Melina, I felt like Ryder was looking over my shoulder, reading my notes. And I still think it's Chris, for being so calm and observant, but not pushy in any regards to any situation around her to take in information. And
Yeah,
she was
she was always just
also,
right in the right place,
yeah, always in the room to listen, but never stating anything to like get eyes on her. Which I do think is also kind of a slight TV move for her to play of like being calm and out of the limelight with all the other drama and accusations going on. But at a point, she will have to step in, so it's not too suspicious of her character. Character in quotes. So I think that's played to that. I think Chris is a character that's played as someone who's not doing the player to player mental games as much as also doing the player to the audience game. of like how she does things. I also caught that she was making mental guesses of Lindsay's what's the word I'm looking for? Like not attributes, but like character traits, I guess, of what she's doing to Cam to plant doubt in his mind of her being on the team. And then also when Lindsay was safe and the camera cut to Chris because Chris was the one Lindsay accused. So then when I went to Chris opening her card, even though what she stated earlier didn't seem anything out of line with her accusation, it went to a talking head bit on Chris just so she could open her card, which I felt was a nice like touch up feel of thinking she's in the wrong for what Lindsay is safe for. So I thought that was like a TV moment to like help cover a balance on Chris.
It's not.
So it just seemed like a lot of things pointed at her.
Yeah, it's not in this episode, right, where Chris and Lindsay listen in on Ronnie's group. It's the next one, I think.
Yes.
No, that was it was the tape on getting the reason why Adriana had to leave and spill the cereal, right? That's the next one. That is the room the conversation's held in. It's not during this bit. That's why I was confused.
Okay.
Yeah. So not in this episode.
Yeah, because the doors weren't zip tied when they were listening in.
All right. Well, on to episode 4. And we
Mountain Lion.
Who did I start with Ryder, right? Last one.
You started with
I can't
Spritz,
recall.
I think.
Oh, then Ryder,
I think it was me. I said, "Who's taking the bodies to the morgue?" Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. All right, Ryder, you're up.
Cool. It's definitely a TV moment, laughable, funny, continuity error, but Giles going in with a hunting rifle in his suit and then walking out with his fucking like hunting gear on. It's pretty funny.
Do you think he knew what was going on?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
No, but
Yeah.
the continuity error is just he went in with his like butler getup and then walked out in the fucking like hunter's tracksuit with
Hunter
the vest
gear,
on
yeah.
and yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was a really good detail. It's a very small shot, but a good detail from the back of the breakfast table of the doors opening to the kitchen, showing that the mountain lion is visible to every member of the breakfast attending. So it's not hearsay from Giles later. It doesn't go like
Yeah.
it was a mountain lion attack and no one saw it kind of thing, except maybe the people who went to view the mountain lion, the stuffed one. But
Yeah.
at least everyone had eyes on it at a point, and I thought that was very smart.
It also makes it more grounded, I think, for the audience too, because I think it would be kind of cheap if Giles says, "There's a mountain lion," and we see all the people peeking in and reacting, but us as the audience don't get to see it. I think that would have cheapened it, so I'm glad they approached it with that angle as well.
Yeah.
All right,
Also,
now
oh,
I'll listen to Sprinks.
sorry, I was gonna say also the cover up of being like, oh, you can view the suspect, which is the mountain lion, but not Don's room of his whereabouts. So that takes away his journal,
It does,
and I'm like, damn,
but hey, changing it up.
that's true. It keeps
Yeah,
it a little fresh.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I would put this on par with the morgue in the previous episode, where there's not much to this other than the mountain lion was shipped out somewhere, and that was pretty much it. It
And
had
it had something in
blood
its
on its
mouth.
teeth and claws. It had the stake in its mouth. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's the main pieces of evidence you need, right, to know that it's not what killed Don, because it's the mountain lion's the misdirect
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
this episode.
It didn't have dawn in its mouth. It had the stake in its mouth.
yeah. I did have a question, just how this would work. Would cyanide be? Would it have gone into the steak in any form?
As a
Yeah.
gas, the steak would have absorbed it, but it would need to be flowing for a bit longer.
Okay. I was just curious if any residue of that could have affected the mountain lion.
Uh,
I would say probably.
it probably. I'm not 100% sure the dosage would have been high enough to kill the mountain lion. Then again, it's dead on the table. May as well be.
Oh, I thought it was
Not
tranked.
Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah, it's tranked, but I'm joking because it's totally doesn't
Not
behave like a
real
tranked lion.
Well, no, it's not. It's clearly
Yeah.
not real.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially when they
Exactly.
move the head and it's one fluid fur movement.
Yeah.
I do I do like Giles's excitement at seeing everybody had survived the night.
Yeah.
Comes across as very genuine
Giles, genuine
for
guy.
British.
He won't save anybody or help anybody, but you know what? He cherishes the moments where they make it. Because it's
Suppose
not
it's
like
true.
they're tied with ankle bracelets or anything.
Yeah.
They could totally get away. Possibly.
Sprinks.
Let's see. Chris's little mental game worked, where now Cam doesn't trust Lindsay, so he stays as a two-person team to inspect the mountain lion.
Yes.
The
Yeah,
crime
I do
scene.
like
He
the
expects the
level
crime
of.
scene.
Sorry, crime scene.
Yeah.
Uh,
Chris is the one that goes to the mountain lion with Gino.
Yes, my mistake. Sorry. Yes,
Alright.
he
I
stays
do
with
like
Lindsay to keep eyes on her.
the levels of manipulation and strategy that's in this show. I think they just picked really good people for it. I don't know how much thought. I mean, I'd imagine there's a good amount of thought put into it by the casting director or like meshing personalities, but good job. Made for some entertaining moments.
Entertaining moments like when Ronnie had to cover up that he saw the cyanide trigger, so he pretended to be the mountain lion.
Yeah,
I
Why did
actually
this
quite
no one?
like that bit.
it worked. And I like that was a hard clue to pick up on. I feel like a lot of people, if they would have looked it in there, wouldn't have really seen much off with it.
Not
But
many people
he,
look under the surface of stoves, you know? It's not a
even if they
typical
did,
thing to do.
how many would really notice if there's something peculiar?
Exactly. It's kind of an added thing. You have to know not only that something's wrong with the stove, but you have to know that what's abnormal. So it's a couple layers on it. That's why actually after Dom was dead, Ronnie was probably my quote unquote favorite. Um he was smart
To a point.
to a point.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I will bring up a continuity error I had in this one. Uh, so we see the like trigger mat or whatever is on like the stove side where Don stood for the stake. And then when they're investigating the room, the mat shows up in front of the mountain lion cage at one point, and then it vanishes at another. It's no longer in front of the mountain lion
And
entrance.
reappears in front of the stove.
Yeah. So the mat does kind of jump around a bit.
Did not catch that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not
This
huge,
one,
but I mean it is notable.
yeah. This is the episode then where Lindsay was being because she was politicking in the way that Cam wouldn't trust her. She strangely enough Cam ends up fully trusting her at the end of this episode because the other team is going to completely ice her out because they listened in on a conversation. And it was
Yeah.
it was kind of at that point the of the show was shifting away from the murders and more towards like
the game.
how people were politicking and competing with each other.
Yeah. And there were moments where I'm like, oh, come on, that's kind of cheap. And them eavesdropping is certainly one of those moments for me. Like, well, that just feels so unearned. I feel like the people behind the scenes should have curated them. Like, hey, maybe figure it out on your own, cheaters. But I mean, it makes for more drama, I suppose.
I guess so. Yeah.
Let's go with Springs.
Look at my notes. The Ulysses seen the white powder on Dawn in the morgue and being like, "Oh, this is connected to something." So he has, I guess, the closest like next follow up clue to that Ronnie has of the cyanide. But I thought it was dumb of them pointing out that Dawn is very pink, and Ulysses just goes, "Oh, that doesn't mean anything."
He said it's just dried blood. That was his reason for it. And I mean, I can't 100% fault him because it is someone in makeup, so it's kind of hard to be like, okay, is this just kind of a poorly done blood job, or is this something definitively as a clue? So I don't really fault him for misdiagnosing the pinkness,
I
but I do like how Dana or Dana
Yeah, Dana.
uh,
Yeah,
picked
it was cool. It was nice that
it
Dana
apart.
went to the morgue
Yeah,
for being a cardiac nurse and able to pick it up.
yeah, her expertise came in
Yeah,
handy.
Dana has a very particular set of skills that came in handy for this one because she puts it together even before Gino did without the clue.
That was one of my favorite reactions. Was Gino's reaction to her just saying everything he thought was his information. Like,
Exactly.
man, she's really smart.
I did it. It's one of probably the better moments for me too. I quite enjoyed that.
Because he was gonna puppet
Poor
a bunch of
Ronnie.
people with information, and then she just plopped it in.
Gino's little plan though of sharing all the information but to two people so they get the scare card was a very clever way of playing the game.
It
Yeah,
was, and he was pretty diehard with that strategy. He brought it up several times.
it's a good
But
strategy. You
a
just
lot
needed
of
to
people saw
find
through
the
it as a
clues more.
short-term
Yeah.
solution.
Yeah.
And yeah, it does rely on him having a lot of the information. All right.
Well, this did lead to the accusations in this episode being off for Cam and Ulysses, where Ulysses thought it was bleeding out, even though he saw the body, and I don't think he made the comment, but someone made the comment that the wounds weren't big enough to be bleeding out or severe enough. And then Cam thought it was a heart attack and that Don was scared to death.
Yeah, that one was a surprising Cam one because there were
Yeah,
people telling him stuff and he ignored it for his own theory that wasn't really backed by anything.
he deserved a scare card for this one.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. That was more points towards his arrogant meter, where he just thought he was right and everyone else was lying or was wrong.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Dana figuring it all out was very cool. Kind of shows her history and stuff like that. It's like familiarity with that sort of thing. Just it's something she's familiar with.
Which would
Yeah,
make you think, why wouldn't she go to the morgue as an option more often?
That is a good question. Next question.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because that's Ulysses' job. He's the morgue guy.
he is with the power group. Should we name the teams that we eventually end up getting?
I had Cam and Gino.
I had Cam and Ronnie because Ronnie lasts longer.
He
But
does, but it
it
seemed like
it is
butting
Gino's
heads was
team for now
Gino.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gino seemed more of a lead when he was there.
Yeah, yeah, he was. Okay, Cam and Gino teams / Ronnie at a certain point.
Yeah. and they're also constantly choosing each other as the killer.
Yeah.
No matter
Yeah.
what the
Which is-
evidence comes to, they just keep being like, "I know it's you."
Keep your enemies close.
Yep.
Writer.
Is it this episode where we have the collage of voices coming through on the cell phone?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Definitely a movie moment or a TV show moment. I think it was. I think it's just. It came across as just like something fun they wanted to inject, I guess, rather than like
There's no
portraying
clues
a.
to be found or anything.
Yeah, it's not really clue specific, and there's no particular like character trait being shown off here from the murderer,
Other than their
other
I
tech.
than
think
that
just
they are playing
tech
and having.
capable.
Well, I think a lot of what's come before that would have proven that they're tech capable.
Yeah, just to play with it, I guess. Kind of show, and I guess point a little more fingers, like it could be anyone.
Yeah.
Just break up the camaraderie a little, which is a nice, like, I guess, TV moment of tone to go off of the previous scene of them all raising a toast for Dawn, where they haven't made a toast for any other person who's died. So it's like an actual, like a full team camaraderie of both teams all together to then go into
Yeah.
that. So
Yeah, and which led to the. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, as an aesthetic before, this leads us to Dom's death is kind of what cements the teams being fully cemented apart. But it also gives them the camaraderie, and like I particularly enjoyed the moment like where all of them agree that he was lying about being an ex cop.
yeah,
It's kind of funny.
Yeah. It was a good running gag that they were throwing out there.
it was a nice little wake they had.
Wake? Like, what do
It's
you mean?
not the right term.
Maybe it is.
It's like a
Them gathering.
recession to a funeral.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it was a nice little quaint thing. I think for me, the periodic table thing was a little on the like stretchy side.
Oh, between the
Personally.
CNN.
Well, I don't know. What led to the periodic table just seemed like a stretch. Using the magnifying glass to read in between the lines, I'm fine with that. But just the connection to the periodic table in the morgue just kind of seemed like a weird left field thing. I don't even really know how they solved it.
Well, wasn't one of the, like, in the riddle it said element?
Yeah, yeah. It said like
They did.
today's riddle will find you out of your element.
Yeah, it just seems like
From a
weak.
previous riddle where it was talking about the daughters of Dante's riddle thing of the two daughters, and but in the word said mortal, and I was like shocked that no one connected the word mortal since they were all dressed that way from the killer themselves in the riddle. Just made it seem like any line in the riddle could just be something to hook onto. So just hooking onto elements, whether connected or not, seemed fine.
Yeah, but they didn't go down there because of the word element. Though. They went down there for something else, and then came across the periodic table and then said, "Oh, elements." That's
Oh,
what transpired.
yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't write down what the riddle was for that one or any of them.
I
But
didn't write the riddles
I,
down.
w-
That
I
would have
would,
been a whole
I
book.
yeah, I would guess there would be another line somewhere indicating for them to go to the morgue or think it was
Probably.
in the morgue,
I'm just
but
gonna
I don't
spit out.
recall.
But I'm not diehard because I don't remember crystal clear.
What I do recall and jotted down is when they're going to the closet and the little handkerchiefs are in there, and I think Sasha's in there. I don't know if these timestamps are going to work from watching it on YouTube, but 2106, Gino comes out of nowhere to get a clue.
It ran up the stairs, followed him.
I don't know. He wasn't in any the previous shots with the groups or people. He just seemed to come out of thin air.
All right.
I mean,
Uh,
it is reality
I fo-
show, so I mean, he had to have been there.
Yeah.
Oh, did you
I
look it
found the
up?
riddle for this episode.
All right.
Today will take you out of your element to find a clue that is most relevant. Run to the place where the cool are laid back. Go CNN to stay on the right track.
Oh, where the cool are laid back.
Okay.
Yeah, someone thought it was the pool, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that could work as a reference to both the morgue and the pool. So it makes sense. Those would be the two locations people would go to first.
Yeah, I think there's enough there.
I don't have that many complaints for the murder on this one because that's been kind of something I've been touching on as we go, as far as like objectivity and continuity. I think this one makes a sort of sense. It doesn't work as well as I think the showrunners make it seem like it works, but I think it would still function as a means of murder.
I like the detail that Dawn's dead body still gets pried and like the Curious Mountain Lion still makes marks on it. So it doesn't just like overlook it as not a threat, which I think is still believable being in that situation. And the Mountain Lion Act clearly saw Dawn move. So like that's
Yeah,
incorporated. But my only hiccup on it then is that the cyanide gas would have contacted the steak, and if the mountain lion ate it, it would how fatal that could
yeah.
have been.
It comes across as like it was a quick puff of cyanide gas that happened to be just enough to kill Don without necessarily affecting the rest of the room.
Yeah,
I think so. It
it
wasn't
would be
quarantined.
coating the underside of the steak, though. It did come out from under the steak when it was on there.
Oh, no,
So,
yeah, on the steak thing, yes, I agree. I'm not going to push back on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not saying people walking into the room at the crime scene were being affected.
I I'm pretty much like all the reenactment stuff of like how it actually happened. Like I find them enjoyable. And when Don's like face to face with the mountain lion, you can tell it's like a split composite thing, but I just like the visual of it.
The retelling one.
Yeah.
Okay, I jotted that down as an error.
Because his eyes aren't looking
Yeah,
directly
his
at
eyes are
him or
looking
something.
over it, so they're two separate shots synced up.
Yeah, so it is a dual composite, but I kind of just like it.
It makes it a little goofy. I wrote down being that how Cam and Ulysses both thought differently of how Dawn died with the bled out and heart attack. That when they got their scare card, I wrote down if Ulysses dies, there's no more Team Morgue because he won't be going. But if Cam dies, then his whole team crumbles because he seems to be the lead.
Yeah, it would be a kind of an interesting what if on certain episodes if someone else died.
Yeah.
It would shake foundation. Some of these, like if Donna died, like right now, I'd be like, it wouldn't really change all that much. Not all that much.
Don't know.
Um, I guess any points you guys feel strong before moving on.
Skimming through the rest of what I have this episode, nothing else unrelated to the last question.
Maximum drama in this episode when Gino took forever and a half to explain what happened to Cam and Chris
Oh,
when he was trying to include them.
yeah, we didn't really talk about that. Yeah, Ronnie guarding the door, making sure they
Yeah.
don't have the opportunity to
Oh,
go
Ulysses'
into the
current
kitchen.
like constant Chris, you in there, Chris? That I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
was dubbed over when they're in the room.
yeah. It certainly sounded like that.
And this is just lucky they happened to pick Chris, I guess. And lucky for the rest of Gino's team that he straight up shared it with Lindsay and Ulysses.
Mhm.
because he's not playing the quote unquote backstabbing
Backstabbing.
game. But that's a
Yeah.
very loose definition. We'll break apart when he says that.
I'm glad you're acknowledging that because I had that written down too in the final episode.
He's not going against his team.
I won
The yeah, one without ever backstabbing. Well, maybe in the most literal interpretation of the word, but
never
you
grabbed a
definitely
knife.
manipulated people.
Oh, I guess I did have one last thing of just a curiosity difference. The previous episodes have all kind of given a lower third on the time of when a death occurs, like 4 something in the morning, midnight, 7 in the 7 like 13 a.m. or whatever. The horseback riding at the end here doesn't have a time shown. I didn't know if there was like a reason for that to be changed.
Trying to remember if they said a time. I kind of feel like they
But
said a
Giles just said like,
time.
go to the stables. They're like, never been
Yeah,
there.
go to the stables in the morning. Yeah, is what he says. Into that effect.
Yeah.
We're going horseback riding.
But morning could be indicated from 8 to 11.
Just trying to remember if it said morning or a time in the morning. I don't remember.
Anyway, there just wasn't a lower third for the end. It just seemed
Yeah.
different, and I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know why. All right. End of episode 4. Goodbye, Dawn. It was nice knowing you. Maybe we'll see
He was
you
my
again.
favorite.
He was a good
Uh,
boy. He didn't deserve it.
Yeah, boy. Yeah.
Now,
Was
officially, writer's first time writing down
Yeah.
theory. Here we go.
So yeah, I'll go first since this seems to be the pattern for this. Chris was my number 1, with my second being Gino and my third being Cam. Cam and Gino just kind of swapped back and forth. It's going to be a very familiar pattern going forward.
The head honchos, the alphas.
Yeah. Just because it was, I did one of the bits that I did like was them just pointing out the others, like, hey, and I know it's you, Gino. See you soon, Cam.
All right. Sprinks.
Broken record, still Chris. I was thinking because with how the ploy of Cam not trusting Lindsay anymore, and Lindsay being kind of curious on what to do, and then went into Ronnie and Cam both not trusting Lindsay. Chris is the only one around keeping her company, so keeping her like around her little pinky finger kind of thing. But then Chris also putting a lying cover onto Lindsay and spreading it around as a rumor. It just seems like really working this mental game into everyone about one person individually. I just feel like Chris saw Lindsay as the weakest link and easiest to cut out without being pushy in one way or another of the idea of like Gino bringing them all in to tell him the idea to cut out 2 people and trying to infuse that with Lindsay. So it seemed like she's working on her own game while Gino's game's still going on and people are playing that one. So it just seemed like she was kind of a manipulator sorts more onto things outside than just trying to solve murders.
Yes, maybe. I think the benefit of this episode was the fact that while she was trying to ice Lindsay out, she ends up backing off that plan in this episode once she sees how iced out she already is from the other team. So I think from that point on, Chris was more okay with Lindsay being on her team.
Yeah, that's why I said she wasn't being too pushy or
Yeah,
aggressive
she didn't
about
have to
it.
be because everyone else did that for her, kind of.
Yeah, but that was still ployed by her hint she left in episode 3 to Cam. So it
Yeah,
just
she
seemed
was
like Chris
probably
was playing more of breaking people down opposed to solving what the murder of each day is.
Yeah. Well, like you said before, she kind of says enough not to be noticed, but enough to be present at the same time.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go with Sprinks on the start of episode 5.
All right, I think this is a name of an episode I didn't get.
Okay.
It's Bumbadida. And I think each episode is connected to the death. So I don't know how this is connected to a snake or poison or horseback.
I have no idea.
Okay.
No help on that one.
But hey, Ulysses died. So, and
Yay!
it takes out more crew. But being that I thought Ulysses was kind of like that male lead to the show, and him gone made my focal point go now to Cam, because Cam was just like next to Ulysses the whole time and giving him information. So what Ulysses knew, Cam knew. So then I kind of went with like Cam is now the safest contender here, being played for the camera.
Yeah, I was surprised you pitched Ulysses as that kind of role, because I always viewed Cam as that from the beginning. It's like the male focus one.
I thought Cam was being too loud.
He's loud, but that kind of made
Yeah.
him in the focus.
I thought it would be like making more enemies that way, which he did with Gino, but I figured I thought that would lead more into like he'd be killed off if people were believing one side over the other of like who to kind of isolate. And Ulysses could easily be like, I was just working with Cam. I can work with you, and being like more stoic and kind of play off a little more trustworthy approach. So that's why I kind of looked more at Ulysses. He wasn't as emotional tied to things.
So I kind of talked about earlier how this was probably my most lackluster death. And I do stand by it. It's also one of the more, I think, peculiar investigations, because this one feels more like a game to solve than a murder.
Like an
And
actual investigation.
yeah, because you get like the riddle portion, which happens in each one, which is the second, I guess, investigation. The first one's usually just look at the facts and try to figure it out. But they introduced the like poisonous board in the autopsy one in the morgue. And it kind of added a different element that wasn't really present in the other ones. And I didn't know what you guys thought of that.
I don't know exactly what you mean by a different element.
So all the other like 3 location things, whatever you want to call it, the investigation bit, is observations of events that transpired and clues that are left behind. That board of poisons was not connected to the murder as evidence or anything. That's kind of just something that was plopped there as like a memory test. Kind of stands out from everything else that was used in the investigation segments.
I see. Well, I feel like the last known whereabouts gave the most hints towards that, but not fully answering, with both the nails and the mortar and pestle of the flowers.
No, I mean it has stuff leaning towards it. It's just its implementation in the investigation segment kind of stands out from all the other investigations we've had. It kind of feels like something you would throw in the riddle section of the investigations.
Mm. Okay, I don't think I'm fully on board with that then, because I thought it was still fine. So the 3 locations, there was a cover-up item, there was clues leading to the answer upon each area where Dana did a really stupid move, but
What do you think, Ryder?
no, this one seemed a little more elaborate too.
I think I didn't take it as an issue. Now that it's pointed out to me, I don't know what to think of it. You kind of move it into something more neutral. Because it makes a logical sense to me that this sign would exist out here as just a general warning. The fact that it's near the morgue is kind of like it's weird that it's near the morgue. I feel like it would have been like a sign that they passed by on the horses or something to that effect, where they could see I guess, the effect of it. But having it placed in the morgue seems weird unless the body is clearly like showing symptoms of something highly specific. Which is if they did detect poison, like he like was killed by poison, they're not really sure. Uh like specifically I think the board would play a bigger role. But because they're just like I mean they look at the snake bites, but they're non-committal about it, I think is my problem. It's like they didn't connect those two dots together, which is why it's weird that it's there.
Well, and it kind of seems like you could easily put that in the like arrow part of the riddle, like the wrong way directions. They could have had one of the directions have that sign as a clue, because
Oh,
wrong directions, then you had the place for like the puzzle, I guess,
The maps.
to for the track, yeah, the map. So one of those could have just led you to the poison chart, which I think would fit into the riddle section.
I guess I misunderstood. Crimson, your thing you're hung up on is the poison sign is in the morgue?
That it's in the investigation section.
He would
Oh.
prefer it to be in the riddle section, is what he's saying.
Because it doesn't really match all the other investigation segments we've had thus far.
Oh. Yeah. No, I'm still not on board. I think it
What's
fits
this
to be
like,
there.
realization thing? You
What's
seem
the
to have
what?
picked up something. What's this realization you just picked up on?
That
You're
your
like, oh,
yeah, your issue was the sign being present. I thought you were saying that the more like the situation at hand of what's going on felt very different with the use of the board. How it's not very feasible to be like, oh, it was a board with nails with poison on it. Like that's not stated any or easily shown somewhere.
no. Yeah, that wasn't my point. But yeah,
Yeah, no,
like
I think the sign's
when you
fine
got
being at the
yeah,
morgue
okay.
because it goes into reason of the how I would view it of the snake bite on Ulysses of the two holes would put the eyes onto the snake situation because everyone assumes snake bite, and then that would lead to the snake in the bag, which was brought up I think by Gino saying it was on the other side and not the side of the leg bite, so the snake would have been bitten there. So that rules out the snake, but also has poisons of other kind which go with the mortal pestle onto Ronnie hiding it, but then also the oleander flower and the name of the horse Ulysses on. I feel like there's many connections more to other poisons um, of the body.
And I think you're like half getting what I'm saying. It's like I'm fine with the board existing and it connecting to all these elements. It's just its implementation in the investigation segment doesn't fit all the other investigations to me. From what I said earlier about how all the other investigation segments are direct evidence supplied by um, last known location, which is stuff they last touched or interacted with. Stuff on the body in the morgue is direct evidence to the crime. This board isn't direct to anything other than it helps with like a clue, but it's not directly tied to any of the
Oh, I
actual.
see it. The direct answer is that it was a poison that killed him. You got an explosion kill, you got a fire kill. The
I'm
cyanide
going
lion
more
one was
meta drinks
a
than
bit more, but I think if a sign of poison is at any location, it's an indicator that something's up for the use of poison.
I agree with you, which is why I think you're like half grasping what I'm throwing at.
Okay.
That's fine.
I think if the sign was at the dead end of the riddle ideas that you said, like taking a different path, I think it would have been too much information to try to retain. 6 different things on a board.
Actually,
Uh,
but I don't want to soak up too much time with this one topic. So let's go with a writer point.
Mine's a quick one. Man, Giles, where'd the ankle bracelet go? You seem to be
This is still with the
free as a
grounds.
bird.
He's still on the grounds.
Big grounds.
I'm not sure I believe you.
Well, the
I know
stables.
there's a line of dialogue saying that he's like, meet at the stables in the morning, indicating that it's close by. But it's still kind of annoying because it implies that he can go out this far and not have any trouble.
Yeah.
So
Writer,
it's
what I'll give
still
you
an
is
issue, but
what I'll give you is the establishing shot showing how far this forest and range is. Because I think those are just shots and not actually showing the grounds of the manor.
yeah, then yeah, I agree with that. I think the manor is where the fence ends, like the gate is. So like when the established shots we have of the manor whenever we're back, that shows the quote unquote the grounds that he would be restricted to.
So are we going with the angle that Giles would like to escape?
I think he'd like to get the bracelet off.
I think he just doesn't want to die. That's pretty much all I
You know what?
can
I'll go with that. Yeah.
guarantee from
Doesn't
him.
want to die.
Okay.
That's the only
I
motive I
bring
can pull
this
from
up
him.
because he has a cell phone, and all you got to do is press 911, which someone might have done at some point. So throwing that out there, if we're going with Giles as a character, what are his motives of being on the grounds still?
Wonderful.
So I don't think he
think that makes him
necessarily does
worse.
want to escape. Potentially, it's more to talk about, I think, in the last episode, but a
You
little
wouldn't have
seed
a
to be
show if the
planted.
cops were called.
No, they just spawned because they had the sixth sense or an oracle tell them. I mean, come on, they had to have been called.
You mean in the last episode?
Yes, in the
Okay,
last
yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I meant like Sherry's death kind of thing. It's like, oh, let's call 911. It's a
Yeah, actually, there was a funny fact for that. Like I did say I'd sprinkle some if they were relevant. Uh, during that scene got filmed twice, Sherry's death, because on the first attempt, um, who was it? I believe it was Dana and um, Dana and Melina ran out of the building. Actually, no, I think it was Lindsay. Lindsay and Melina ran out of the building, screaming.
wonderful.
Why?
Can't use that shot. There was a murder.
There was
They
a
ran
murder.
away. They thought it was real, like a lot of other people watching this show.
I mean, all they knew going into this was a game show about a murder mystery, and they didn't know someone was going to die right there. That was actually a surprise for them. Kind of like how Dante running out on fire was a surprise to them, even though they knew someone was
That's
going to die.
fair enough. All right.
So they took it very viscerally, I suppose, to run out.
I mean, they were both pretty shaken in the interview portion of the.
Yeah.
Just hearing the producer, okay, we got to get these talking head bits in now, fast, while the emotion's
fresh.
hot.
Yeah. Another. Well, it's not continuity. It's like TV show slash movie magic moments, I suppose. With you can look at something and there would be a camera because you get another shot of the same location and nothing's there. So we have a shot of Cam at 1850 on this YouTube version, running up to the go back sign, and we have a shot from behind the sign looking at him approach, showing that there's a camera behind the sign. But then we get a shot of the sign face on with no cameraman behind it. So it's two separately filmed shots.
Yes. Yes, there are instances with that, so you don't see the cameraman in the shot.
Yeah.
Much like what I brought up earlier of the seeing the mountain lion through the kitchen doors so everyone can see it. That cameraman is clearly not at the other head of the table when we see everyone eating.
Pretty sure he would have died.
And with how
Possibly.
vicious that one was, had to pepper spray it. Possibly. Go with a writer point.
It's interesting that Chris solves the riddle for this one. I think
Ooh, I wrote that
it
down.
didn't. Yeah, it didn't take. It didn't take away from my suspicion for her. Because unfortunately for the rest of the show, I suspected her. But I think this one was a particularly like. It's not that the riddle was difficult, but it was such a gimmicky sort of puzzle that it wasn't. It, as you said, I think you already said it, Crimson. It came across more of a game, not necessarily a puzzle. You know.
Like, oh yeah, like an investigation. Yeah. I think Sprinks, you wanted to piggyback on that topic a little
With
bit.
the snake cabin, this wasn't like the attic previously, where as soon as someone's in, the bell rings and it's over. This was everyone, you get your attempt. If you can't do it, leave, go back to the end of the line. I saw this as Chris gave everyone at least a one-time chance to try. And when I got back to her time, she solved it.
That's my takeaway by the end of the season. Yep. Certainly.
Yeah. So that's how I saw it played.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's seems the easiest take, I guess, or takeaway, I guess. So she wants the murderer wants to be caught.
Yes. I guess a little side, not connected to that. Do you think any of the contestants have food allergies?
I'm sure that's something they'd have to fill out to be a part of it.
Okay. Because I was curious when they were handing out the cold cut lunches, why are their names on the bag? If they're all the same things.
And just kind of
Or the
adds to the
drama.
campy
Yeah.
vibes.
Kind
Yeah.
of
What were you
unfortunate. I'm
hoping
like,
for
if it's
someone to
all
die
this,
to pineapple juice?
well, no, if it's all the same food, why do they have to indicate whose bag is what? Just grab a bag. And then that just made me think, oh, what if someone's like allergic to, like, has a wheat problem or something and can't have a special kind of bread or.
Yeah.
And I thought if
Yeah,
one was
very
marked, then just mark them
possible.
all. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I like Gino's assertive, aggressive strategy here, and I liked Ronnie's
Picking
reaction
up on the
to it.
oh,
strategy.
Ronnie, I never got a scared card. Oh,
Yeah, but coming back to, I guess what did we call their group? The Gino group.
yeah,
Coming
Cam and
back,
Gino.
and Reno is like, you
You
would
said
not guess what.
Reno? Want to say that one more
I said
time?
Reno. Sorry.
Yeah,
It's a lot of names. All right, Ronnie. Ronnie was just building up how crazy Gino's plan was to just go up front, but it also made
Like he
their
madly
job
respected. It's
easier.
just a shame that it fell apart immediately because they didn't win the riddle.
Yeah, the gamble did not pay off for them in a big way.
Yeah. This one was kind of a Chris's choice to withhold information to test to see if Lindsay was still kind of 50-50 on the group. This came to me just kind of like as icing, not necessary. It felt unnecessary at this point. It I get it's the point of it's just to kind of create a little bit more drama. Because she does withhold it from Cam too, and then tells him straight out once she knows what the weapon is and stuff like that. Tells them
yeah.
both, but it's
I have to respect Cam for not blowing it out or portion or freaking out on her. He didn't really say anything when she divulged she withheld. He kind of just was happy she gave it to him by the end of it.
Yeah, because he
He
knows that
respects the
they're
game.
in a better position now.
He also
Yeah.
knows that's the part of the game, keeping information away, which he does a lot.
Yes, and often quite forcefully. Hey, stay away from us. Leave us alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're having a
Oh man,
talk.
she
Come back in a minute.
the argument with Sasha over the dinner table. I think it was last episode. I hated it.
Who was more to blame on that one?
Oh, wait, was that the?
Both of them.
No, I read
I
that
blame
down.
both of them for
I had
that
that
one.
for episode
I
3,
mean,
not 4. But yeah, the
yeah,
one with
they were both exaggerated.
I think it was Melinda watching them, and they're like, "Can you leave?" And she's like, "You're not treating me like human or whatever." And it's like, "Wow, didn't know you were a human." But all right.
Yeah, Cam, tough guy, tough dude.
Um, I like the fake out of the riddle for this one a little bit of like the riddle saying make the right idea, which just hints like go right instead of left, like for right is right. But then also going with sky blue and the arrow, the blue one, wasn't pointing horizontally on the path like to go down it. It was actually pointing straight up, indicating like
Yes.
go forward, but the arrow is actually up rather than a left or right on the path.
Yeah, it's showing a couple different ways to interpret it, right?
Yeah. But it made that arrow board stick out as a vast difference from the other ones.
Yep, I agree.
That's what made someone like think there was balloons involved, right?
Oh,
So that's
uh,
the later one, isn't it? Or
no,
no, earlier one.
no, you're
That
right.
was early.
Someone was talking about hot air,
Oh
right?
yeah. Okay, that's for the attic one. That's Ronnie when Ronnie found the
Yeah,
tape. All right, that's
Yeah,
fair.
yeah. Someone's
I
like,
thought maybe
I
that
saw a
one.
painting of balloons in my room.
yeah. Don said that.
Yeah, I thought there was something about balloons in this one, just because I don't know. I vaguely remember. I just might be just misconstruing them.
Um,
uh,
I noticed Sasha doing the puzzle of the 5 like I don't know what to call it, like the pegs for where which X is the right one, and you stack them. Sasha, how it works? You got to do one, and then the third one, and then the fifth one, and then 2 and 4 have to go on top. So it's a up and down situation with the pegs on the board versus how Sasha's doing it, where she's doing one at a time, so they're slanted, making it a harder connection of the pieces because they're not laid out flat, which I
that
noticed
and
an error to her struggling with.
it's also just not lining up the lengths properly either. She just falling apart on that
Yeah.
at every angle.
Was it? Is it? Is it Dana that falls apart on that too?
Yeah, yeah. She doesn't really get it either. We kind of just jumped to everybody at the cabin at one point.
Yeah. Eventually.
Yeah. I think this might be one of the more riskier kills because it's like a direct murder
Oh yeah.
contact. Obviously, you get I'll just say the chandelier one, but that's kind of in the dark. You can get away with that. This one, it is in front of everybody's view.
It is
You
true. I
got
was
the
curious
distraction of the birds,
where
but
did the murderer hide the weapon?
Saddlebag is what
I
I
guess
would guess.
Saddlebag?
saddlebag chucked it out in the woods and then picked it up later to put in the cabin. There's a couple options, but it was a risky one. That was a very risky one. If
Yeah,
it was a real scenario.
not a easy kill to make if it were a real scenario. Fast
Not
acting
an
poison
easy
too.
guarantee.
And Ulysses didn't say a word.
Ah, ow, oh, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no noises, none, nothing. Yeah, fast
Died in
acting.
silence.
Right. Well, he was
Um,
just so defeated.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Well, the post mortem blurb thing that I mentioned, he was complaining about how lame of a death he had, and that he would never die to a snake bite. he seems so angry about what he got.
Huh. It was the non-dramatic one.
Yeah, and he called it a snake bite, even though it wasn't a snake bite. Let's see what we got. Sprinks, maybe one more, unless you feel you got two.
I have two. I'll go
Okay.
with. One is just another, like, we keep talking about the monkey play, or how I brought up how Dante thinks drowning. Sasha thinking Ulysses got poisoned for using chewing tobacco. I was confused where this evidence was that that's something Ulysses does.
The only thing I got for that is she didn't know how the pedals were utilized, um, and that's the first thing she thought of. I mean, this is reality TV. It's not like she was written poorly, so that is like the
Yeah,
first thing
that's
that came
her
to her
thought.
mind. I wouldn't know why that would be her first draw, but
Yeah, I just
uh,
thought that he doesn't. Nothing of that has been shown.
yeah, I think that's just how she connects. Or maybe there's people that chew flower petals. I have no idea.
Huh.
So, I mean, she does have some knowledge, and I do like it when the contestants bring outside like experience knowledge, as
Oh,
we
the
talked
snake
about.
colors.
We got the snake colors. We had Dana talking about the cyanide. Um, Chris, I guess, with the guns later, or is that in this one? I don't know. At some point, I just like it when they draw from their lives and it's useful and relevant in the cases, because that's something that possibly the writers couldn't predict when crafting this story. Kind of like a left field element.
Which is why I think with all their contestants, or I guess the auditions, like which contestants they went with based off of what they do.
Potentially. I mean, she was Sasha was a reporter or something like that,
Journalist.
journalist.
So she
So
picks up the small details.
that wouldn't really necessarily mean she knows the rules about snakes. So that's not
True.
something they would predict. So that is kind of a left field knowledge thing, which I think is kind of neat to have that happen.
Yeah, decided to
Um,
trust her team, and it screwed her.
yeah. Springs, was that one or two of your points?
My other little thing was being how Ulysses died. Was his horse harmed in the making of this episode?
Did you read the comments of the YouTube video?
No, I did not.
Yeah, there was a good chunk of them with people like, I hope the horse didn't get hurt. And and I didn't see anything in my facts saying that the horse got hurt, so I guess not. I don't know.
Okay. Like, I'm sure the horse walked it off, but that's still like giving someone a bruise kind of thing. It's still an injury.
Yeah, the horse was a
Probably, yeah.
stunt horse, maybe.
Oh, like the mountain lion.
Yeah, but
Maybe
better
it's a
trained.
veteran from the Rohirrim charge from Lord of the Rings. It just knowed how to tackle orcs, you know?
True, but it would still
Well,
be harmed.
All right, Ryder, do you have one or two you would like to lay forth?
I can throw out a couple quick ones. I think the location change, broadly speaking, for this episode was uh, a good choice as far as pacing to keep things fresh and interesting. I think it threw me as an audience member out for a first time generally, just because the rules, quote unquote, were different for this one and made everything feel like a game more so than an investigation. Um, I think Chris wanting to manipulate Ronnie into their side of the. I'm kind of surprised Ronnie didn't join them after quote unquote being like getting answers for them enough to get a spare card going forward. Um, but I also that just goes into who Ronnie is, maybe as a person.
I think
And I
he was
think
trying
my
to play the numbers game
yeah
because his team was still ahead on numbers at that time.
yeah I think my last point is I wish the barn was a bit further away from the campfire. Obviously, I'm sure they filmed it in separate locations, but it's a bit immersion breaking when theoretically they could just hear the person talking to themselves and over across the thin wood.
I suppose there's also a couple shots where the background door is open.
Yeah.
Stable.
I guess my last two snippets. We talked about how they like mixing stuff up. Ryder just brought it up with the location change, but we also get 3 scared cards.
Yeah.
Ooh. Mixing it up. I guess my gripe for it is that none of the contestants seemed to think it was possible that there would be 2 murders. They were still kind of thinking there was going to be one, but that's a little bit more going into the next one a little bit. But I did like the choice of mix up with that and the people involved in it. I mean, Gino was one of them, and that he's a heavy hitter. Heavy hitter. My second point would be at the stables where was it Chris that said everything you need to know is in the stables? Or you already know the info.
Yeah.
Yes. Like you already
Which
have everything you need.
which is pretty darn true. It did provide a lot of the information. It doesn't have the snake stuff. That's divorced, but everything else it's
But
pretty
since the
much there.
snake stuff is mostly the bait and switch, the trick for
Yeah.
this one. Yeah, everything they needed was in the stables.
Yeah, and they brought up like the Greek gods. The horses are named after Greek gods. I'm like, oh, interesting. That doesn't really become anything as far as I'm aware.
No, Roman gods.
Did they say Roman?
Someone
Roman.
mistaked and said Roman instead of
Yeah.
Greek.
Uh, and the specific kind of nails was an interesting thing for them to latch on to.
Yeah, finishing nails.
Yeah.
Did I talk about the actual murder for this one?
Possibly.
Maybe in
We've touched on
passing.
it.
Yeah.
Maybe in passing. I'll do one last quick one then.
Sure. Oh, you mean the
Murder.
believability thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Murder is mostly consistent. I would reiterate what Crimson said, though. Extremely risky.
Risky and very fast acting, but
Yeah.
technically feasible.
Yeah. I don't find any inconsistencies necessarily with the method in this one.
The only thing not feasible is Ulysses didn't say a word.
And I guess the birds, like what if Ulysses was in the back of the pack and not the front of the pack or something? But I
I
don't
think
know
it's
how much of
okay. I
that
didn't line up. Well, I guess it's a big
kind of
spoiler, but I didn't line up where the murderer is in conjunction next to Ulysses for shots before the bird went off.
Yeah, you went back and fact checked that.
I didn't. That's what I'm saying. I didn't find out where they were lined up in formation.
Okay, I didn't either. All right. Then we shall talk about the theories of episode 5, going with a writer still, continuing that thread.
Sure. It's gonna be unfortunately a recurring echo. Chris was number 1. Cam jumped to number 2. Gino remained at number 3. Though I did enjoy his tearful performance about not wanting to die. Uh, yeah.
All right. And Sprinks, you can go with yours.
Much like Ryder, up until about the midpoint of episode 9, I think it's Chris the whole time. I went with Chris getting the riddle, so giving everyone a once time through and didn't get it the first time. They did play it off very well of like checking everything and testing things, but Chris getting the public spared card for getting that riddle seemed, not fair, even though this is now the second time Chris has been publicly spared. So I feel like that should be more eyes on Chris knows things a little more than anyone else does. Could raise some suspicion, but also Chris holding back the information on the mortal and pestle with the flowers, playing off of the believability that Chris is like a normal player amongst everyone else. Um, da, 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 da. Chris giving info to be more trustworthy, as she can't be quiet the whole time, as we brought up before, and kind of be on the sideline observer. She's actually being a little more vocal with people, so she seems what to relay and what to keep. Playing as more drawing too many suspicions in that way. Yeah, I think that's what I got out of this episode on her.
Wonderful.
And being Ulysses dead, Cam I had as like he's safe.
Mhm. On to episode 6, where we'll start with Ryder, and hopefully I didn't ruin it. There you go.
All the world's a stage.
All the world's a stage. Gino looked the most sus, I think, at the start of this episode with finding the 2 bodies.
Yes, but was that a TV moment?
Oh, it absolutely is a TV moment, but I just think it also just happened to make him the most sus.
Yeah. Everyone finding out. No one really, I guess you can say Cam, but no one really pointed a accusation for that at Gino.
Yeah. Well, Cam just has Gino lined up. He's like, Gino's going to survive the whole game, so obviously,
Yeah. Best you could play with is that like the music went off, kind of a noise to indicate everyone, and Gino's room was the closest to the stairs, but that's never stated.
Yeah. And I think the change for this one is one of the people with the scare cards is the one that finds the murdered, the dead.
I suppose so. Yeah, instead of just the group as a collective stumbling across the death.
Yes, which I guess is just the counter difference from not being so stale with the same routine and a 3-person murder. Now this one to indicate out the one who survived.
Yeah, too bad no one went down there like, Gino, you're with them. You killed them. You did it.
Yeah.
Definitely have changed my outlook on the show.
Yeah, and I like these deaths. These are dark. These are darker ones right here. I think Giles said something along those lines as well. Things are getting darker.
Well, Joss comes out and starts dancing.
Yeah, definitely totally clashes with the drained of blood, frozen corpses standing
Yeah,
there. You got
it
dancing
it
Giles.
it gave me a little bit of like Haunted Mansion vibes
Mm.
of like
playing
a
up the
morbid,
whimsy
cold
for the
scene.
playing up the whimsy for the stay-at-home audience.
Giles dance with the maid.
Yes, I was curious where the music was coming from, since it's not coming from the piano.
I mean, it could be like a music box under the hood. Or what is that called on the piano? Is it the hood? I'm sure it's probably something else. Whatever it is. The flap.
They should just
The
call it the
hood.
lid, dude. I could be
The
wrong,
lid.
but
I have no idea. I don't know the anatomy
I
of a
don't
piano.
think it's called the flap.
It has keys. Scramble, your
Piano.
clue.
Yes, 88. 2 snowmen.
2 stuntmen.
See, this is one of those things where it seems like a stretch that I would say. It
I
felt
would agree.
it felt very much like something I would cryptically say.
Absolutely. No disagreement. It would be, you would see it as, oh, it makes total sense. And then I would be like, Sprinks, how could you have expected me to piece this together? And you're like, oh, I could have.
Well,
It's kind of those kind of vibes.
you'd be like, 2 snowmen isn't 2, they have 3. You have the base, the body, and the head.
Yeah, it's I agree. It's not a great one. It does feel like a stretch.
I agree.
And they did say they didn't handhold for clues with the contestants. What I found with
That's good.
I think it was the CSI guys that I referenced in the facts in the beginning. That apparently some little clues were missed in the show that none of the contestants picked up on, but weren't relevant enough to put into the uh, reenactments. I guess what happened. So maybe that was the doorknob thing
Interesting.
that was referenced earlier. I don't know, but because they had to account for the unpredictability of what random people might find as relevant information or not, right? They
Such
had
as
Yeah.
monkeys.
they put out more than they would need, such as what?
Monkeys.
Monkeys.
Oh yes, such as we get two last known whereabouts in this one with
Yeah, instead of a crime scene.
no
Yes,
crimes.
but what we don't get is a discussion time.
Yes, I did write that one down.
There's
Giles is
no
just
like
like, "Where you
decide where
guys
you want
going?"
to go. It's just automatically where you want
Yeah,
to go, which I thought was pretty neat. It's like people have to think on their feet quickly.
mixing it up again.
Yeah. Kind of also the way the
Yeah.
show's breaking the teams down, seeing like how loyal people are to one another.
Yeah, because that is a problem that some like get reality shows get with like team games is when alliances are too strong. Survivor, I think, has had a couple seasons where some alliances are so strong it kind of breaks the game.
Yeah.
So I think this show did a good job of trying to cause friction or give enough opportunities for players to cause friction themselves, which I think did work
And
out.
opportunities to solve riddles for themselves as well. Like put
Yeah.
pieces
True.
together even if they can't. Yeah.
And get people to go to different locations. As in Cam didn't go to the crime scene this time.
Hmm.
He and Ronnie go to the
So
morgue, which I think was an interesting choice.
yeah.
Then again, going to the morgue before the bodies were in the morgue.
Yes, this is what you and I were talking about
Yeah.
earlier, huh? Yeah.
Don't you worry, they'll be
Ryder.
teleported down there.
Ryder, would you like a point?
Sure. This is kind of I think this is probably my favorite Ronnie episode, even though he gets not backstabbed by Cam. I like that he like when he's trying to convey information to Melina and he quickly jots it down in like in a quick drawing for her and tries and figures out a way to hand it to her in a more conspicuous way. And that was probably one of the more uh I guess tension moments that I felt as an audience member.
Yeah, because you felt like he was running out of time to relay it before like the bell goes or
Yeah.
whatever the time constraints are.
Yeah.
Which it is kind of arbitrary now that I think about it, what the time
Oh,
constraints
it's
are. We
extremely arbitrary, but
never get like you get an hour of investigation or something. We don't really need it, but it's not something I really thought about. That it's just kind of arbitrary.
Yeah.
it's arbitrary to us, but for them it's clearly a time limit.
Yeah, yeah, because it's screwed them in the past not being able to communicate with each other in time.
Good on Cam, I guess, for finally icing out Gino.
Yes, Gino's finally been taken out.
Yes, but it was
Uh,
very tricky to do that without getting his attention.
to what extent?
To cut Gino out without him knowing they're trying to.
I mean, he kind of was feeling something was off a little bit, but he didn't
Yeah.
fully piece it together.
I thought it was weird Ronnie explaining to was it Melinda in the group of like trying to get her to do eye contact for the note, try to express it. And I think his like talking head bit it was like, oh, I was trying to get her eye contact, but what was shown is he's looking at her like one time, and then he's like running his hands over his face, like all like like disaster, like oh no.
Running out of
Because
time.
he doesn't want to lose 2 teammates today.
Yeah, but I went. That was trying to get eye contact with her.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, we
Yeah,
could
yeah.
have missed other moments, but I'm not sure because again, that's just then we weren't shown it. So
Now, Crimson, you brought up how these is not like handheld with the clues or staged or anything. When they got the theater clue, and they all have their dummy clone doppelgangers with them, and the clue finishes, why the hell would they leave the room and not assume that the dummies have anything to do with it? I
I
could
don't
not
know.
understand that.
Which riddle was it?
They're like in the theater and they're watching the theater screen, and then like 2 or 3 people leave the theater while the other ones examine the dummies. I just felt like the dummies are what they're giving you this huge clue to work with. Why leave it?
I mean, they
Just
need the
trying to
tool, right,
uncover-
to rip them apart, but it's still kind of crazy that they don't all linger for a bit longer.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that outlandish because we are established they do have a clock. We don't know what it is, but there is one, and they've been given a riddle that I wish one of us remembers what the riddle was because it does take them away to get the scalpel. So I think their urge to get through it quickly triumphed just investigating the dolls because as of that moment they didn't have reason to, other than they're very weird and they stand out.
It's the
But they just
murderer
got a
sending
riddle.
a message.
You want to be the first. You want to be
Yeah.
the first to solve the riddles. Kind of important. So I don't fault them for leaving behind something that's potentially obviously relevant because they have something to chase right now. But those
Okay.
dolls.
I just feel like the
Do you think?
attention, but
Do you think the dolls looked like that because they were in a rush, or because that was intended to look like that?
I don't think they were
Yes.
fully intended to look like that, and I don't think they were fully in a rush per se, but I think they had a deadline and they achieved what they could within it.
Yeah, there were some creepy dolls.
Yeah. I'm sure if they had another week, they would have looked a little better, but they didn't look like half-assed done.
I think I'll bring up my favorite transition, and Sprinks. I don't know if your ears perked up and you're like, I know what you're talking about right now.
Lay it on
And
me.
you get a shot of one of the dummies on the floor, and then you get like a pan down the head of it to Chris cutting the the door open into the second morgue, the secret entrance.
Yes.
So that was a very sleek, nice transition.
That was a good, yes, I agree. That was a good transition.
Yeah.
I jotted down one earlier in a past episode that I think was fake. Or just looked fake. But
What does that mean? A fake
it was
transition?
Dawn and Adriana, I think, or Dana and Dawn talking about like when they're in the rooms and they're like, I don't want to die, I want to live or whatever. It has Dana looking out her window and it just transitioned. It's not a pan, but it looks like a pan of going from her window to Dawn's bedroom as if they're an inch apart from glass.
Like a crossfade thing? I can't really picture it.
Like imagine like a corner of a room with 2 windows on those walls, and Dana's looking out one of the windows, and it just slightly pans of the corner to then go into Dawn's bedroom.
Huh. I feel like I have to re-see that. 'Cause
And
that
I
didn't
thought it was
stand
just
out
a
as
transitional.
like
It
that.
looked, I don't know, didn't look great, but the one you're talking about, yes, nice.
Well, Springs, you can go next.
Why was Dana's room locked?
To show
think
that Chris has the
This-
skills to unlock it.
True, but anyone who would have chosen that would have had to do that.
Good thing she picked it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. So, is the cause then of the murderer putting the knife to Dana's back and like telling her like to take Sasha down? That Dana was then or the murderer locked the door to Dana's room behind them and closed it?
don't find that far-fetched because the premise of every episode is for the people to solve what the killer's doing. So if the killer wanted to show how they broke into the room and the way to do that is to lock one of the doors from the outside, I don't have much of an issue with that.
Okay. It's just to play off the difference of breaking in from like the crowbar of the first one to then like the bobby pin break in,
Yeah.
and now it's just this method. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that makes enough sense with what we've seen.
Okay. It was just one that like the door was still locked, which confused me, I guess.
Yeah, I understand that.
Also missed it, but I forgot to bring up, I guess, in the last episode of Dana hiding the holes on the jeans from the snake bite of Ulysses and completely missing the clue that there's splinters in the jeans. And that was a clue that no one got.
Yeah, she hit the holes and the splinters.
But it's an instance where it's not one person who had the clue and kept it to themselves to play along with it. It was just a clue that was there that no one got. And there is one
Yeah.
that comes up later, but it wasn't, I guess, that in your face about it, I think.
And I think it was a good idea on Dana to do that too. And was lucky that Lindsay was, I guess, not as observant as required.
Aloof. Yeah, looking at other things.
Yeah.
But yeah, just forgot to point that out, that something that's there and just no one got.
All right, you're up.
I'll talk about the murder. I think it works.
Murder.
It would take time to drain the blood out of bodies. All of it. It would take quite a while. It's not the issue. The issue for this one is just that that card is going to make sound going from room to room. So this isn't an ineffective murder method that wouldn't work in a house crowded with people sleeping.
You think it would make too much noise?
Probably would. Because they are on like a hardwood floor
Yeah.
outside of the bedrooms.
Yeah.
Um,
So this is one where the method itself, once they're everything else about the transportation of the bodies works, I think. So the murder, however, falls apart because of that transportation of the bodies, especially when someone's crying and being forced to push a cart with a knife to their back.
yes.
I think it could work if
Dana.
it was slow.
Yeah, or if they had like rubber tires, because I think it was like a hard plastic tread, right, on the tires. They weren't
Yeah.
rubber.
Possibly. Yeah.
Yeah.
If Dana was pushing
So
it slowly, it wouldn't make that much noise. But then that could
Mm,
counterdict the footprints not being spaced out.
yeah, the footprints would be a lot tighter together if she was slowly like inching her way.
Yeah.
So yeah, murder falls apart because of the transportation part of it.
On the, I guess, the evidence side of things, I really did like how they depicted the tread marks being darker or lighter depending on
For weight.
the load.
Yeah, for the weight.
Yeah,
That was a
and
good
using
note, I
an
agree.
oversized shoe is also a good little detail.
Geno-sized.
Gino, do you think he's the
It's a
killer?
Geno-sized shoe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very specific. Wonder if he's the killer.
I don't know, I wrote in my notes that it's easier to wear big shoes with small feet than small shoes with big feet.
Yes, I suppose so. It'd be kind
Which
of
turns out
annoying.
is what
if it-
happened.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I wrote the exact same thing. Not word for word, but pretty much the same thing. Especially when Chris solved the riddle and pulled out the stuffed shoes. I was like, that's cool. That's a neat little thing.
Oh, yeah. Chris solved another riddle. Interesting.
It's for this one. It's not the issue that she solved the riddle. It was what came after that really like. All right, I don't have any other suspect now.
Now, this might be getting a little too hot of a topic of attention onto Chris for having both 2 public spared cards and now 2 riddles solved.
Yeah, you're getting on to the thing I was going to say for episode 9 a little bit.
Ooh. Also, I think Cam stinks going back on the deal he made with Ronnie.
Oh, Ryder had something to say about that, I think.
Sure.
He's
He's
such a piece of
technically
shit.
right. Yeah, he's technically right in that he never made the deal. So his word of saying, I got through this whole show without backstabbing anybody, is only correct in the most literal sense. He absolutely manipulates people into backstabbing for him.
Yeah.
Because he laid out the ground rules for Ronnie about how teaming up would work. And
I'm surprised Ronnie didn't push
abide
back
by
on
it.
that.
Yeah. And then, I mean, it bit him. It cost him for that. And, he was told explicitly what would be required, and he didn't follow through. And Cam wasn't really wrong either, that Ronnie was trying to keep both options available. Because Cam's pretty smart.
Can be.
So he's got a pretty good success rate on that.
He's got a good head on his shoulders.
Well, I guess it counts. Cam was the one who was publicly spared in this episode.
Yes. Yeah.
When you say
finally.
publicly spared, you mean the one named?
Yes, the one named amongst
The
everyone
best
else.
one,
Yeah.
The closest one.
Okay. Yeah, because I was confused with that. I'm like, doesn't everybody share their spared card? But
Sorry,
you mean
yes, they're
like
all
the one the murderer
spared.
specifically calls out to be spared?
Yes.
Praised one.
Because like that's the one that's like you did the best. Everyone else is kind of then on equal footing, possibly.
Yeah, we don't really know the tier list of.
Yeah, we just know who's the
and the
best,
worst.
and then the 2 worsts.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Sorry, possibly 3 worsts.
Well, no, it's just a little fact thing I saw that I couldn't substantiate, so I didn't apply it.
I am curious for a question for you, Crimson. Being
Okay.
that you've seen this before, I have a hunch that you didn't remember.
Probably
Is it
not.
just by happenstance and coincidence that this episode references both Casablanca and All Quiet on the Western Front, 2 things we've covered on the podcast before?
100% happenstance.
Okay.
Didn't remember that at all. Like I said in my history, I only remembered who the killer was, who won, and good chunks of the first 4-ish episodes. I didn't know any lines. I didn't remember any lines of anything. So yeah,
Okay.
coincidence.
I was just curious.
Glad we covered those.
Yeah, it just made me go, huh. How? I think how was all my
By
thought went,
Crimson.
and then I went, Crimson wouldn't do that.
Yeah, Crimson's memory isn't that good. 12 years ago. I don't know which one of you have gone more recently, but we'll go with Spranks.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Looking through my notes, seeing stuff we've already touched on. The camera movement in the morgue. I noticed it in this episode a little more on, I think it was Sasha's body, that it goes downwards just a little, to offset this offset the sense of the corpse's breathing. So like going down, like the head is then being covered by the chest to like look like it's raising, but it's actually like falsely by the camera movement. I thought that was a good like cover up to work with.
I think they do a good job framing the morgue scenes with the dead. For we did talk earlier that there's a couple moments where you can kind of see like a grin. I think in Dante you can see like his throat twitch a little bit
Oh,
on one
okay.
shot.
I have two coming up that I jotted down, but
So at large, I mean, we're dealing with people that aren't actors, so
and
I
aren't
think
dead.
yeah.
Yeah,
So I think
yeah, those
we
two work in tandem.
got a pretty good result out of it. I think they did a good workaround with the camera shots.
It would have been interesting if they, instead of like, I mean, it's really cool the hands-on with the body, so like actual like being a mortician situation. But I think a way to go about it, if they needed to, could have been X-rays to show. And they could have played with some different things on that too, but having the evidence bags and then X-rays of the people so they're not present, but you could still see visual aids to it.
Hey, Sprinks, season 2.
Is there a season 2?
No,
Okay, well, thanks.
they were in talks of doing like a celebrity one. Which
Oh
I don't know why
yes,
every reality show has to do
because
celebrities.
it's engaging, Crimson.
Uh-huh. Well,
Absolutely, do a celebrity whodunit.
yeah, this obviously that did not take off, did not happen, but that was apparently what season 2 would have looked like. Would have been a celebrity
Oh,
one.
you've just given me a beautiful recap question.
Who would you like to be in one of these? Yeah. All right. Uh, Something that bugged me with Ronnie is his reaction to when Chino hears about the back marks because Ronnie didn't reveal that to him. And Ronnie just seemed so upset and mad that it was out there. I'm like, what were you expecting? At the end of every one of these, everyone gives all their clues away. And there's always someone reacting to info they didn't know.
Well, at the very
It just,
end, yeah,
it just seemed exaggerated. No, not just at the very end by Giles, but at the table before the cards are
yeah.
divvied
After
up.
they've given their accusations, you're talking about that's when Gino brought up the back thing.
That's what
No,
Gino finds out about the backstabs.
that's when he finds out. So, someone brings it up. I don't remember. I think it might have been Lindsay,
It
but
was
someone
Cam.
brings up the backstab thing. It was okay. Cam brought it up. Either way, Gino reacts to it like, "Oh, well, someone didn't tell me something, right?" And Ronnie was trying to save face, and it just was not working out for him.
Oh, that's Ronnie.
Yeah, he's got the brains, but then he doesn't sometimes.
Well, Ronnie thinks the blood was taken in the bedrooms for Sasha and Dana to be drained.
Oh yeah, that's true. That the equipment was brought into the bedrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And Gino said
Yeah.
something about like the comforter was used
to wrap up the bodies.
to wrap him. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Like I
was
said, the
missing out on the
detective sum
body.
up scenes, like if they're making their accusations and telling the how done it, I think they do improve because we get more of their perspectives. So this was one where I was like, I could tell who was getting their scare card.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely enough info. Writer.
Sure. I think one of the funny bits of the game is that everybody forgot their scalpel but Chris. Like as soon as they pull the note out of the back of the dummy, they race off and then have to come back for their scalpel, which sets them behind. And gives Chris enough time to explore the morgue, quote unquote, on her own, and then find the location.
Yeah,
Yeah.
unlucky for them to have done that. It did
Also
cost them.
unlucky for Ronnie's scalpel to break.
Well, they looked like they were made out of plastic. I mean, it's they were they weren't like real scalpels. That'd be a
No.
safety hazard. Yeah. Let's see. Looking at what we've got, maybe once again 1 to 2 if you have 2 Sprinks.
Gino brings up the line, smells like Hawaii. at the luau. What does that mean?
It smells like Hawaii. What more do you want me to say? Coconuts and Lays.
Oh, lays have a
Get your
scent?
mind out of the gutter. Sorry.
All right, Giles.
Hey, the lay joke is a classic.
It is.
I
Sprinks
think-
may or may not have used that on me
I've
within a year.
used it a lot.
Yeah.
I think the ending might have probably my favorite moment, which is Melina screaming at Giles, just dancing up slowly.
He's just wearing a lay.
Just
I think
walking
she,
up.
it's such a genuine scream too that it was, I don't know, that might be my favorite moment in the show.
Just Giles being so happy and chilling out, walking up to
Yeah.
them.
Giles being
Yeah.
happy,
Blood-curdling,
Melina
bloody
being
murder
terrified
scream.
for a second because she doesn't recognize him.
You know, Ryder, I think that's right next to one of my favorite moments of just Giles doing the limbo.
Was classy with it. He had the technique. He had the
I love it.
balance.
I think I do enjoy the joke that he made at the end of it. He's like, I need to go see my chiropractor.
You know what? The luau, good scene.
Yes, luau, good scene.
You know what's even better about it? That someone in particular died at it.
Yes.
Yeah. God damn, am I going to have a lot of issues from methods going forward?
Hoo-hoo-hoo.
Yes, much like the Ulysses one. How quick are these murders done? What's being shown? Because it really plays off like there's a lot more time to these things.
Yeah, it's like instant in this one. Like the lights go out, crash, lights
Screams,
turn back on, you
lights
see the
come on,
body. Yeah.
and everyone in the room. So in,
Yes.
10 seconds, the murderer did all that?
Oh, it's less than
All of
10
what?
seconds.
Well, yeah. Yes, but the retelling of the stories is like, and then this happened, and then the murderer did this and covered up doing this. And I'm like, that's easily 7 minutes right there.
The kill. Oh, that's the next episode. Ryder, do you have any last points for episode 6?
I do like that. It's a tiny thing, but I like that Giles hands his coat to Gino because Gino asked to take it, and obviously this is setting up something that will be important going forward.
I did like that.
Yes, I did enjoy that. I. It's interesting. That's more next episode, but I'm trying to think what else I got for this one. I think. No, I think that's it for me actually on this episode.
All right. I don't think I really have anything either. So
I guess
Uh,
Cam just wanted to give Chris the game ball, quote unquote, for solving 2 riddles in a row.
yeah, I suppose gave her props. Ryder,
Not
let's
quite
hear
my Sherlock Moriarty rivalry, but I'll take it.
let's hear your theory about Chris and any new input on this episode.
Yeah, this is a simple one. Chris was solidified as the murderer when she blatantly lied about checking the shoes at the table. So,
I
like,
mean,
when
a lot of people lie about finding clues, though.
no, then not
True,
at the
but that-
table.
And to her team captain.
Yeah, she blatantly lies to Cam, saying, "Oh, I didn't look into the shoes." She would have no reason to lie, even if she wasn't the murderer.
Well, I mean, the reason would
So,
be
She's
if
still
he
playing the
thought
mental
she
games.
did look and lied.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Playing the
like,
innocent card.
the mental games didn't stop. Is my point. Like the blatant lie. I'm like, all right, I don't have any other suspects anymore. I entertained them for a while. It's just Chris from now on.
All right, Sprinks.
Yeah, still Chris. That was a instance of it. Chris getting the riddle again. Chris being the one to break into Dana's room and not actually giving it to Melina to try. It just seemed like a lot of fingers pointing again. She sparked the Gino shoe size thing and was talking to Melina in the room about like come to the winning side team or we cut Gino out kind of thing, which just sparks more doubt into Melina's mind. So she's still playing the mental game. So yeah.
All right. On episode 7, we're getting there, fellas. I don't recall who started in the last one.
I know it wasn't you.
Will start. Yeah, you caught me because I've been avoiding starting any of them.
We may have noticed.
I would be talking about the murder that happened in this one of the one and only Gino, and that's him leaving the necklace. It's very interesting. I'm going to assume that that was intentional for the story, because I don't know. Well, I mean, it is, but the killer brings up that the pistol was the backup plan to the initial crime of using the garrote necklace.
Yeah.
But all the challenges are tailor made to point out the pistol. When would they have had time to make the clues for that and not the necklace?
Oh, well, when Lindsay didn't think the necklace was all that suspicious.
Oh,
Then again,
wait.
it
No,
might be all the clues are tailor made for the pistol because that is ultimately the weapon that the killer needed to use.
that's
Well,
true.
that was the backup plan, though. They said
The
Yeah,
chandelier
but that is
was
the
the
one.
cover-up.
But that is the weapon that they needed to use. So why wouldn't the clues be tailored to that when that is the one that needed to be used at the end of the day?
Crimson, you wanted more of a swap of the necklace and the gun should have been something that could have been found, but no way hinted at or pointed to, whereas the garrote necklace had more clues tied to.
So theoretically, if this was a real thing that happened, spoilers, it doesn't. We have a party.
What? Nobody
The
dies in the
victim,
show?
I know. The victim is given a necklace that will end up being the weapon used to kill them. That person does not bring that to get killed with. So the killer has to default on their backup plan, which is the pistol, which was set up. But the clues didn't have time to be set up for the pistol. The clues would have been set up for that necklace because that was the original plan.
But I don't think that this murder is like the Riddler and is leaving clues prior to the attack. I think the riddles come afterwards of the kill.
Was this the one that they gave a night to investigate? They like sleep it off. Was that this one?
I don't recall.
There was one they said.
Well, this one, yes, because it's like we're not going to investigate now. Everyone's asleep because it was midnight.
Everyone go to the. We'll reset in the morning or something
Yeah.
that Giles says.
Okay. Then I guess that would fix the timeline for the killer to change the clues to fit the pistol and not the necklace. Okay. Then I guess I don't really have a problem. If they didn't do that at nighttime thing, I would have an issue.
I see what you're. Okay, I finally picked up what you're putting down. Got it. There was no instance for the clues of what the murder gives Giles to speak on behalf of in time to everything going on in like live time.
Yeah, I have a
Got it.
complaint about the murder.
All right.
As someone who has shot a pistol with a silencer on the end, shit still makes a very loud clap. So, I'm sorry to say, they would hear the gunshot and there would be no misdirect with the chandelier.
Well, the people were screaming because the
That's
lights
the
went
one out
out.
I'll give it.
That doesn't help at all.
No, it helps a
You're gonna
little,
hear
but
that. No,
you'll
you're
still
going to hear the
it.
gunshot. You're going to hear the
Yes,
gunshot.
but
It's not going to obscure the sound.
that's not true.
No,
Flat
it's not going to obscure the sound.
out.
They can both
Oh,
exist in
no.
tandem, but the clap is going to be very obvious.
In the room that they're in, yes. But if someone's outside 10 meters away versus 50 meters away. The
Oh
person,
yeah, if you're 50 meters away and somebody's screaming, yeah, you're not going to hear it. But they're all in the room together. So my point is,
yes,
the murderer's
that's what I'm
not
getting
getting
at.
away. It doesn't make
The
any
screaming
sense.
does cover a noise, but not at a decibel level loud enough for the shot even silenced.
Okay, yeah,
Well,
we're on the
That's what
same
I
page
was
now.
getting.
I agree with that. Yeah.
I also don't know the direct like noise reduction of a point blank suppressor, because the noise of a gun is the exit of the barrel. It's the explosion of air blasting, the sound barrier, all that jazz. But when it's pressed up against an object, in this case Gino's belly button, that would have severely reduced the sound that's already being reduced by the suppressor itself. So I don't know how much that would be.
I think I'm still on Ryder's side. It would still make a noise. The screaming does cover it, but I don't think to the point where it'd be fully covered, because it does play off that it made no noise. No one questions like, "Oh, I heard this," or they play it off as like when they find the bullet in the belly button, they're like, "I never heard a gun go off."
Yeah, they did say that.
But that kind of also goes with Sherry with the musket ball in the back of her neck. It's like, I never heard a gun go off. But the difference of that wasn't a gun used. This one is a gun being used. What my little gripe is even at point, I guess especially at point blank range, the bullet would have been farther in Gino's body than on like just the outskirts of his skin to be able to be plucked out with the tweezers.
There's a good chance it would have just exited him at that at that point.
Possibly.
Um, but yeah,
But
it
a
would not be
silencer
off
does
the surface.
reduce the range of bullet travel. But yeah,
Yeah.
it still could have gone through him, but definitely more to the mid or back of his torso than just like half an inch into his belly button. That's where I had a little problem with. Also, would a shot at the belly button be fatal?
I mean, it depends on what you're getting hit inside. I mean, if your intestines
Not
get bleeded
instantly.
up, yeah, it would be like a internal bleeding scenario.
So Gino
But
didn't die instantly, but I guess we're
yeah,
supposed to believe he did. I mean,
Doesn't
don't get me
where it did
wrong.
make
The
noise.
chandelier finishes the job, but
Yeah.
it's all right. He bleeds out like water or something.
Oh, when he
Whatever that
falls
was.
over? That's blood and blacklight. That's
Yeah, this crystal clear black light blood. Very very interesting.
or night
Yeah.
vision. Sorry, not blacklight.
Well, they do use the black light to see the crests and the beads.
True, I meant like the retelling of the stories and night vision.
yeah. I'm so happy Ronnie went from finding an awesome clue of like the glow in the dark ground being laid out for the body, and
And
he
the blood
connected it
being
to a monkey
dragged.
somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, that was but I get the thing with Ronnie is the monkey is really kind of a left field thing, but I see his process as to why that would be a thought. Like there's
Yeah, I
actual
agree.
building
It's
bricks
not
to
it's
it.
not it's not nonsense, but there's nothing
There's
tangible in
nothing
evidence, I suppose.
showing monkey other
Yeah,
than
outside of
decorations
the
in the
riddle.
house. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, they've already established how like extreme and weird some of these crimes are. So training a monkey to commit a crime isn't outside the realms of what the show would be capable of doing. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty much Cam's reaction when Ronnie said it that it was monkeys, and Cam's like, "Are you serious? You're kidding, right? You didn't
Yeah.
actually say that."
He's drinking, just being like, "Oh, I'm so screwed."
He's
Yeah,
like, you don't
yeah.
want to hear it. Nope.
No way you said that.
My one of the clever things on this one is because there's a team of 2 and a team of 3. To make it fair, they had to lay something out for theoretically the other team to pick up on, which is obviously Giles's phone. The note that they wouldn't get. by exploring his last known whereabouts, telling him to steal Giles' phone. But the fact that they find the phone in the morgue would be enough for Ronnie and Melina to actually infer what that note might have said, or what Gino might have been ordered to do.
Yes. I didn't get Lindsay conveying, being that she was in the last known whereabouts by herself, when she's like, oh, I'm going to refrain giving the whole story of like what the note said. And she just goes, Giles, steal, and phone. And I went, that's the note.
Which
You left out a
for
the,
your survival.
and
Yeah. Lindsay was trying to lose, I think.
I'm like, you gave everything.
She just wanted the little bit of information for her to be the best investigator. She's not trying to eliminate anybody.
Well, that went on to someone else in the last episode. I did like Giles's fancy old bathing suit, reminiscent of Blanc's in Glass Onion.
Exactly. Blanc stole this. Ryan Johnson stole from this show.
Ryan Johnson making an original story. Shocker.
Thievery?
Nay. I am curious if Ryan Johnson's seen this though. See, I would imagine
cares?
let
he's
him
done
let him
research.
ruin the whodunit genre for the next 20 years. I'm just content to let him do that. I'll come
Maybe
back
Wake
later.
Up Dead Man's going to be based on this.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. And Giles makes an appearance.
I'll actively avoid the theater.
Ryder, how did
Can't
you like
wait.
the? Of course, I think we picked it up and Crimson didn't, but the play on Riddles in the Dark.
Oh yeah, that was awesome. I enjoyed that.
Riddles in the Dark.
I can add more,
Hey.
but I it's more of an inside joke. So
Yeah.
30 white horses on a red hill. First they champ,
First
then
they
they
stamp,
stamp,
then they stamp,
then they stand
then
still.
they stand still. Sorry, Crimson.
What kind of swallow?
Right.
There.
That was good. That was clever. Yeah, close, but yes.
Um,
We'll go
I-
with a red point.
A writer point? Okay. Ronnie, I think Ronnie just handicaps himself by not looking around the whole room like Cam does, which is weird to me because I think at this point he would know to want to check everything. Obviously, it's fine. He doesn't pick up the important clue that the blackout was timed, yada yada. But he does pick up on the glow in the dark floor. But it's kind of anyway. I enjoy, I guess, the back and forth. They both walk away with different clues because Cam didn't know the thing was black and white on the glow in the dark on the floor, but he did find the blackout timer. Just a give and take for both of them. Just by being stubborn and avoiding each other.
Yeah, because you were talking about earlier where contestants would start being vitriolic towards providing help during the investigations.
And that time has arrived.
Yes. No help.
Oh, this is the
No
thing
French.
where I heard, like, for the third time, Chris saying "son of a biscuit."
Son of a biscuit.
Son of a
Huh.
There was one quote, I think, said that.
I have later Chris going, she screwed me. Which seems to be the most acting out of Chris. And I went, that's interesting.
Cam is being bossy boots. Bossy boots.
Nice note.
Yeah. That was from episode 3. Okay. I don't remember who said that, but I found that an amusing phrase I've never heard of. A bossy boot. Sprinks.
The suppressed handgun and night vision goggles are located in the top drawer of the main entry Great Hall. Were they there the whole time?
I have to assume
I mean,
no, because it's lucky that Cam didn't find him.
That's what I was thinking. Cam's going around that whole room while Ronnie's just looking at the center point blood, thinking Cam's, doing a silly move, looking at everything else. I felt, would Cam not come across it?
yeah, I
He
think the
would. This is kind of what.
investigation and
Yeah,
riddle
this is kind of
section
what.
are.
Yeah, inferred to me that the riddle sections are completely separate from investigation sections. So you can't come across anything that's in the riddle section during an investigation section.
Everyone goes to the room, they place everything around, and then get them all out.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's been a thing I suspected, but I think I took this as confirmation since it was such an obvious thing to do, like open that drawer right next to the blood stain.
Yeah. I felt bad for Ronnie when he was kind of ahead of the pack and he was trying to figure out the words on the.
He
Oh
cannot do the
gosh,
word game.
it was
And
not.
That
Yeah, it
was
was
just
not for him.
he couldn't figure it out. He said he was there for 5 minutes at one point.
He was in
and it
such a
was just
lead.
and it was just
Couldn't-
it made doubly worse when Cam just walks in and leans over Melina's shoulder.
Oh, that was awesome. I
it was-
thought Cam was doing a really wise move of distracting Melina to give both Chris and Lindsay more of an advantage because Ronnie's struggling, so it's a 2v1 situation. I thought that's what he was trying to imply, but he was just trying to cheat.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's trying
if that was the goal and he was just distracting Melina, I would have preferred him just to be straight up talking constantly and not looking at the beads. But since he's directly looking at the beads, definitely cheated.
Part of the me feeling bad for Ronnie is Melina. She did not pick up what he was doing. He was down there to hide being like it's the correct room. But she was just standing there.
No, Melina was very lost this episode. Even with her accusation, she didn't have anything to pinpoint. She was second guessing everything she was questioning.
Yeah, she in her confession would confess not knowing stuff, which
Yeah,
probably isn't optimal. But I guess it worked out for her because
not
Ronnie and his
not
monkeys.
yet. Not giving an answer of like giving half the idea of like you did all this, but I don't know how you got here to here. Versus Ronnie going, you had a trained monkey who dropped the chandelier, being just like completely wrong.
You had a trained monkey that took the pistol, cut the chandelier, and shot him.
Yeah, where'd the monkey go?
Don't know. I don't know if Ronnie knows either.
Well, that's something that was cut out from his audience viewpoint of
Ah,
accusation that we
yes.
didn't see. I'm like, he probably had to explain it, but
One would hope, but he was kind of grasping at straws.
yeah.
He was desperate this episode.
Yes, yes, he was.
Uh, I will jump to obviously Cam finding the suppressed gun. It I think it works as the kill method along with the goggles. They were stashed there. The one thing I picked up on in the scene prior, seeing the night vision goggles now with like the suppressed gunshot, is only one person removed their hat during the party scene to get the goggles on faster, and that was Chris.
Well,
Yeah.
looky here. Yeah. Good stuff. And I don't know. I just liked Gino's face when he got shot. Pretty funny. He looked like a little lost puppy.
Yeah,
Awesome.
definitely a TV moment.
Mhm.
Yes. I liked the like blindfold into a black room thing because that we don't get a lot of like luck stuff in here other than the luck of finding stuff, which I guess this one kind of is. But there's no skill or strategy involved here other than like hug the wall and try to grab furniture or something. That's like the most of a strategy you can get going into
Mhm.
a black room. So it's kind
Yeah.
of fun throwing in an element of almost pure luck into the mix, which could help somebody like an underdog like Ronnie was, which it
Yeah.
would have if he knew how to spell words.
Yeah. It's a little disappointing that he couldn't spell the words.
Well, I
But
guess it's the benefit
alas,
that
Cam was the better player.
all three words were different lengths.
Yeah, but
So,
Cam
like, no
solved
would
it
be
in
hard,
like
but
10 seconds.
yeah, but you do know there are three words, and it's not just like make things out of these. It'd be a lot
Yeah.
harder. So,
Springs.
um, trying to look for my notes that don't go into the final question of an episode. Seeing again, Ronnie and Melina both getting the scared card, but being at breakfast. So much like Dawn and Dana.
And they get to go to the spa. Yay!
They all
Yes,
had
I like
different.
how worried they all are, though.
Yeah,
Like,
Oh,
'cause
they all
they're
there's gonna be
used to it
poison in
by
my
now.
mask. I'm gonna die. Yeah,
Yeah, there is no safe area.
they know one of them is dying.
yeah, like Ronnie's like, you know what? Facial could be like acid on her face or it could suffocate her. I'm kind of liking this hot tub idea.
Yeah, and in my
And
head, I'm
as
like,
soon as,
you know how many people have died in a hot tub?
Dad. Yeah, as soon as I heard that, like, all right, Ronnie's the one that's dying. I had
Kind of like
no
nuts.
hesitations or second thoughts. I just knew at that point he committed to dying.
Well, he was monkeying around, okay?
Oh,
Oh, zinger.
Yeah, that's like a Giles thing.
all right,
All right, I didn't
you
want
lost
to
lost the wind.
imply anything.
All
But
right, pulling these things out of thin air. What are you wishing on a monkey's paw? Calm down.
a little bit of a stretch on that one. All right, let's see. Final one, if you've got any writer.
Uh, no, I don't.
All right, Springs.
8:55. Gino is breathing on the morgue table.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Well, the bullet didn't go deep enough to pierce his lungs, so.
Like, yeah, that's the nitpick of this murder. It's not an instant lethal kill.
It's not an instant lethal kill. He just like gave up and died. He died. You know, he died of sadness, and
I'd like
then
to point
yeah.
out
He
did
he
have a
died to the
chandelier falling
contract of
down
what he
there.
signed to be on the show. Of if you get killed, you can't make a noise. You must follow through.
He did have a chandelier fall on him. It wasn't just like the bullet killed him.
Yeah, after 7 minutes.
He wasn't far away from it.
It takes 15 minutes to bleed out, by the way, from a stomach shot. I know that off the top of my head because I had to research something about that beforehand. But no, the research not related to this at all. It was actually for a story I was writing for
For
one of
writing,
my
yep.
writing classes.
Yes,
Figures
for
out.
writing, yes.
Yeah, it's for one of my writing
That's what he-
classes.
That's what he tells his FBI agent who watches him.
Yeah.
Yep.
A life
Oh yeah, exactly.
experience.
My NSA agent, if the NSA agent, my FBI agent don't know I'm a writer and why I have to research all that, that's on them. They didn't dig deep enough.
I know this is a little out there, but I've seen something of someone I think doing a writing project where they have all these like different murders and poisons, and everything on their search feed, and one of their feeds just says, "I am a writer. Please pay no attention."
I've
Now
done
it's
that.
focus
I have
time.
absolutely done that. But yeah, so yeah, he died of sadness, not from injury due to the bullet. And then after actually here's what happened. He fainted from the gunshot. Just the pain knocked him out. So when
He
the
was shocked.
chandelier came crashing down, it's what killed him.
Yeah, he was blown away
That's
that Cam's gonna win. He couldn't believe it. Cam
Yeah,
got him.
when he got shot by Cam because he thinks it's Cam.
Wearing his
He was so
shoes.
yeah, he was so
blew
he was so offended that he fainted, and then was dragged to the center and to get killed by the chandelier that fell on top of him. There, I fixed the murder.
Yeah.
Let's see. I guess the last thing I've got is we kind of touched on it earlier, but Ronnie's confession of being a bounty hunter. Talked
TV
about how
moment.
He kept it on him this whole time.
I don't
And
know if I'd call that a TV moment. I actually think he legitimately, quote unquote, thought he was going to die. So he was just being honest.
So, mm,
he guessed the market.
yes. No, I think it's a TV moment where, yes, he did that not knowing this was his last, but could be. But upon the editing side of the cutting room floor, they included it in because it was his last.
I
Okay.
suppose, but it's not like they would
That's
have
out of my
edited
realm
it.
of jurisdiction then. Mind
Also, it's
you,
not
I
like they
don't
would have
care.
put
He's
it
a
into a different episode.
mind you,
But
I don't care. He's not a character. He's a person. Like he's a player. Like he's a real human.
Yes, but
But
Jeez.
out of all the B-roll you have to make an entertaining episode, what to include
yeah,
and not include. I feel like with
yeah,
Ronnie being his last, this is what to include to be like, oh, his farewell kind of thing.
yeah. It
Yeah,
makes sense
that
to include it.
was
I
choice.
will concede that.
Yeah. Like
Yes.
Colin's little blurb we brought up earlier of like, oh, I want to cook a steak. I'm like, why is this here?
All right. On to you guys explaining why Chris. So, writer.
For this one, this was again just more general like manipulations. She was trying to turn Melania against
Ronnie,
Ronnie.
with doubt.
Just planting seeds of doubt. I think Chris didn't need to do much this episode, sitting on the back burner. But again, no one jumped out to try and take the sus spot from her. So
Being that this is I'm guessing, weekly episodic show, and this is now episode 7, it was nice, I guess, in a vein to just be a little remember for Chris to bring up again that her dad was a cop and that she has shot guns before. Bringing that she shot guns up before went, oh, cool, murder weapon's a gun.
Yeah.
well, I mean,
no
they
one
pulled
could
a
ever.
bullet out
Very
of the chest,
on the nose.
so
Yeah.
I mean, they pulled a bullet out of the chest. I don't know what else you're supposed to think other than it's a gun.
Well, no, not a
As a
gun, but it's
slingshot.
like someone just being like, oh, I know how to use guns, and it's a gun that killed the person. And this murder
Yeah.
isn't like a messy, like accidental kills kind of thing.
It's technically kind of improvised. The
True,
initial
but
plan.
trying to think what else. Oh, I guess just Chris also being spared and not getting a scared card, which I didn't know it was something that could be played, that the killer can't get a scared card, because I feel like that would have been a cool play at some point. Because the murderer is the one who can
It,
put the murder
is it
cards out, but then it wouldn't work. It would have to be Chris giving a bad detective situation.
is it in this one where Giles is like, "Have you ever gotten a scare card, Chris?" Interesting. Is that this episode or is that the next one?
That's
That's
the
the
next one.
next
That's
one.
the end of 8.
Okay.
Yeah, the last opportunity to get a scare card is when he brought it up. All right, then we are on to episode 8. And since I started the last one, we can start with writer.
Sweet. I'm gonna
Episode
jump
8,
right to the murder.
Frost Nixon.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump right to the murder. Liquid nitrogen doesn't work like this. I know this because I actually worked with liquid nitrogen in a lab and had to mix it in with boiling water, which is water hotter than this. So, uh, while it would cause a reaction in a hot tub, it would not be enough force to jettison a body through the air into the pool. Already,
agree.
I was like, "It's a wrap. This murder didn't happen.
It's a wrap.
This
Time to lose
murder
that,
didn't
everybody.
happen." Secondly, his drink would not freeze because his drink was not in contact with the liquid nitrogen.
Yeah. Also, the ice wouldn't stick around for as long as it did, but obviously it was like plastic ice or something.
Yeah, it's a little obvious, but
Yes.
But, you know, it's an exaggerated show.
Yes, this murder is not, it doesn't work.
no.
But for each murder being a little more elaborate as they go on, I thought this one went backwards, and it seemed too easy to be liquid nitrogen.
This one was definitely more on the drama rather than the murder itself.
Well, the poison was the hard part, not the liquid nitrogen.
Yes. Because the liquid nitrogen explosion is the cover-up.
Yeah. And
Yeah, the poison is
mean-
what kills him.
yeah, so I don't really have an issue with the
I-
liquid nitrogen being easy.
And
to
that's on
figure out.
Ronnie just accepting poison or just accepting a drink from the murderer that he didn't order. That's on him.
Yes.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah.
Yes, but he's at this point that he's got to follow along with the murder.
Yeah.
Yes. He's a dead
I
man.
do
who's
like,
now
I guess, the
violating
motive for
self-murder.
needing to kill Ronnie, though, which is, even though obviously the murderer wouldn't need a motive, but the motive being that he figured out who the murderer was.
Yeah, and they, instead of removing the letter, just scratched out their name or reference to them.
Yeah.
And I do like in this one, it's another clue that was missed because Sprinksy brought up the splinters in the pants.
Yes, this one's the poison book.
Yeah, the poison book didn't get acknowledged. The camera on the monkey also got missed in there. So Lindsay dropped the ball on 2 clues in that room.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even though she
Which
was
isn't
getting the murder
surprising.
right every episode, but
Yeah, I'm curious what in like the judge's booth or whatever weighed into the accusations, like what gives the most points to be spared.
That would be interesting.
Like getting the killer right, getting the actual cause of death, getting to like what all lines up.
yeah, I think because I'm sorry, Lindsay. Lindsay's not the best investigator on this show, but I do think that her getting the murderer right a lot of the time gets her through a lot of the late season of the show.
Yeah, I can go with that. Definitely a weighted element. No, as we brought up before, I think Lindsay's the whole not necessarily investigator, but just getting information off of other people,
It's her way to play
which
the
is
game.
why she plays. Yeah, why she plays both sides, and then winds up people not trusting her. And I did think going into this one with Ronnie's death that the teams would stop and it would be everyone kind of fending for themselves. No, this was a 3v1 very hard.
Such a bully.
This was a very
Yeah.
strong
We
3v1, and I went,
and you
oh,
are you.
yeah.
Yeah.
I do like the bonus ice breaking minigame though. That was
Kind of was a weird thing to kind of shoehorn.
It's
on
a
to me.
very weird thing to pick for deciding who's going where, but
Yeah,
it was something they had to do, and I'm like, oh, okay.
because a lot of the challenges have been like the deduction or stuff like that. This is just like a physical strength test. um,
and of course the
So-
big strong man won the strike test.
so
Eh.
it's kind of like a weird choice to give any advantage to, but, at least in this kind of show.
Yes, and this episode really played with the 3v1 and focusing on Melina getting close to the ice block, even though it went to Cam. Just like the whole like this is what who the audience is rooting for.
I
Like,
think
come on,
the
you can do
editing
it. You got it. Just
I think the editing in this episode is sublime. I think they do a great job of making it feel like she's getting them on their heels, and it actually kind of feels close by the time at a couple moments where they actually
She
feel
locked in for this episode. She puts a lot of things together. I don't know whether they helped her or not, but if they didn't, she did a lot of good on her own.
And Chris was like, "Who's that? That's a different person."
again, not knowing how you would take this show as a whole, writer. In my notes, I wrote down, I'm curious how a writer will take Melina, quote unquote, breaking character.
Oh, it's a person. If she was a character, I would have a very different opinion. But it's a person, so not really factoring into my what would have been an objective scale for this show.
So yeah, I liked how she was approaching stuff. Unlucky that she couldn't get the crossword or the word search, not the crossword, the word search. Didn't find the pool tool or whatever it was. Pool equipment. That's what it was.
Yeah, pool equipment.
Couldn't find that. I found every other word, and then Lindsay was just insulting her. What are you playing this game for?
Mhm.
All right, harsh.
Oh gosh, Rue Manner. Yeah, sorry, something just came to light.
Go ahead.
Melina doesn't know what frostbite is. Really baffled me.
That's very
She's like, he's
true.
frozen
That
and burnt at
she
the same
benefited.
time. How?
She benefited a lot from going to work, but when she didn't recognize frostbite, I might have let my jaw fall open a little bit.
Yeah, when she's upstairs, like with doodling the notepad, like trying to solve it, and she goes, "I just don't understand." I went, "How do you not know what frostbite is? What are you talking about?"
She went from like fizz in the mouth to he drank tea. She somehow figured that out.
Yeah, and she's
Which
like
is
getting all these informations from one location and playing it off onto cam. It's like, I know this happened. I know this happened. It's like, wow, really good. I wish there was more of that in this show of everyone else doing that investigation stuff rather than just relaying on what other people say.
yeah. Like I said, I can agree with that. That's a good sentiment to have. I did appreciate that I got a bit of Melina in this episode because it does feel like at a certain point you're rooting for the underdog. She's the one that's the audience's favorite. So there is definitely a level of her kind of figuring all these bits and pieces out to kind of kind of almost lull the audience into a false sense of security and thinking that she might have enough to put this full thing together.
Yeah.
Indeed.
We don't know how long it goes from a body to the morgue, but I was trying to question if Ronnie's mouth would still be foaming.
That's a good
I
question.
haven't.
It's foaming in some shots and it's foaming and not in some shots. So
Yes, but still,
Not
even just
familiar
if it
with
was foaming in
poison.
one to be indicated, I don't know if enough time has passed for that to die down.
Out of my expertise.
Yeah.
Don't know that one.
I don't know the full effects of, was it Rhyton poisoning?
I wrote risen. I don't know. Whatever
I
the
don't. Yeah.
poison was.
yeah, it sounded like
Ryzen.
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 Yeah, yeah, something like that effect.
Yeah.
Ryson.
Ricin. That's it. Thank you.
Sorry, it
Yeah.
just
Don't
hit
know the
me.
full
I was
details
like,
of it.
yeah, it hit me in a different way. I was like, because I was confused by the name, and I'm like, what does rice have to do with poison? And then I heard the name rice, and I'm like, okay, that just kind of stuck in my brain in that way.
And
Also,
that's
1349, Ronnie's breathing.
yeah.
He probably, I do, I guess, appreciate the mourning moment that Melina gets and why she didn't want to go to the morgue. She didn't want to see her dead friend, which
Yeah.
is kind of cute,
Well,
knowing it's a
plays an
reality show
emotional
and that he's
angle.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was getting so frustrated with Cam and Chris when fighting for the locations. That was so annoying.
Oh,
They had
before
like
Yeah.
Giles passed out the note.
yeah before it getting randomly passed around. I was like, oh, come on, guys, you have like all the cards. You have to die so hard for this. Come on. So,
They want to
Yeah.
win the
It did.
$250,000. It's
They're
that
being petty.
important.
It's like, all right, I guess this is how going to work. It did kind of
yeah.
bite him. They didn't get Morgan the information.
And it's honestly this episode I realized that like I don't actually like any of these people.
Like at this point or from the start?
I probably from the start. Dom was probably the closest, I think. It just really sunk in because nobody else was around. So
You didn't like Dante?
Well, there's Giles.
Yeah, well, Giles is a character. Talking about the participants in the game.
Oh, okay.
Melina?
What about Melina?
I
That
don't know.
answers that.
I did enjoy her going down and like confronting Cam, Chris, and Lindsay and putting them on the back foot for a scene. That was pretty cool.
And then episode 9, Ryder was clapping.
Yeah.
No, not really.
That might be too far. But look, I was happy that Adriana died.
The only
Like, get her
person's
outta
death who was the only two people I didn't want to see for the rest of the show was Adriana and Dante, and I'm like, all right, I can tolerate sitting through the rest of this now.
Oh, lucky you.
I would have loved Dante to be something like, oh, this reminds me of a story I've written. So I've written something like this before, and I'm like, that would
I'm cringing in
just
my
like,
chair.
that would've been
Please
awesome.
no. We get kind of a timeline in this episode from Ronnie's letter saying it's been 8 days. So it kind of confirms that every episode is a day.
Yeah,
That is
because
true.
they all go to bed at night, and then they wake up to someone dead.
Yeah. There's no leisure time in between days. It's just day after day after day.
And you say well, I mean that's quote unquote for the story of the show, but in reality, it's
Reality, it was 3
eh,
times as long as that.
yeah, it was 3 days per shoot, right? Kind of makes sense. Like the first day would be like the murder. The second day would be, well, maybe the murder and the dining scene would be kind of done in one day, but then they would have one day for the investigation and another day for the
Talking heads, interview stuff.
yeah. I could see it.
Um, it
Springs.
we touched on it a little earlier, but being that Melina was the first one to get to the kitchen for the riddle, I was just like, I wrote down, why is Melina reading the next clue aloud when she's on a team by herself?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with what we said earlier, and it's probably an
Yeah,
obligation for the
I
show.
just felt, I wish it was something on the other half line where Melina was like reading it to herself, so the audience goes, like one of those instances where they're yelling at the TV. They're like, "Whoa, what's it say? What's it say? What's going on?" And then someone of the other team of 3 comes in and reads it aloud. I wish it was played more like that, so the information can still come across.
I see the point you're making.
Yeah, because it felt like very much like a clause or something like, "Oh, first one has to do this." Because prior to with Cam peeking over her shoulder with the beads thing, why can't Cam just stand there and listen to her say it and then run off?
Theoretically can, unless there's this rule we aren't aware of.
I don't know. Melina said, "It sounds like you're cheating." He goes, "Don't think so," with the beads thing.
Yeah. So arrogant. Yeah.
So I don't know. That felt very like TV made.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly for the show's clarity for the audience, but at the detriment of the contestants.
Yeah, it slowed her down.
Yeah. I'll bring up Lindsay and her not being the brightest in the bunch here. They get into the limousine at the end of the episode ish, and
Oh,
they all
I
have
think I got it.
gifts. And
Yep.
Lindsay's talking about, I hope it's not a bomb. And like,
So die. It's a bomb.
yeah, so the killer's gonna kill themselves with you or something? Like,
Yep.
what is that?
Yep. My note says, "Yeah, Lindsay, a bomb in an enclosed space with the killer." Smart.
Yeah, they want to do this whole like suicide pact thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
certainly.
I was curious with them questioning like who the driver is after the U-turn, and they're like, "Oh, who's driving this thing?" When they get back to the manor, no one checks who the driver is.
It would have been so funny if like Tom Cruise or somebody came out,
Oh, a cameo?
like just a cameo,
I don't know if they could have gotten Tom Cruise, but
like Wadsworth. What if Wadsworth came out? That'd be hilarious.
Tim Curry
Yeah.
in 2013? I don't know.
Timeline kind of fits, right? Is he able-bodied?
I don't know. That information I don't have at the top of my head.
Hmm.
It should have been Rowan Atkinson.
Yeah, Mr. Bean.
Yeah. Explains why he turned around. Just a silly guy.
Alrighty. Well, with the mystery of the driver not being solved because no one probes it, I'll have Sprinks move on to the next point.
Interesting. Let's see here. Oh, trying to figure. I'm also trying to decipher what my writing is in riddles. So I have like second time someone's peeked at Melina's riddle findings, which I guess is when she's doing the crossword, and Lindsay comes up behind her, tries to like peek at what she's writing down or getting on the crossword.
Yeah.
So it happened twice.
Well, you need to hide what you're doing better.
Stop being in such a big open public area. But I did think it was a good move of Cam being outside with Melina by the pool when they're like looking for locations. And Cam goes inside the building, goes up to Chris to tell her pool equipment, goes around to, I think, the parlor side to go back outside. So Melina's mind thinks he went inside.
He's a smart cookie.
Yep. Definitely thinks 2 steps ahead, that Cam. One of the guess more funny people moments is when Cam was looking after they all grabbed like their desserts and souffles from like the table. Cam is about to walk out, except Melina walks out right next to him, and all of them just make a U-turn right back towards the couches.
Yeah, awkward.
Bullies.
Oh yeah,
Right,
absolutely.
the Cool Club.
Same with good on Melina, by the way, trying to listen in. She didn't really get anything useful, obviously, but good on her for trying.
On a team by yourself, yeah. Try to get as much as you can.
Yeah. Something I wrote down,
yes.
which I guess kind of gets answered in the next episode, was how did Giles get tied up if the killer was in the limo?
Good point. I wrote down the killer has an accomplice.
Yeah, Giles.
I suppose so.
He tied himself up.
Well, it could have been
No,
Sophie and Beatrice.
Giles's contract absolves him, so I imagine it would be one of the maids.
Yeah.
Actually. We don't really know, but it's not the killer that tied him up.
Or he actually wasn't tied up. He was just sitting in a chair with his hands behind it. And there's just wires and guns pointing in all directions.
Could be.
He's just zip tied to the chair, and that's it.
Wait,
I was
does
just
it make it
thinking
look
he's just
like it?
playing off that he is. And he's totally fine.
Well, considering the state we find him in from having broken free,
True, but how'd he break free? Who broke him out? And why
he
is he
claims to have
staying in
gotten
the
himself
attic?
out. That's why. I mean, he's the last misdirect, right? We'll get there, I guess. But
I did write down because I was real curious because I didn't know if these outfits they're wearing are set by a coordinator or a costume designer or if they're actually just what the participants brought to wear. But I noticed that in this accusation in this episode, everyone's wearing blue, an article of blue clothing, except Chris.
I have nothing for you. I found nothing regarding wardrobe.
I was just questioning. I'm like, why are they matching? Especially if they're
I know
not
Chris has.
all on the same
I know
team.
Chris is. I know Chris wears a big blue dress, but I don't know if it's this episode.
No, not this one. This one's a black sleeved, multi kind of color,
I see.
kind of real dull colors. But Cam has like a blue shirt on under his suit. Lindsay's in the blue sequin dress. Melina's in a blue, I think, dress as well. But they just all have a part of blue to them except Chris, which I went interesting. But I don't know if that was staged that way.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. And didn't find anything to back anything. Uh, I guess now that we're in this episode, Ryder, we can definitively tackle the amazing line. I have managed to get this far without having to backstab anyone. Any final thoughts on that statement now that we're here?
Isn't that an episode 9 line?
Nope.
Oh, then yeah. Uh, I mean, there's not really much more I can say that hasn't already been said, unless you want me to start thinking about specific examples. But uh, as I said, yeah, I guess technically he did not personally backstab anyone, arguably outside of Ronnie. But that's a kind of a whole Ronnie didn't read the fucking fine print of the deal. Kind of also just happened to be fit in there. And he absolutely manipulates people in this show. And he's, I guess, just refuses to call it backstabbing to make himself feel arrogantly righteous, I guess.
Yeah,
To
and I'm
give
trying.
like proofs that he could point fingers like that wasn't me, that was this person. But whether they know or not that it's Cam's reasoning for them to do that action, just
Yeah, and I'm trying to think if
what
him
was
booting
Cam again?
Gino out of the group in episode 2, I guess technically, if that counted as a backstab, because they were considered in a group, and then episode 2, Gino gets booted.
Actually, it was kind of a smart move-ish for Cam to be able to point fingers at other people doing his dirty work for being a Homeland Security attorney.
Yes.
Yes,
Gotta
he
be a
learned
smart
how
man
to
for that.
absolve himself of his problems. So, yeah, I guess I would consider Gino being a backstab, since that was really early on. He doesn't really like verbally say it, but he cuts him off without really like telling him that he's cut off. So it is technically a backstab.
Yeah.
Sprinks, you got a point?
I'm trying to think, see anything we haven't touched on, because I think I got pretty much everything of this episode a bit. I like the kind of slight misdirect at the end that Melina was marked as scared, and she's not quote unquote dead at the end. She's just gone.
Next time on Whodunnit.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
Which could be
open-ended.
played into that she's the killer and is run off to go do things, or
Yes, exactly.
Leading into the twist
yes. So I
of
did
the
like that as an
finale.
ending.
What a finale it is. Ryder, do you have anything?
Let's see. On this episode, I think I got through all the base points out. I like the evidence in this one, even though Melina doesn't know what frostbite is. I think there was enough on Ronnie's on what she had been given. I think there is enough for her to have actually put what happened to Ronnie together to know that she may not have known specifically it was poison. Well, if she recognized the rice and beans, I guess she would know that it was poison, or could guess like Cam. Um, but it works out. Yeah, I guess just one of my broader points. I liked a lot of the evidence in this one, even if the kill is not the. I guess the nitrogen is a misdirect, but uh, I think everything else functions except that. So
All right. I don't really have much to say about it either. So that will be the end of episode 8. I guess the
Still
final
Chris.
ones. Yeah, Chris.
Nothing swayed me in this episode.
No new additions for the Chris theories, anybody?
New stuff? Giles said she's never been scared.
yeah, that was so much. Like if you didn't pick up on the what all the hints that Chris had been giving you before, that was just the confirmation as far as I was concerned.
All right. With that,
Yes. And I also think she let Cam do a lot of the talking in group discussions.
yeah, running it through my head, I think that sounds about right. We shall jump into the final episode, Episode 9, the series finale, technically.
Golden Cuffs.
Yeah. And we'll start
Confusing
this
title
wonderful
until a point,
episode
but
yeah. With Sprinks.
oh boy, oh boy. I guess start with the elephant in the room. I was right. It's Chris.
Thought you were left.
Oh, I was left. It's Chris.
I thought I was up.
I thought I was down, but whatever.
It was ahead.
I was up.
Well,
It's Chris.
this is a very interesting bit.
Yeah. I
Yes,
tried.
you and Ryder were correct. It was Chris.
Being that I never changed from the start. Just, I don't know how that sits well with me as an audience, because if I was, well, I don't want to say I'm dumb or smart than the average bear, but I don't know, just sticking with it because I didn't know how the game fully worked. And I thought there would have to be a motive of indication why someone was killed.
Well, didn't you sway that on episode 3 or something? That you said something like that.
I got rid of the notion that a motive is needed to the deaths, and it's just whoever's the worst detective is what it falls onto, me understanding the game. But to start with, I didn't know that. So I thought
Yeah.
it was like, why was Sherry the one killed versus anyone else?
So you feel like your early hypothesis based off the notion of motive might have skewed how you viewed this show,
How?
that
Yes.
representation? Okay.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. I can see that following, because you believed in it, so you followed it through instead of what other path could have been taken without
Yeah.
the motive
I think
route.
if I thought it was someone else in a motive that was given up to the point of explaining how the game works, it could have changed.
Yeah, I can see that. You usually do like to follow through with that type of thing.
However, this episode, amongst any of the other ones, is the one that made me wary the most, that I still thought it was Chris.
Because Giles.
Because of Lindsay.
Mm.
I got a little questionable if it was actually Lindsay the whole time in this episode.
And what reasonings for that?
When she entered the parlor and didn't say a word to her team and started laughing maniacally, and I went, what is this?
Why are you
What is she?
lying? Why are you laughing?
And I went,
What's going on?
this doesn't seem normal for
She just
someone
got
to
hit.
just
She just got
do.
hit with Joker's laughing gas for a minute. It's what it felt like.
Yeah, but I just felt like this is a TV stage thing that you're doing in the last episode kind of thing. And I just went, this I don't know, why at this point would a normal person do this to her team? I couldn't wrap my head around it. Unless it was nervous laughter, but still, what's to be nervous about?
Reality has hit her that she has made it this far.
Yeah. So I was just questioning that, but I still stuck to Chris. And that's what it turned out to.
Yeah, I guess any statements from you, Ryder, that I guess haven't already been covered with that?
Well, I mean, I could jump on your statements as what a finale it is, and I will say it is a finale.
It made me question. Oh, sorry, Ryder. I don't want to cut you off if you had more to say. to
No,
the question.
that's only half.
Okay. It made me question a little bit on the production side of it, with how this finale opens with all of the web articles and messages.
It's a. I still
Because
can't
that
believe I read
is
the
all
headline.
stuff. That's all stuff they needed while the show's airing to be able to be included into the finale.
I mean, that could have been the last thing they added to the episode.
True. And that stuff could have been just on the first 2 episodes.
Yeah. Probably was. Oh my gosh, they're killing people. Probably would be the early episodes.
That was
Yeah.
so funny. I can't believe I read that from one of the tweets. I'm hearing that Giles say that in his wry British humor voice. Just
Everyone read it. It was
Yeah,
there for
it
everybody.
Yeah, it might
It was
have
a real
cracked me up.
article.
Yeah, it might have cracked me up for a bit. I had to pause.
Yeah, I talked about bringing up what my guess for the killer was back in 2013, and it was Melina. Uh, I don't remember when she was on my radar, but I know it was pretty early on,
Yeah,
and I don't
I
remember
know
the kid
exactly
why.
why you pitched the punter.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I can tell you why. You have this thing where you tend to dislike very emotional characters.
Okay, well, I didn't say I disliked her. I
Well,
thought
I'm
she was the
saying this is
killer.
that.
You
Yeah,
find
I
them
know.
unbelievable.
You find them unbelievable, which is why I think you might have construed that as her being the murderer potentially. That's
For being an
my
actress.
theory on Young and Crimson.
Yeah, I was like, this is 15-year-old Crimson. I don't know how applicable
People
current
don't do
age.
this.
A moody teenager of Crimson? I don't know, man. I can can buy
Frank,
anything.
am I a moody teenager? I don't think I was ever
That's a
moody.
question to be answered, not here.
Think so? All right. So yeah, that was my guess when it aired. Don't have really any recollection to back reasons, but that's it. It's out there now. I did not get it correctly. I did think Cam was going to make it far. I don't remember if I thought he was going to make it to the end, but I did theorize he was going to make it far.
Yeah. I never really gave who I thought was gonna get very far in the show. My thoughts were uh Dana, who I was wrong about. I kind of a little past the halfway mark, I guess. Uh, Cam, Gino, and Ronnie. I think we're the main four that I thought were gonna get pretty far. And then once Chris hopped on board in episode 3, I'm like, oh, she's the killer, so she obviously is gonna make it to the end too. Lindsay was a surprise. I didn't see her getting this far, but she was on a very solid team.
I mean, it is a bit shocker with how vastly people started not trusting her.
And
But
how
then again,
fast she was
Ronnie's
able
little
to skirt
ploy.
right by that.
Yeah, but with Ronnie's ploy of idea of what to do in Gino's team of cut out the strongest players first. So Lindsay, I guess they thought of weak.
And Liz even brought up, I don't even know how I got on Cam's team. I didn't volunteer for it. She
You
even
killed him, but
acknowledged
I
that.
don't know exactly how you did it.
Progress me to the next round, please. Yeah. Let's see. I'll bring up a lazy addition, and I was kind of disappointed. I took
Just one?
screenshots of it.
Oh, interesting. Awesome. I'd love to segue after you.
Okay.
I might want to segue after you, Springs. So start the train, Crimson.
So many segues. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Call me Paul Blart. So
But
we have the
All right, Paul Blart.
slingshot challenge where you just gotta shoot a fish tank, and they reuse the same shot for both Lindsay doing it and
Chris.
Cam?
yeah, Chris and Chris doing it. They reused the same shot, just one is zoomed in. Uh, I thought that was pathetic.
Was it okay, legit question. Was it Chris or Cam that actually sorry, Chris or Lindsay that actually fired the shot? Do we know?
Oh, I mean, looking at the images I posted, and I guess it can go on socials now. It kind of looks like Lindsay's shoulder. I think she wore the blue and black stripes, but they used the same footage for both of them succeeding in the challenge.
That's funny.
Lazy.
uh
Huh.
you're up next, Springs.
Hey, I'd like to refrain, and Ryder, you can go right ahead.
Oh,
Why?
That just debunked what I had.
whoa!
Okay.
And I want to hear it.
So what I had was the segue idea of Crimson saying an addition that was terribly done, and I went, oh, I have an idea of something I wrote down that's a subtraction that I thought was wonderfully done, which I guess I was taking notes when it occurred. I never saw Chris fire the shot. So in my notes, I thought, oh, it's really cool to show Cam doing it and missing, and Lindsay doing it and missing, but not showing Chris, because if she's a murderer, she would have gotten it on the first try.
That's pretty good.
That's
We
awesome.
couldn't have wrote that any better. Good job,
So
guys.
I missed that detail.
Yeah,
Honestly,
that's-
it's those moments I live for in this podcast.
I'm glad we went in that order.
But okay,
Well-
think about it. If they did take out Chris firing, wouldn't that have been cooler? Or more of a hint?
I honestly, it would have been because we see Cam miss one, then he nails it. It would be fun to see Chris nail it instantly, you know. So like, is that, it'd just be one more obviously hint for us, but it's just it would be kind of funny to show that she's just really good at it. But yeah, I can see why it would be funny that we just skipped Chris on that.
Well, and I like because 2 out of the 3 are the same shot. No one actually hit her in the back of the head. Because Cam
No.
completely missed too.
Yeah, Chris was still faking it.
Not Chris, darn it. Cam. That's what I meant.
I like to imagine that as soon as they hit the glass tank, the fucking maids sprint out onto the field to just replace the fish tank.
They'll replace them, yeah. Get them fixed.
All right, well,
I don't
I'll
understand-
let
You continue.
I'll let this segue into my laziness. We wasted so much time on this episode with flashbacks. I was actually kind of annoyed.
Are you talking about like the 6-minute recap at the beginning or different ones?
The recap of the beginning was boring, but I'm like, okay, this is just for people tuning in for the finale. That's kind of how I took it.
Yeah.
My main issue is more like when we're being shown flashbacks of people's memories, and like how everyone suspects each other. That's kind of what started to annoy me, because some of these was just the editing team lying to the audience, because Lindsay did not get suspicious of Chris when she's like, "Oh, I didn't look inside the shoes. I didn't think to check if they were stuffed." The look Lindsay gives her, like that was some big revelation to her to get suspicious of Chris, was not in the original episode.
Yeah. No, that was something not shown. But I do think I kind of liked it because it does give, like, even in the finale, reasons onto why someone could be the killer amongst them all.
So here's the thing: I wouldn't have minded them overall as flashbacks if we actually got an episode where they were investigating.
Oh yeah, maybe. Also, I
Because
just
we
pulled it
don't
up in the
have
background.
they're
Chris did
not
make the first shot.
investigating this episode. They're just playing a game.
That's true. But a game for $250,000, Ryder. There's stakes on the line.
Lots of stakes.
I didn't say there was. Yeah, well, I mean,
And mountain lions bounce.
Don loved stakes. Look where that got him.
Yeah.
Good point.
Sprinks
So
said.
that's
Chris
one of
got
that's
it
one
on
of
the
my.
first shot.
What'd you say?
I think Sprinks said Chris made the first shot.
I pulled it up. Yeah, Chris does make it first shot. At least how it's framed.
Yeah, we don't see her fail first. Ryder, what were you gonna say?
Sure. I'll just jump to I'll jump to a point, which is I thought it was somewhat cool, and I wish they did this for every game, because it's not what happened for every game. But the idea that the murderer is making the investigators commit the murdering part of the crime. So like, for when they're shooting the fish tank, in that instance, they're the ones firing the shot. Like, they're the ones walking through the action, whether or not they actually hit the head or the target, but they're still following through with the concept of the action. The same could be said with
Oh, are you saying you wish there was more framed work?
No, I wish that they were actually like almost. I thought what they were going to try to do, because that was the first one, and it kind of made me disappointed with the rest of the episode. Was I thought the murderer was going to make them recreate all the murders in some small way, like
Interesting.
by making them do the slingshot. They themselves are committing the very act the murderer did in the first episode, kind of. And I thought they were going to carry that forward with each of the activities that they do. Obviously, it doesn't work. And some of these activities are pretty
Well, it's quite
lame.
Childish.
Yeah, like Cam screwing up on the logic puzzle like 4 times in a row was hilarious.
That was baffling to me.
Yeah, that was
that's out of
baffling.
character.
That's out of character, but also like there's some problems where you can go back, and then obviously you can spot the difference puzzle where the difference between the two images, you got to circle them.
See, that seemed clever with the duo thing.
Yeah, that
Like it worked.
made a sort of sense to me as well. But then go comparing stuff like that to the challenge of just find the snake and put it in the basket, or just tell me if Giles is the murderer or not. So like,
Yeah.
in theory,
Was the rod
if you
red
get that,
or green?
yeah, if you get Giles's question wrong, all you have to do is go up to him and get the next question. Like
Cut
just
the blue wire or the red wire.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah,
just a 1-2 versus very multiple angled. What I saw of Cam with the Dawn puzzle in the kitchen was he was just confusing the trap door with the cage door. That's what I was piecing together with his confusion.
Possibly.
Because from what we see of Chris doing it, the second step is opening the cage door, which would have been before the trapdoor pressure plate to release the mountain lion. So at least that's what I thought was happening with his confusion.
Could be. I don't know. So with this finale, like I said, what a finale. I really like the concept of it. I really like going back and revisiting all the past murders. Even them being zombies is
Raising the
kind of
dead, yeah.
goofy. But
It's a bit gimmicky and funny, but
It's a bit gimmicky seeing Ulysses
it's
dressed as
fun.
Indiana Jones.
I have no
that's
idea why
also true.
I have no idea why that's a thing at all. I actually don't like that at all. And then Gino's got like a mini chandelier on him, hooked around his
Yeah,
neck.
that's okay.
But so I'm fine with them being zombies, kind of fun. Them revisiting the murders is, I like the idea of like trivia of what happened in the season. But yeah, just the games they picked were so nothing. They weren't challenging at
Like I said,
all.
I think it'd be more interesting and thematic if they were made to recreate like the ways the murders were completed. Like instead of making the funny like circle bomb that Giles was carrying around, they actually remade the cart bomb,
I see.
Um,
More of the elements of murder
I think
versus
that would have helped more thematically, but I'm not sure it would have improved the game. Because like I said, they're not investigating; they're just playing a game.
yeah, it's a
In
time
this
thing.
episode.
Who can run the fastest? Who can remember? I think they all kind of play into memory, even though one is the quote unquote memory challenge.
it would be kind of interesting if they were inadvertently setting up the murder of the other contestant and then they kill the other contestant. That would be kind of something.
True, but then that could be played off as that there was 2 killers.
Well, I mean, one would be setting up someone as like a fall guy, I guess.
Yeah.
So I like the
Like,
premise of the
unless
episode. It's kind of weak.
Yeah. It could have been something along the lines of like, unless Cam could do like a proper detective speech, which he doesn't get to do, like to explain why Chris is the murderer. It would be interesting that Chris is framing him for the death of Lindsay. Like that
I
would
mean,
be
she
the angle
kind
of
of does
that.
it
That
with
would,
one line.
yeah,
You're the
that
killer?
would be that would be the angle though, like of uh him setting up the other contestant to die. Like, slowly preparing a murder scene yourself.
Yeah. The only thing with that, with the like randomness of who the killer could be, that at the end is that it would cheat someone out of winning the money, being that the killer would have to
Yeah.
be known the entire time to know you won't win the funds.
Yeah.
So, um, a lot of these murders happen and get like they come up to the murder scene or the morgue to see something in its set. Lindsay getting shot with the arrow is so fake.
I think in
I don't
large part it's
disagree.
kind of her acting a little bit. I think that has potential if there was an actual actor doing that. Um, but
I don't disagree.
Yeah, what they're seeing is a not a live feed, but a reshot something that's already done on a screen.
oh yes, in the
What Cam
killer
and Chris
room,
are watching. Yeah.
yeah, like some green screen or something. Yeah, definitely exaggerated there.
Do you think in the parlor there was too many hints at the number being 613?
Cam clocked two of them immediately, and then
No,
dipped.
I don't think there was enough.
Okay. There were 3 of them, right?
Yeah, we
Or
were old,
Oh, there
right?
are 4? There's the
so there was
bottles, the billiard table, the chess game. There's a
Those are
4th
the
one?
three I remember.
well, I mean, it's still etched into the window, isn't it?
No, they
I don't
checked
think
it.
so. They
It
went
was
and checked
gone.
and it wasn't there.
Yeah, but I do like the idea of like a challenge being tied to episode one in terms of memory like that. Now that is something on a level I think the other challenges should have been on. Like, did you remember the three-digit code from a few weeks ago?
Well, it'd been
Yeah, did
cool if
you
everyone was handed a notebook to start with, so everyone had one, and over the course, people were like rating either false clues or getting their notebooks stolen or lost or scrambled. That could have
season
been played
2,
with that.
right?
Yeah.
Crimson?
Just
So then it's like when it goes, they're like, "Oh, my notebook," and they're like going through the pages and trying to find it.
I think that would add a kind of a new layer of kind of like fluff though for the
It would. It
drama.
would play into who are you going to trust with your notes with? Are you like what notes are you going to pass out? What if your note gets stolen? How much info are you going to put in it? How much are you going to retain?
It would be difficult to make reality TV show drama from that. Is pretty much what I would say to that. It would be cool. I would love to see something play around with that, but I don't know that it's something difficult that to play. It would be very hard to play around with that in reality television in that
Yeah.
style anyway.
People would be a lot more secretive with their notebooks. Only use it at night, kind of thing. There was a line from Chris, I think in a talking head bit, saying, "I have matched the killer in wits," and I went,
Yeah.
"Well, yeah, no shit, you are the killer."
Yeah, that was a bit funny. I mean, once for me again, the killer was confirmed to be Chris with the lie that she made it in the table in an episode 6 or 7.
Yeah, to Cam.
Um, well, yeah, to when she was lying to Cam, yeah. Once that lie came around, I was certain she was the killer. I just found all her interviews from that point redundant, and I imagine I would feel the same way rewatching the rest of the show. I get it's for the audience to kind of play off the confusion, but alas.
Yeah,
Yeah. So there's the confusing ending to me that she commits the murders, she gives Cam the money, and then the cops arrest her, and she's fine with it. What is even the point?
the point is she knew the
Well,
whole time.
well, it's the game show, I guess. It's not
Yeah,
real.
Yes,
you're supposed to
but
congratulate Cam, not you.
I
Don't
mean,
shouldn't care
they
about Chris.
they do have a narrative in play here with a degree. Like we're established that Giles is hired a couple weeks before the guests arrive. He
I
assists the
think
killer with setting up stuff. He has an ankle bracelet, so he can't leave. And then the ending is she gets the cops called on her and gets arrested.
Yeah.
We do have through lines. We do
Woohoo.
have something here. And it kind of seems like it's ignored just to
The
wrap
game
it
was
up.
more important than the story, Crimson.
But there is a story.
Yes, which I'm sure makes Ryder roll his eyes.
I might have physically rolled my eyes.
But it's there.
I
You
can't deny
claim
there
it's
is a
there.
story there, yes. How good it is or how important it is.
There is an attempt at a narrative. It's just not relevant to the reality TV show.
Something I found very funny at the end when Cam's got the briefcase and everyone's lined up to say goodbye before he gets in the car.
Doesn't
They're
even look at
hugging and everything.
Sasha.
Oh, I went.
Sasha.
He ignored Dante. He's giving everyone like a handshake or a hug. Completely
Oh
ignored
yeah,
Dante.
just made evil eyes at Sasha.
I mean, Sasha. I mean, what I wrote something. What did, Sasha shunned him. Like she turned her body away from him. She couldn't even look at him. She was disgusted by it. She was so mad. Yeah.
Just gotta play the
Um,
game.
yeah. Yeah. Be good. Be better.
Yeah, be better.
Be better. See, didn't really talk too much about Melina's death, other than she kind of just shows up dead in the room.
How'd Chris do
The
that?
opening mystery of, oh, did she run off and she's the killer? No, she's just dead.
She just
Fine.
teleported into. Chris just teleported Melina into her workshop and choked her out using the beads she originally intended to use on Gino. That's what happened.
I do
Yes.
like that the weapon was something prior to being around, but I just don't know how Chris pulled it off.
I like the prop room. I guess the evidence room.
Which one? The room where with all the lines and the conspiracy room, or the orgy of evidence room?
Yeah,
That one. Orgy of evidence. Yes, that one.
I'm quoting Cam. Everybody.
Yep. I like the upstairs room more. It look creepier.
Well, yeah, I didn't say it was on a creepy scale. I just
No. I was just saying
look at
my stance on the two rooms.
There was a brief second where I thought, quote unquote, Giles was going to die in the narrative. Because there's a part where the killer's like, I had to remove Giles. That troublesome
Yeah.
brother or whatever. I'm like, oh damn, getting serious
Sent him
now.
across the British Isles. I went, all right, you rhymer.
Giles on the British Isles. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been sad.
I was so every time somebody runs up to like a location, does the fucking like voice modulating narration just start?
Like, I mean, it's kind of established that the killer has cameras in the house, so they could have just seen them there and triggered it.
Well,
I thought that
no,
was
they
just
can't
played
because
over.
Chris is busy participating in quotes.
Well,
No, I thought that was
like a
just played over
clicker.
to the audience.
Yeah, I
That
figured that was.
audio.
I figured that was just played over to the audience, but because it wouldn't make sense if it was in world.
Yeah. That's just them reading the boards. It's not being outputted on a speaker anywhere. Because I didn't think so.
Cam shows a bit of humanity when it comes to the money. He chokes up.
Well, yeah, he won.
Yeah. And he's in a position where I'm sure he probably does have money already. I'd imagine it's a well-paying
Oh,
job.
for an
as well.
attorney? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sasha, the journalist, didn't get it.
Yeah.
No offense to journalists, but
Or Lindsay, the flight attendant.
yeah. How about Chris, the ex-beauty queen?
Yeah.
Well, she
much
got a
money she
paid
get out of that?
stipend, right? She
That's
got a
true.
stipend, right? Because she was the murderer.
Yes. Yeah. The actual person did get paid for being the killer.
Oh, Gino, bar trivia host. Probably doesn't get a lot with that.
I'm probably not. Probably not.
So we're
All right.
establishing here is Cam is no Clark Kent.
No.
How's everybody's notes looking?
Pretty sparse.
Yeah,
I mean, you got one or
pretty
two or
empty
zero?
myself.
I
I
do
can
have one
probably
more.
scrounge up one more.
All right, Sprinks, you can go.
The last one, Cam's third puzzle attempt at the kitchen puzzle is very much like Draco Malfoy getting the sorting hat on. The piece isn't in the board, but he identifies that it's wrong because the light coming off the board gives him enough indication to go and try again. But it's
What
not
a
actually
weird
in.
parallel. The hat hovering over Draco is equivalent to the.
I'm just
piece
saying
not
it's not
fitting the
fully
hole.
there, but he knows the answer.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah. All right, ready? Did you find anything?
Yeah, more of a funny one. Melina in the interview saying, "Oh my God, we're about to be driven off a cliff," and it's just a limo making a U-turn.
Again, like Lindsay,
We're gonna
thinking they're all
die.
gonna die.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that is my final point.
All right. I said I'd bring up like a fact at the end here. I have to.
Oh, let me answer though. By the way, I still think it's Chris.
Sure.
Being
Not
that we
Giles?
finished episode. Yeah. No, not Giles. Even
Not
though
his
Cam thought it was Giles.
Dude,
Just for
I was
a
actually
brief
very
second.
disappointed in him. I was very disappointed in him.
He
for
didn't
that.
read it.
He didn't try.
He
You
just
didn't
did a
even look at
50-50
the
shot.
contract.
He didn't try. He was so focused on finishing. I mean, you can tell in his face he was done when hearing
Yeah.
Giles just like, say a bunch of nonsense. He's like, "All right, get on with it. Get on with it. I need to win this."
However, again, with what Ryder pointed out about what the games and skills are, that one, knowing that the piece hasn't worked, you automatically know what the answer is. It's a 50-50 one.
Yep, it's just the opposite of whatever you picked. Which it's kind of an interesting one to be like the final puzzle piece. Is Giles the killer?
Well, if you're close, being it's the final one, being close to someone else, being that close, really could be the make it or break it because it's all the way up in the attic.
I mean, it's lucky that none of the TV screens sent them all to the same location at the same time.
Oh, that was staged. That was
Oh,
on
absolutely,
purpose.
That was organized,
absolutely.
Anything else before I plop in these two bombshells?
I'm ready for a bombshell.
All right. In a post-show interview, Chris confirmed that she did not know any information the other guests did not, as she could have rigged the outcome of the show if she did. She stated that the only direction she ever received from the producers was to stop winning riddles after she had won 2 in a row. She also confirmed that there were no true clues to identifying the killer on the show, and that the producers chose to highlight her coincidental experience with guns and horses in their respective episodes to serve a hint for the viewer.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Neat.
So she played it like a normal contestant. Good.
Yep.
Which is what I
And then-
identified picking up from her attempts.
And then the other one, which I don't know if it's really a bombshell, but it's more of like a disappointment for me. I don't know if you guys would view it this way, but in the state your case segment of each episode, so the confessions or whatever, where the contestants describe the monologue, how they believe the murder was committed. It exists solely for dramatic effect. It is not the basis for elimination from the game. Elimination is instead handled by an unaired written test.
What?
And yeah. So that the whole scenes of them talking to the killer is added there for dramatic effect. They actually write out their answers on a test, and that determines how good their theories are.
Crimson, I wish you never told me that. That's terrible.
I told you bombshells. I was very disappointed when I found this.
I
Those
didn't think it,
aren't
I didn't think it was
scripted.
possible. You
That
might have just
that
sunk the
changes the
show.
whole That changes the whole basis on the scared cards.
I don't know about that. What do you mean?
To the audience perspective of what they're identified as. They're identified to how the detective work of the case is, and if it's just a paper test, no one knows what the test is.
All right.
Could be
I
related,
felt
but
bad before Crimson. I don't feel bad about my rating anymore. Let's go with
No,
that.
no, the test as in you write in like who do you think the killer is? What's the weapon?
oh, hang on. Okay, hang on. You may have just saved it. It's just a lazy situation where the people who got the test just wanted to look at the paper faster of what matched versus watching a whole 10-minute spiel of them explaining. It was like a
I
time
don't.
saver.
I couldn't find a physical copy or PDF of what this test is, but it might just be a easier way to compile the points of what people's theories are. Would be my guess.
Okay. If that's the case, then I think that's okay. It's a time saver.
I mean, I still find it a little disappointing. I don't think it ruins it, but it's like, oh, that was all kind of just built up for the
The TV
enjoyment of
sake.
it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's just so they can calculate the points is why it's
Get everyone's
a
terminology
physical
and
test.
actual
Uh,
points clearer on
yeah,
paper.
but
Okay.
their spiels are them saying it. Those aren't scripted. That is them
Yeah.
saying what they want.
I guess if
So
they're
those
hand in hand, what's being written down is what they're relaying. It's just the people didn't watch what they're relaying be indicators. I think that's okay. Okay.
So there's the two bombshells I was holding for the end there.
Good ones.
Now on to the exciting part because I have no idea what to expect coming out of you two. Um, oof. Let's start with Sprinks.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. This was a tough one. I'm gonna start. Let me start with my objective because that's probably the one to get out of the way. This was a tough one where this pitch of the show, I didn't know what it was. And what Crimson relayed to me as a little nugget of information was he thought this could possibly be like how I handled American Movie of being a documentary sent, like how that affected my rating
It's
scale.
real.
Yes. And I can clearly see that point being made. These are not actors. There's Giles, there's Giles, and that's it. And he does a fine job, but it's like in a percentage of a cast of, I don't know, less than 10% being real. I'm going to take the 50 plus percentage that encapsulates what is going on. So even though there is an actor, and one could say Chris kind of, but you dropped the thing at the end, Crimson, that she's not necessarily, she just knows information. But so like no acting, um, no dialogue writing, no, I guess, full clear direction to keep everyone in the shade. It feels kind of like Blair Witch Project a little in that vein, that they're not necessarily acting, um, they're not doing this, that, or the other thing. Costume department, I can't tell if there's a costume department. There was probably in the credits, and I just didn't read it if there is or isn't. Um,
Giles definitely does. He gets
yeah,
outfits.
if go with Giles, but again, if it's just for one person, it's overlooked by the encompassing whole of the majority of what the show's relaying. That's just like the host of a game show. I'm not going to count like just because they're in a fancy suit means the costume gets weighted kind of thing. It's, picking the people in the audience. There is a story of what they're going with, a whodunit, murder amongst the group, try to solve the murders, stay alive, get to the end, get the money. That's all feasible and works. I think not could have been a lot stronger, but I think with what they could with the quote unquote 13 contestants without getting it either too complicated, too many rules at the beginning of like first episode to be relayed to the audience of what's going on. to just try to make it understandable enough. Like even me, it took 3 episodes to finally kind of get the gist of how the game's working. Let's see. The camera work is fine. There's actually some camera shots that are in the retellings that line up well. I talked on the Sherry one. But most of the camera work is just what you'd see in a reality TV of just like shooting the crowds of people, and then if someone solves one thing, get the one person, and then the talking heads are just talking head shots of relaying information. There are some transitional usages, but also kind of in the retelling or the fear, kind of the staged, this is what's going to happen in the episode, beat by beat kind of thing of that. So I guess the pacing overall is middle ground. It fits, but it's not like changed or weighed. It all kind of works. I wouldn't say the 3 scared cards changes a pace, or one of the locations changes a pace change. I think it's just like a mix to the storytelling or the game itself and the entertainment value. The biggest thing I can praise for this show that I thought was actually really well done is the makeup department for all the kills. I thought they all looked really, really good and done well. And sure, some of the props like the broken glass in the head looks a little cheesy, but the makeup around that, so if like even broken fake glass was impaled in someone's head, how that would look. And I just think the details of the killing onto someone came across very well, and the not necessarily quote unquote gore, but like the blood amount that they would show for being aired on TV and whatnot. So I thought that was all very good. Feasibility of the murders, I think we said all but like 2 roughly, or like 1.5 were doable. Yeah, it was tough because this has not American movie where it's all false. So I actually see this a little more as Blair Witch, where it's like a 50-50, where there is the like a direction and director and choice, but also half of it isn't that. So it does make it tough. So I did think about my American movie thing, and like a documentary would be slotted without like if something doesn't have anything but still conveyed, it's right in my middle ground of 5.5. But this doesn't have that, but so many elements are missing. So I have my objective for this at a 6, because I think a lot of it missing would be in my middle ground of 5.5. But what is present is not terrible of what can be relayed of what they have available, but it's not, again, like the makeup is like really good. It's not 10 out of 10 makeup for me of a believability, but for what this show is conveying, I think it's like a good 8 solid on makeup. But everything else encompassed to what can be encompassed for me knocks it down. If that hopefully makes sense to people, because this is very different than anything we've really covered. My subjective rating. This is something that I feel is a slight missed opportunity, and I don't mean full blame onto Crimson, because he didn't fully know how this would go, being that he chose this. But I think this would have been something, and Ryder, you can probably understand me a bit. My subjective rating is 7.5 because I had fun with this. This was very fun, very entertaining. Kind of got me at edge of my seat a little, so I was engrossed in it. But like Riverdale, I thought the possibility of us covering episode by episode, one at a time, to reveal to each other what we picked up and what we didn't, and who we think it is and who we think it isn't, and going back and forth by that, would give more of the camaraderie play style, how Ryder and I and Biomon and others went through Riverdale together. And I think that possibly could have raised my subjective score of enjoying the show more as a group than solo. So by myself, 7.5.
All right. It's still a
Hopefully that
respectable
makes
score.
sense.
I got it. Did you get that right?
I got it. Yeah, this made sense to me.
Okay. Cool. It's just, again, something very different we've never really covered, so I want to make sure I'm relaying myself as much as I can to understand.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same reason why I gave the PSA at the beginning.
Yeah.
I think I shall go next. I will start with my subjective, as I tend to do. As I stated, I guess technically seen this twice all the way through now, and it's a show that had one season and it stuck with me for over a decade. Um, I've wanted to show this to Sprinks and Sinister before because we've hung out in person far more often than with Ryder, unfortunately. Uh, and I feel like a long, long time ago I did show the pilot to Sprinks and Sinister, but that's like a fuzzy maybe in my brain. But it's been on my list. It's stuck with me, and I'm glad we got to cover it. I find enjoyment out of it. I think it's very well done and has aged pretty well to me. Because in my head, I thought the cinematography was going to be really like ugly and dated, and the editing was going to be choppy and poorly done. Because a lot of reality shows kind of have that kind of vibe, especially in the 2000s, 2010s era. But no, I think they did a really good job with this. And I found enjoyment out of it. I love the headbutting and the drama. The drama feels so well realized in this. Um, and it just makes it more better. Just makes it better. That these are real people in air quotes. I mean, they are kind of overacting for a show to a degree, but it's there's a lot of layers to the drama, and I ate it up. So I also have it at a 7.5. Solid show. I would have loved a season two. I would have watched it. Uh, Objectively, it is tricky because of a lot of the elements Springs brought up, where it's real people, not so much actors. We do have these people overacting in moments to um, elevate a scene, like conveying a bit more fear or sadness. They do act out their deaths. We do have Giles, we have the maids, we do have the voice recordings of the killer. That's an element of writing in there as well. I did pitch the whole Giles storyline with the killer, and I it's not like super complex or anything, but it's present, and I do think they didn't deliver on Giles his ending as a character. Because if he wanted to escape the whole time, which is why he had the ankle bracelet, why didn't he call the police earlier if he knew who the killer was? Unless we're assuming he didn't know, in which case I don't think they really conveyed that very well. Uh, which just brings up question marks. What is Giles as a character, and what is his allegiance to the killer other than just a contract to work under them and to be absolved of any of the crimes committed? Um, I think in terms of other writing elements, I think the episodes are paced out very well within the challenges. And the riddles, some are better than others, some are more complex and creative, others are a bit more simplistic and straightforward. But I do think they give enough to the cast to work with and give misdirections on. And I think that's well executed. Getting the CSI New York crew to work on the murders and the crime scenes to make them as believable in air quotes. We did talk about a few, like the hot tub explosions, exaggerated. The gunshot is downplayed of its sound and pace because it would take a little longer than what was depicted. So it's not perfect, but I think the way they filmed them, introduced them in variety with the cast and in different locations, all builds towards a very fluid experience. Uh, I would be surprised if a lot of people would call this a stale show. Uh, and I do think it benefits by being 9 episodes. It could potentially be a repetitive formula if it went on for like 20, but who knows? They didn't make it that long. Um, feel like I'm a little rambling, but I did praise the editing for adding intense moments, like in episode 8 when why is her name the hardest for me to remember? Gosh darn it. Melina. When Melina is by herself, I think the editing did a good job making it feel like she was actually a competitor at that moment, and they're neck and neck um, with the cam team. And then the ending, I kind of said my piece on the ending. It's kind of underdeveloped for what they built it up to be. So with all of that, I'm going to give it kind of a high score of an 8. It can be probed in the recap if I'm being inconsistent with myself, but I feel like it's fair. Right. On to writer.
Yeah, I feel like that will definitely get probed.
All right. So, writing elements being what I normally focus on. I will actually pose this question to you two. I don't actually mind it either way. I can work with the minimal writing elements we get to give an objective score, but the writing elements are minimal enough to where I can go without it. But I'll ask you two. Would you guys prefer me giving an objective score, or do you guys just want me to skip it?
I prefer
I
you give one.
I feel like I laid out enough to have it be worth rating, I think.
Okay. Giles as a character is inconsistent in that I don't understand who he is, what his motivations are. I think he's a great puppeteer. I like him as his role. He's very charming. He's got a lot of fun quirks to him. I don't understand beyond that, the base concept of what he's supposed to do in the show. He doesn't really. I don't know who the character Giles is outside of being the quirky butler. I don't know if he wants to escape. I don't know if he knows who the killer is. Those are all things that are very poorly conveyed, and that's motivation that is kind of a bit of a problem by the end, especially since we don't get any solutions on him. Maids are not characters. The world building is essentially Rue Manner, and the plot is the murderers being the pacing from episode to episode. Chris played the game like a contestant, so I don't really consider her a character either. I think it would have been interesting if she played the game in an interesting way. I'll say that. I think in terms of the show itself, I mean, in recapping to the audience, everything obviously they blatantly lie with some edits to the audience. It's fine. That's more of a subjective thing because it's not necessarily the writing of the world building itself. That's just the editing up on the players in the game. There is a point where each player becomes a character during their quote unquote death scene, which is why I guess I tie to the murders. It becomes an issue when it's a pattern that each murdered person gets a note that tells them with specific directions in order to be spared, and each person either follows those directions and gets killed, and continue to do so pretty much through to the end. And that's like nobody picked up on that. That as far as the character side of the players, that's a bit of a problem. I'm a little on the harder side of the number of murders being inconsistent with themselves. Spring said it's 1.5. I think there's 3 murders that I have major issues with that don't work. Being the first one, the ball bearing doesn't logistically make the kill from where they describe the angle to be at, and how I logistically understand what the mansion's like. I don't think the hot tub one works particularly well. Even the poison works fine. The misdirect does not. We talked about the gunshot in the underneath the chandelier. Timing is off. The sound would be there, and yeah, it would be a protracted kill. And then the double murder, easily heard by everybody in the house. There's not much given in the way that could be hidden. There's either it would be too loud and obvious that the murder's being committed, or it would be what's it
Shorter
called?
range of footprints.
Shorter range of footprints, or it would have taken too long, and therefore that's also a separate issue because that would just create the problems. In the world, they have to make excuses because it's the killer that's doing the murders, is putting out the riddles. So presumably the killer is the one that has to create all the puzzles. I have no idea how they get about the house during the day, during the investigations, in order to put the riddles out. That's supposedly a part of the narrative. That's a problem. And being those all are what I can pull from the narrative of this story, that I'm hovering at a 3.5. It's not much functioning for it outside of very basic concepts. It needed to be tightened up as far as the narrative stuff goes, and I'm not impressed with the quote unquote narrative side of it as much as charming as I do find Giles to be. Subjectively, I detest reality shows with every fiber of my being. I avoid them like the plague. I'm still happy that I avoid them like the plague. This one presented an interesting twist. Sorry, did you?
You said "but" as in
I just
go
said,
on. He wants to hear
but-
more.
Yeah. So this one presented an interesting twist with the whodunit aspect. They tried to add it with a game show. Little known fact about me. The thing I detest second to reality shows the most is game shows. So in this case, negative times negative doth not really equal a positive. I didn't really like any of the participants, which is part of the problem when it comes to game shows. I didn't. I laughed maybe 3 times throughout 9 episodes to indicate my enjoyment. I liked one participant maybe in Dom who was halfway there, and he wasn't there for that long. I like the concept of this show. I would never go out of my way to watch any show like this. And to the audience, I have been shown game shows before. I've been shown reality TV shows before. The difference between those experiences and this for the podcast where I'm taking notes is in those experiences, I am often going out of the way to have some sort of beverage and good company to laugh with. I didn't have that for this. And I would say the best reality TV show on its own to me, or game show to me, probably would be a 3.5 on a good day. Without the beverage and company, I'm willing to let this match that at a 3.5. I could drop lower though on a rewatch if I ever do.
Interesting.
All right. I mentioned I had no idea how this was going to go. That wasn't on there. That wasn't on the radar.
What 3.5s?
Subjectively, I didn't realize Ryder was not into this kind of thing.
It is not my thing, dude. Mind you, my experience with this is okay. Actually, I have an example. Because we do movie nights together, audience, occasionally. Crimson has shown me a couple game shows and Wipeout. I enjoy those usually because I'm with company and I have a beverage. And then game shows and things like Wipeout can probably crawl out of the gutter. But I do not go out of my way to watch them at all. And that's another reason why I don't really have. That's another reason why I asked the question about whether I should bother giving this an objective rating, is I don't really have much basis for them. It's like, this is a bit of an exaggeration, but it's like if I'm required to give an objective rating on a romance movie, right? But I've never watched any romance at all before ever in my life. Never read a book on it. Don't understand the concept of like character writing within a romance novel, and then I'm required to give an objective rating on that. That's kind of how I felt going into this, because I don't watch reality shows. I don't watch game shows. I don't have really a lot of things to bounce this off of, other than what I'm given straight up as the narrative for an objective in this. And I also So even if I were to judge it by its genre, which might bump my rating up, I don't really have anything to compare it to on an objective scale because I don't really watch them objectively or at all.
Fascinating. This is giving me a lot to talk about in the recap.
I figured. I mean, this was a Hail Mary. I want to see what comes out of it pick. So, all right. Anything else before Ryder takes us out of the murder mystery?
I guess, yeah, one last question that Ryder brought up in concept about Chris's quote unquote character. Did Chris ever sleep in the show? From what's being conveyed.
No,
She had
she
the
just doesn't
to it.
sleep.
Okay.
No, actually, I take it back. She sleeps for like 2 hours at the start of the night and 2 hours at the end of the night when the deed is done.
She's a big believer in polyphasic sleep.
She's a vampire.
Could be.
I mean, that's why she picked to be on Cam's team because Cam's just so energetic that her being around, she could just vampirically soak up the energy, and so Cam comes across as normal for the rest of the show.
Awesome.
All right. Well, I'm ready.
All right, audience, thank you for listening, whether it be at Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Pocket Cast, and Samsung. And if you happen to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, thank you for watching our PNG Beer slideshows there. Please feel free to like, comment, and subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I've been a geeky writer,
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
and we'll catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.